Welcome back to the Adult Sleep Stories podcast. Tonight's episode is part 2 of the Quiet Atlas, Paris to the French Alps. In this next part of Julian's journey through France, he continues south into the Loire Valley, wanders through quiet towns and riverside paths, experiences the layered beauty of Lyon, finds peace beside the lake in Annecy, and finally arrives in the French Alps. Along the way, he reflects on beauty, repair, belonging, and the quiet ways a place can become meaningful when we give it our full attention. Now, get comfortable, settle in, and let tonight's story begin.
Chapter 23. South through the fields. The postcard was already beyond his reach. Julian thought of it while he folded the guest house blanket at the foot of the bed, not because he believed the card needed imagining as it moved through the postal system, but because it offered a useful reminder. He had written what he meant to write. He had placed it in the box. The rest belonged to its own small route. Outside, Giverny was cool and quiet beneath a pale cover of cloud. A delivery van paused somewhere beyond the low garden wall. A door opened, then shut. Birds moved through the wet leaves with the unself-conscious industry of creatures who had nowhere else to be. Julian stood for a moment at the window with one hand resting on the sill. The village had given him more than the garden had first promised. There had been the shifting pond, the narrow paths, the gardeners working among leaves that were neither perfectly green nor perfectly whole. There had been soup at a cafe table and a postcard chosen for a road rather than a landmark. None of it had required him to make a finished account of the day. He turned from the window and packed carefully. His brown satchel lay open on the bed. He placed the repaired atlas inside first, wrapped in its grey paper cover. The fine thread along the spine caught the soft room light for an instant before he closed the cover over it. His camera followed, then his phone, charger, water bottle, and the folded map that had become increasingly creased around the edges. The atlas pocket held the cafe receipt and the empty sleeve from the postcard. The pocket was not full, but Julian was glad of it anyway. It had begun as Camille's practical addition to a worn book. Already it had become a small place for things that did not need immediate decisions. He checked the train details on his phone. Then he checked them again. The second look told him nothing. The first had not. His route remained as it had been. Local transport to Vernon, then trains south and westward through the day, arriving in Amboise toward evening. Julian slipped the phone into his pocket and smiled a little at himself. Some habits did not vanish merely because he understood them. They softened, perhaps. They became easier to notice before they became rules. After returning his room key at the front desk, he stepped into the village with the satchel over one shoulder and his smaller bag in his hand. His feet still held a trace of yesterday's stiffness, though the ache had settled into something manageable. He walked at a pace that allowed the body to wake gradually. The bus stop stood near a bend in the road, beside a notice board layered with local announcements and curling paper edges. A woman in a blue raincoat waited there with a grocery bag resting against her ankle. She looked toward the road, then down at her phone. Julian stood a few feet away and listened to the faint ticking sound of rainwater dropping from a branch above them. When the bus arrived, they boarded without speaking. The ride back toward Vernon passed through the same gentle countryside Julian had seen on the way in, though it did not feel like a repetition. The fields were flatter under the morning cloud. A line of poplars stood in the distance, dark and narrow against the pale sky. Houses appeared in small groups, their roofs damp, their windows holding no particular interest from the road except that people lived behind them. Julian watched the village pull away. He did not try to identify a final view worth carrying. Giverny did not need a ceremonial farewell. It had been rain-darkened paths, a changing surface of water, warm soup, and the unhurried act of sending a few words home. Those things did not become more secure because he named them again. At Vernon Station, the platform was already busy in the contained manner of late-morning travel. People stood beneath the shelter with backpacks, folded umbrellas, rolling cases, work bags, and paper cups. A man in a dark jacket held the hand of a little girl wearing yellow boots. Two cyclists waited near the far end with their bicycles, speaking quietly beside a stack of panniers. Julian arrived with more time than he needed. He read the departure board once. His train was listed, its platform unchanged. He sat on a bench and watched a station worker wheel a cart of supplies along the opposite side. The worker stopped to speak with a colleague, both of them looking briefly toward a signal farther down the line. Then they continued in separate directions. When Julian looked up again, he read the board a second time. The train was still listed. This time, he did not open his phone to confirm it. He rested both hands over the top of his satchel and waited. The first train carried him away from Vernon through a modest sequence of stations and suburbs. There were places where the rail line ran behind gardens, places where it passed warehouses and parking lots, and places where the view opened suddenly onto wet grass and low trees. The carriage was not full. A few passengers worked on laptops. An older man read a newspaper folded into narrow sections. Across the aisle, a young woman in a green sweater stared through the window with the fixed, distant expression of someone traveling without needing to watch every mile. Julian changed trains in a larger station later that morning. He followed signs through a concourse, bright with overhead light and the smell of coffee, warm bread, and the clean metallic air of rail travel. He bought a simple sandwich from a counter near the platforms, along with an apple and a bottle of water. The sandwich was plain but satisfying. Bread with a crisp crust, mild cheese, and a few leaves of lettuce that had softened slightly against the filling. He ate half of it standing near a tall window before boarding, watching a train slide slowly out of the station. For a few minutes, the glass held two scenes at once. Beyond it were tracks, signals, concrete walls, and the long, patient movement of departures. Reflected over those things was Julian's own shape, his satchel strap crossing his chest, his hand holding the remaining half of the sandwich. He had spent much of the last year looking through frames, ferry windows, hotel windows, the screen of his camera, the open pages of his atlas. Each one had helped him rest his attention somewhere. None had been the place itself. When his connection was called, he joined the flow of passengers moving down the platform. The carriage south was longer and more crowded. Julian found his assigned seat by the window and placed the satchel beneath the seat in front of him, turning it so the atlas would lie flat. The gesture was habitual, but it carried less anxiety than it once had. Camille's repair had given the book strength. More importantly, Julian had learned that it was possible to be present even when the atlas was elsewhere. A family occupied the seats across the aisle. There were 4 of them, 2 adults, a boy, perhaps 8 or 9, and a younger girl, whose hair was gathered into 2 uneven braids. They had brought more bags than their seating arrangement seemed designed to hold. For several minutes, they quietly rearranged everything. A striped backpack went beneath one seat. A soft jacket became a pillow against the window. A paper sack of snacks was opened, examined, and tucked into the pocket behind the seat in front. The boy searched briefly for headphones, found them in the smallest bag, and looked pleased without making any announcement. The girl accepted an apple slice from her mother, then fell asleep before finishing it. No one seemed hurried. The adults spoke in low voices while deciding where to place a folded stroller. The boy leaned over to look out the window whenever the view changed. Behind Julian, a passenger had draped a dark jacket over the top of a seat and was sleeping beneath it, face turned toward the aisle. The rise and fall of the jacket's shoulder was almost imperceptible. Across from Julian, on the other side of the aisle, a man with silver-framed glasses studied a printed map. He moved one finger along a route, paused at a town name, and made a small note in the margin with a pencil. Julian wondered whether the man was traveling for work, for family, for a long imagined holiday, or simply for the ordinary reason that he needed to be elsewhere by evening. The question did not need an answer. The train gathered speed. Town edges loosened into fields. The earth was dark from rain. Patches of yellow flowers appeared in irregular bands along the tracks, then disappeared behind hedges. Farm buildings stood low and practical beneath the broad sky. In some places, cattle grazed near a stand of trees. In others, rows of vines crossed a slope with such order that Julian could feel his mind beginning to arrange them into a picture. He let the picture remain unfinished. The countryside did not announce the Loire Valley with a single grand change. It came gradually. The land opened a little wider. Rivers or tributaries appeared in brief grey-blue flashes beyond reeds and willow trees. Old stone villages rose above their roads in clusters of pale walls and sloping roofs. Church towers appeared at a distance, then slipped behind the next line of trees. Julian ate the rest of his sandwich and the apple. He wiped his hands with a napkin and folded it into a square before placing it in the small rubbish bag at his feet. The family across the aisle had settled into a calmer arrangement. The sleeping girl had shifted against her mother's arm. The boy had put on his headphones but was not watching anything. He was looking out the window, chin resting on his hand. His father read something on his phone, then put it away and closed his eyes for a few minutes. All of them were traveling along the same line, Julian thought, though the day would divide them again at stations he would never see. He took the atlas from the satchel. The repaired spine opened easily. Its visible thread was fine and steady, neither hidden nor intrusive. Julian turned past the completed Paris entry and the nearly formed Giverny pages. He did not add the lesson for Giverny yet. The observation was enough for now. The pond, he suspected, would continue settling in him after he had left its surface behind. On a blank page farther on, he wrote one sentence for the journey. Routes join places without making them interchangeable. He read it once. It was not a lesson. Not yet. It was only something he had noticed between departure and arrival. He closed the atlas and returned it to the satchel. The afternoon moved gently toward evening. Light appeared beneath the cloud cover, thin at first, then warmer. Fields took on a muted gold at their edges. A small river curved through a low stretch of land, catching the sky in broken pieces. Along one bank, someone walked a dog beside a line of trees. Along the other, a cyclist travelled on a narrow path and was gone before Julian could decide where the path led. The train slowed at several towns. Passengers stepped down with bags and umbrellas. Others boarded, carrying the distinct air of people who had just finished work or errands. One woman settled into the seat behind Julian and made a short phone call in a tired but affectionate voice. A man in a linen shirt placed a cardboard box carefully on the luggage rack, checking twice that it was secure. Then the train moved on. Julian felt the old instinct to look ahead, to search the map for Amboise, to estimate the remaining distance and decide what he should do upon arrival. Check in, find dinner, confirm the morning market, consider the route up toward the chateau, perhaps set aside time for the river. He noticed the list forming. There would be time for practical things when he reached the town. For the moment, the train carried him without asking him to improve the journey. Near evening, the landscape changed again. The river appeared more fully now, wide enough to hold a long strip of the fading sky. Beyond it, roofs gathered on a slope. Some were red-brown, some grey, some nearly gold where the low light reached them. Stone walls and narrow streets suggested themselves between the buildings, though details remained softened by distance. The conductor announced the approaching station. Across the aisle, the man with the map folded it carefully and slipped it into his coat pocket. The sleeping passenger behind Julian stirred beneath the jacket. The family began its quiet rearrangement in reverse, returning snacks to bags, lifting the sleeping girl gently, finding the boy's headphones, checking beneath the seats. Julian took his satchel from the floor and settled it over his shoulder. Amboise arrived not as a destination he had conquered, but as a town appearing beside the river at the end of a long shared movement. The platform was washed in soft evening light. People stepped down around him, each carrying what they needed for the next part of their day. Julian followed the others toward the station exit. Beyond the tracks, old roofs rose above the town, and the river light rested between them like something quiet left waiting. Chapter 24. Amboise in market light. The first sound Julian noticed was paper being folded. It came from somewhere below the open window of his room. A dry, deliberate rustle, followed by the soft knock of a loaf set into a basket. Then came a voice calling out a price, another answering, and the low roll of wheels over old paving stones. He lay still for a moment, listening. The room had held the quiet of his arrival the evening before. Its pale walls, narrow bed, and small wooden chair had seemed almost provisional after the long sequence of trains, a place intended only to receive him until morning. Now the sounds from the street gave it another shape. The town had already begun its day, without asking whether he was ready for it. Julian sat up and eased his feet to the floor. The stiffness in them had settled overnight, though not entirely. His legs carried the pleasant heaviness of travel, and his shoulders still remembered the weight of the satchel. He stretched carefully, then crossed to the window. Below, the street curved toward a square where striped awnings had appeared since the previous evening. A delivery van stood with its rear doors open. Crates of vegetables were stacked beside it in uneven towers. Green beans in shallow trays, tomatoes in wooden boxes, pale onions with their skins lifting like thin paper. A woman in a dark apron arranged bunches of flowers in metal buckets. Their colours looked almost too bright against the cool stone of the buildings. The market had not been part of Julian's plan for the morning. That fact reached him with a small, familiar pinch of uncertainty. He had looked at the map of Amboise before sleeping. He had marked the chateau above the river, the route from the town centre, the station, the road toward Chenonceau for another day. He had considered beginning with the climb while the air was cool and his energy fresh. But the market sounds continued below his window. Bread was being lifted from baskets. Paper was being gathered and smoothed. People were arriving with bags over their shoulders, with bicycles beside them, with children moving ahead and then circling back. Julian looked at the folded map on the chair. Then he left it where it was. After washing and dressing, he placed the dark blue atlas inside his brown satchel, along with his phone, camera, and water bottle. The repaired spine showed faintly when he opened the cover. The fine thread was not conspicuous, but he noticed it whenever his hand rested there. It had become easier to see, without flinching. Inside the pocket, Camille had added, the grey paper cover held his loose Paris notes. Nearby lay the cafe receipt from Giverny and the empty sleeve from the postcard he had sent his parents. Julian touched neither. The Giverny entry remained waiting for its final line, but he did not open the atlas to work on it. Not yet. Outside, the morning carried a mild brightness. The air smelled of bread, damp stone, and something green from the river. Julian followed the sound of voices toward the square. The market occupied more space than he had expected. It folded through the street and widened near a small open area where bicycles leaned against railings and shoppers paused to adjust their bags. Stalls stood shoulder to shoulder beneath striped canopies. Some were neat and abundant, every apple and pear placed in shallow slopes of colour. Others were more practical, with crates half emptied and cardboard boxes tucked beneath tables. A cheesemonger in a white apron cut a round of cheese into wedges while speaking to an older customer who had brought her own cloth bag. At the next stall, a man weighed apricots into a paper cone for a young couple who studied the fruit with the careful seriousness of people choosing something unfamiliar. Farther along, a florist tied stems together with twine, her hands moving quickly while she listened to someone describe a table arrangement for the weekend. Julian moved slowly, making room when others passed. The market was beautiful to him at once. The colours, the voices, the ordered disorder of baskets and signs, the way morning light caught on glass jars and metal scales, all of it seemed to offer the kind of scene he might once have wanted to preserve immediately. He nearly reached for his camera. Instead, he watched. A woman wearing a navy raincoat approached the produce stall with a list folded into quarters. She greeted the vendor, chose potatoes, carrots, and parsley, and left with her purchases tucked efficiently into a wheeled bag. She did not pause to admire the piles of vegetables or the flower buckets at the edge of the square. There was no reason she should have. She had shopping to do. A few minutes later, she stopped beside the flower stall. Not for long. She only leaned close to a bucket of pale yellow roses and inhaled once. Then she straightened, smiled briefly at the florist, and continued down the street. Julian watched her go. He had been tempted at first to divide the market into two versions. There was the market as he saw it, full of newness and colour. And there was the market as it served the people who returned to it each week, a place of errands and prices and familiar exchanges. But the two versions did not cancel one another. The woman with the list had needed vegetables. She had also paused over the roses. The young couple choosing apricots might have been visiting, or they might have recently moved nearby, or they might simply have wanted a different breakfast. Julian could not know. Their reasons did not need to be sorted. The market held practical needs and passing pleasure in the same square. He let that be enough. At a bread stall, a baker's assistant stood behind a long table arranged with loaves of different shapes. Some were dark and round, some long and crisp, some studded with seeds. A chalkboard listed varieties in compact handwriting. Julian waited while the person ahead of him selected 2 loaves and asked a question about freezing one for later. When it was his turn, the assistant looked up. "Something for today?" she asked in English, hearing his hesitation before he had spoken. "Yes," Julian said. "For a picnic, I think." She nodded as if this were a perfectly sensible plan. "This one travels well." She indicated a small, crusty loaf, golden at the edges. Julian chose it, and she wrapped it in a square of sturdy brown paper. Her hands folded the paper inward with quick, practiced movements, creasing the corners so that it held its shape without tape or string. The sound of the paper folding was the sound that had drawn him from his room. He accepted the parcel with both hands. The paper was warm from the loaf inside. "Thank you," he said. The assistant gave a brief smile and turned to the next customer. Julian stepped aside, holding the bread for a moment before placing it carefully in his satchel. He had no reason to keep the wrapping, not yet. It was only paper around a loaf. Still, he noticed its weight and firmness. It was stronger than a receipt, less fragile than a napkin, and it carried a faint dusting of flour at one corner. At the next stall, he chose 2 ripe peaches and a small bunch of grapes. He bought a wedge of mild goat cheese from the cheesemonger, who wrapped it in waxed paper and asked whether Julian wanted a knife. "I have one at the guest house," Julian said. The man nodded, then added a small wooden fork to the bag anyway. "For the river," he said. Julian thanked him. He found a stall selling jars of preserves, honey, and small packets of dried fruit. There, he bought a little container of walnuts, thinking they would travel easily. He considered adding more. A bottle of juice, perhaps. A pastry. A tin of something local whose label he could not fully read. The old instinct came quietly. It did not demand anything. It only suggested that if he was going to have a Loire Valley picnic, he ought to make it properly Loire Valley. He ought to choose the right things. He ought to make the meal worthy of the entry it would eventually become. Julian stood with the walnuts in one hand and looked at the other choices. Then he pictured himself carrying too much. Sitting by the river with more food than he wanted, arranging it all on a bench or a patch of grass because the meal had become a task. He put the walnuts into his bag. That was enough. The market had grown busier by the time he left. A delivery driver guided a trolley of empty crates through a narrow gap. A father balanced a bag of fruit against his hip, while a child pointed toward a tray of strawberries. 2 cyclists rolled their bicycles slowly beside the stalls, one of them calling an apology when a pedal brushed too near a stack of baskets. At a coffee stand, steam rose from a machine and disappeared into the cool air. Julian paused at the edge of the square and looked back. He could have taken a photograph. The scene would have made an easy one. The striped awnings, the flowers, the bread, the old buildings lifting behind the stalls. Yet he knew that the image would leave out the woman's brief pause beside the roses. It would not hold the sound of paper folding around bread. It would not explain the small wooden fork in his bag, or the way the young couple had bent over the apricots, as if their choice mattered. He did not need the photograph to prove that the market had been there. He walked toward the river. The streets gradually opened as he descended. Shop fronts gave way to broader views between buildings. Above the roofs, the chateau appeared now and then, pale stone rising on the hill, with a calm, watchful presence. Julian did not turn toward it, not yet. The Loire lay beyond a low riverside road, broad and pale under the late morning sky. Its surface moved with a slow brightness. On the nearer bank, trees made soft shade over a path where people passed at different speeds. A man walked a dog on a loose lead. A woman in a green jacket leaned over the handlebars of her bicycle while she checked something in one of her panniers. 2 school children rode past in the opposite direction, their voices lifting and fading. Julian found a bench slightly apart from the main path, beneath a plane tree, whose leaves trembled gently overhead. The river was visible through the branches. Across the water, the far bank lay low and green. He set the satchel beside him and unpacked his picnic. The bread crackled when he tore it. The cheese was soft and cool. One peach had bruised slightly in the bag, leaving its skin darkened at the edge, but it was sweet when he bit into it. The grapes were cold from the morning air. He ate slowly, not trying to make the meal last and not hurrying through it either. A bicycle bell sounded behind him, bright and brief. A pair of riders passed along the path, then slowed near the water. One pointed upstream, while the other leaned over the rail, both of them looking towards something Julian could not see. A few minutes later, A delivery van crossed the bridge in the distance. Its movement was small against the wide river, but the sound carried across the water. The town continued around him. Someone shook out a tablecloth from an upstairs window. A restaurant worker arranged chairs beneath an awning. A person in a business shirt crossed the path while speaking softly into a phone. On the river, a small boat moved at an unhurried pace, leaving a faint line behind it that slowly dissolved. Julian finished the last of the bread and sat back. The picnic had not been ideal in any way that could be listed. The bench was slightly uneven. The peach had bruised. He had forgotten to bring a napkin, though the bread paper served well enough. A breeze tugged at the wax cheese wrapper and nearly carried it beneath the bench before he caught it with his shoe. Still, he felt entirely satisfied. He opened the satchel and took out the brown paper that had wrapped the loaf. A few crumbs clung to its inner folds. He brushed them away with his palm, then smoothed the paper across his knee. The creases made a simple pattern. 4 clean folds converged near the center, practical and exact. It was not beautiful in the manner of the flowers at the market, or the river in the light, or the chateau above the town. It had been made to do one small job well. Julian folded it again, more carefully this time, making it narrow enough to fit inside the atlas without straining the repaired spine. He did not put it in yet. The Loire entry was only beginning. He had the meal, and now the object. The photograph would come later, somewhere near Chamonix, when the river and the chateau met in the frame he had not yet seen. The observation and lesson would have to wait for the days ahead. He returned the paper to the satchel. Across the river, the light shifted. The chateau stood above the town, not distant exactly, but high enough to ask something of his legs. Julian looked toward the slope and considered the map still waiting in his room. He could return for it. He could rest longer. He could make a detailed route, calculate the gentlest streets, and decide exactly how much time he should allow before lunch became afternoon. Instead, he checked the time on his phone and let himself make a smaller decision. There was no need to turn the climb into the next item completed before the day had properly opened. He would return to the guest house, drink some water, rest his feet for an hour or two, and look at the map without trying to master it. Then, later in the afternoon, he would walk up to the chateau. For now, he packed the small remains of his picnic and stood with a pleasant heaviness in his feet. The river path continued beneath the trees, level and unhurried, carrying him back toward the town. The climb would be there when he was ready for it. Chapter 25. The castle above the river. The pleasant heaviness in Julian's feet remained with him as he climbed the stairs to the guest house. It was not pain exactly. It was the honest after-effect of the market, the river path, the bench beneath the trees, and the small decisions that had carried him through the morning. He paused at the landing, letting his hand rest on the polished rail while the sounds from the street floated up through the open window below. A scooter passed. Someone called to a child. A door opened and shut with the soft finality of an ordinary afternoon beginning. In his room, he drank water slowly and set his satchel on the chair beside the bed. The folded brown paper from the bread lay inside the repaired atlas, pressed flat between 2 blank sheets near the beginning of the Loire section. Its creases had softened from being handled. It was not beautiful in the way the river had been beautiful, or the way the fruit stalls had been beautiful beneath striped awnings. Still, it held the morning inside it, the weight of the bread in his hand, the patient movements of the woman at the stall, the brief pleasure of peeling a peach beside the Loire. He looked at the map on the desk. The chateau stood above the town, marked by a small brown shape and a name in neat print. The uphill streets were there too, winding between blocks of pale stone. He traced one route with a finger, then another. The first seemed slightly shorter. The second appeared to pass a church and several shaded lanes. For a moment, he felt the familiar wish to calculate the better choice. He could leave now, take the most efficient street, follow every sign, see the rooms in the proper order, and return before the afternoon became too late. He could make the visit fit cleanly into the day, as though a place as old as the chateau might be received by proper timing. Instead, he closed the map. He took off his shoes, lay on top of the coverlet, and let the quiet room hold him for a while. The guest house faced a narrow street, but from the window he could see a slice of roofline, and beyond it, a pale stretch of sky. A small plant sat on the sill of a building opposite. Its leaves moved now and then in the mild breeze. Somewhere in the house, water ran through pipes. The sound was so ordinary that it made him think of the castle above the river, not as a distant monument, but as another building with rooms, windows, staircases, storage spaces, and the long practical work of keeping weather outside. He did not set an alarm. When he woke again, the light had changed. The white curtain had warmed to a gentle gold, and the street sounds below had grown quieter, as if the town had settled into its afternoon rhythm. His feet felt better. Not entirely fresh, but willing. Julian washed his face, put on his shoes, and packed his water bottle. He left the atlas in the satchel, though he did not expect to need it. The paper wrapper was safe. The meal was already complete. There would be time for words later. Outside, the air carried the warmth of stone. He began toward the hill without consulting the map. The route made itself known in pieces. A sign at a corner. A narrow lane rising between old walls. A glimpse of a tower beyond tiled roofs. The slope was steady rather than severe, but it asked something of his legs. He accepted the pace it set. The town altered as he climbed. Near the river, Amboise had felt open and horizontal. Water, paths, market streets, bicycles moving past baskets and cafe tables. Here, the streets grew narrower. Doorways stood close together. Shutters had been pulled half-closed against the sun. A delivery van waited with its back doors open beside a bakery, while a man in an apron carried empty trays inside. A woman watered geraniums from a second-floor window, carefully tipping the can so that no water spilled onto the pavement below. Julian paused near a small square where the shade from a plane tree lay across several benches. He was not tired enough to sit, but he welcomed the break. From there, he could see a portion of the Loire between the buildings. The river seemed farther away than it had from the bench that morning. It had become a long silver-grey band, lightly creased by wind. The town's roofs spread toward it in uneven rows. Chimneys, dormers, satellite dishes, small terraces with chairs folded against walls. Nothing below appeared arranged for his benefit. Laundry moved on one balcony. A cyclist rolled through an intersection. A person in a bright shirt stood outside a pharmacy, looking down at a phone. The chateau rose above all of it, but it did not remove the town from view. It watched over the roofs without making them disappear. Julian continued upward. At the entrance, visitors gathered in loose clusters beneath the shade of a stone wall. A family adjusted the straps of two small backpacks. An older couple studied a brochure together, holding it open between them. A guide spoke in a low voice to a group that had formed around her. Near the ticket area, a staff member pointed one visitor toward the restrooms and another toward the entrance line, repeating directions with the steady patience of someone who had given them many times before. Julian joined the line. Ahead of him, a young man turned to take a photograph of the gate. Behind him, someone unfolded a paper map with such concentration that Julian recognized the posture. It was not foolishness, he thought. It was hope mixed with uncertainty, the wish to use a limited day well. When his turn came, he bought a ticket and passed through. The grounds opened around him in terraces of grass, clipped hedges and gravel paths. The chateau stood in pale stone against the afternoon sky. Its towers, roofs, and high walls had the familiar certainty of a shape that had lasted long enough to become part of people's expectations. Julian had seen it in photographs before coming to Amboise. He had known, in a general way, that it would be there. Yet the real building had weight. He noticed the dark marks beneath a gutter where rain had passed over stone again and again. He noticed a repair patch in one low wall, the newer masonry slightly different in colour from the older blocks around it. Gardeners worked near a bed of flowering plants, one kneeling to clear spent blossoms, while another wheeled a small cart along the path. Their work was unhurried and specific. They did not look up often. The chateau had not survived by being admired alone. Julian walked through the gardens first, choosing a path that curved along the edge of the terrace. The Loire came into view below, broad and reflective beyond the trees. A few pale sandbars showed through the water. On the farther bank, fields and low hills softened into the distance. Visitors moved around him at different speeds. Some stood at the railing for a long time. Others took photographs, compared them, and continued on. A child dragged one hand along the warm stone of a wall while a parent waited nearby. Two women sat in the grass with their shoes off, talking quietly in a language Julian did not understand. He thought of the morning market, of the same town seen from below. Bread paper, bicycle wheels, fruit crates, river shade. From the terrace, Amboise looked almost composed, as if it had been placed carefully beneath the chateau. But he had walked its streets. He had felt the uphill lanes beneath his shoes. He had heard the bakery trays and seen the pharmacy door open for someone who needed something practical. The view was not false, it was only partial. A frame, he thought, not an answer. Inside, the rooms were cooler. Stone corridors led into chambers with high ceilings and dark wooden floors. Light entered through tall windows, lying in long, pale shapes across the boards. The air held a faint smell of wax, old timber, and the cooler breath of thick walls. Julian moved without hurry. He read only some of the labels. Dates and names gathered in his mind without finding a fixed order. He did not try to hold them all. There were portraits, carved fireplaces, tapestries, chairs set behind ropes, and rooms that had been restored into a kind of careful readiness. Visitors passed through in soft currents, sometimes stopping together, sometimes separating and meeting again at doorways. What stayed with him was not the grandeur of any one room. It was the worn dip in a stone threshold where countless feet had crossed. The brass edge of a door handle polished brighter than the surrounding metal. A narrow stair turning upward into shadow. A small alcove beside a window where someone might once have stood to avoid a draft, or to wait for a message, or simply to look out at the river when there was nothing else to do. In one room, a staff member straightened a rope barrier that had shifted out of place. The motion was quick and almost invisible. A vacuum cleaner hummed faintly in a distant corridor, then stopped. Julian smiled to himself. The building's past was immense enough that he could not understand it in an afternoon. That did not make the afternoon worthless. It made his task smaller. He had come to see, not to possess. At the far end of an upper room, he found a window open behind a protective rail. It overlooked the Loire. He stood there longer than he expected. Below, the town unfolded in familiar layers, Roofs, streets, the bridge, the river moving beyond it. A small white vehicle travelled slowly along the road beside the water. A pair of cyclists paused near an intersection, one pointing ahead while the other held a bicycle steady with one foot on the ground. On the riverbank, beneath trees too small to distinguish clearly from this height, people moved in and out of shade. The window did not give him a perfect view. Part of the stone frame blocked the town to one side. A tree interrupted the river. The glass held a faint reflection of the room behind him, so that for a moment the old floorboards seemed to float over the water. He could have raised his camera. Instead, he let his hands rest on the rail. He imagined the room in winter, colder than it was now. A servant carrying wood. Someone closing the shutters early against rain. Meals brought through corridors. Damp clothes hung near warmth. A person looking through the same window with impatience, grief, boredom, curiosity, or simple relief at the sight of the river continuing below. The chateau had been preserved because people valued its history, its form, its place above the town. But it had once been full of days no one could have considered historic while living them. Mornings, repairs, arguments softened by distance, waiting, work, food cooling on plates, private thoughts that had never entered a record. That, more than the carved ceilings or distant towers, made the building feel real to him. He stayed until another visitor approached the window, then stepped aside without reluctance. Outside again, the afternoon had deepened. The sun was lower now, and the stone walls held a richer colour. Julian walked slowly through the remaining rooms and down the paths, allowing himself to miss whatever he missed. He did not return to a chamber because a sign suggested it was important. He did not search for a final viewpoint that would make the visit complete. At the exit, he paused to refill his water bottle. A maintenance worker pushed a cart along the gravel nearby, gathering small bits of litter left beside a bench. The cart wheels made a faint crunching sound. Beyond him, visitors continued arriving, though fewer than before. The chateau remained open to them, patient and substantial above the town. Julian began the descent. Going down required its own attention. His feet were more tired now, though in a comfortable way, and he chose the gentler streets when the route divided. The town slowly rose around him again. Stone gave way to shop windows, a cafe terrace, a parked bicycle with a basket full of groceries, the smell of warm sugar drifting from a pastry shop. At the bottom of the hill, he stopped beside the river. The late afternoon light stretched across the Loire in long bands. The water looked darker near the bank and bright farther out, where the sky rested on it. A small boat moved downstream at an easy pace, leaving a wake that widened and disappeared. Julian sat on a bench beneath the trees. The chateau stood above the town behind him. He did not need to turn around to confirm it. He could feel its presence in the slope of the street, in the stone walls, in the way the town had grown beneath it and continued around it. Tomorrow, he would travel toward Chamonix. He took out his phone and checked the regional train times once. There was a morning option that would give him a comfortable start, and another later one if he chose to linger over breakfast. He saved both without deciding between them. Then he put the phone away. The river kept moving, carrying the afternoon light in broken pieces. Julian rested his hands on his knees and let the quiet length of the water settle his thoughts. There would be another chateau, another river, another day that could not be arranged perfectly in advance. For now, Amboise was enough. Chapter 26. Chenonceau across the Cher. The two departures remained side by side on Julian's phone, each offering the same destination by a slightly different shape of morning. The earlier train would give him more time at Chenonceau. The later one would let him take breakfast slowly and leave his room without checking his bag twice. The difference between them was not large, but he had considered it the previous evening with the attention he might once have given a more consequential decision. Now, seated at the small table in his guest-house room, he looked at the screen again, while a pale square of light rested on the floorboards. His feet had recovered well enough from the climb to Château d'Amboise. There was a comfortable awareness in them, not pain exactly, but a reminder that he had walked through the town and up into its stone heights yesterday. He took that reminder seriously. It was part of the trip too, as ordinary and useful as a train ticket or a good pair of shoes. He chose the later departure. The choice did not feel like surrendering time. It felt like making room for it. After dressing, Julian packed his satchel with the habits he had carried across countries. Phone, camera, water bottle, folded map. The dark blue atlas went in last, protected by its grey paper cover. When he lifted it, his fingers found the faint raised line of Camille's reinforced spine beneath the cover. The repair had become familiar enough that he no longer looked for it each time he opened the book. Still, he felt its presence. The atlas had been strengthened, not restored to an imaginary untouched version of itself. Its visible thread had become part of its shape. He closed the room door behind him and descended the narrow stairs. Amboise had already begun its morning work. A delivery van stood near the bakery, its rear doors open. Two people in aprons carried crates inside. A man walked a small dog along the edge of the square, pausing while the dog examined a planting bed with patient seriousness. Bicycle tires made a soft sound over the paving stones. From an upper window came the brief rattle of someone opening shutters. Julian bought coffee and a warm pastry from a bakery near the station, then ate at a small table outside where the air still held some of the river's coolness. He did not open his phone while he ate. The train would come when it came. He had already bought the ticket. At the station, the platform was neither empty nor busy enough to feel crowded. A woman in a dark coat stood with a canvas tote tucked beneath her arm. An older couple studied a printed timetable together, then folded it carefully. A young man wearing headphones leaned against a pillar, tapping one heel against the ground in a rhythm Julian could not hear. The train arrived with a modest rush of air and metal. Julian found a seat by the window and placed his satchel on the seat beside him until the carriage began to fill. Then he set it at his feet and rested his hands on his knees. The train drew away from Amboise without ceremony. For a while, roofs and small streets passed close to the tracks. Then the town loosened into fields, low trees and narrow roads where cars moved between hedges. Farm buildings appeared in the distance, long and pale against the green. There were patches of vines, rows running patiently over gentle slopes. A church tower rose above one village, then disappeared behind a line of poplars. Julian watched without trying to identify every place. He had spent years believing that information was a kind of respect. If he knew the history of a town, its dates, its famous residents, its local specialty, he could arrive with fewer careless assumptions. There was truth in that. He still preferred to know enough not to treat a place as a blank backdrop for his own experience. But knowing everything was another matter. The fields outside the window did not ask him to name them. They moved past in long, quiet bands of green and brown, divided by hedges, tracks, drainage ditches, and thin, shining strips of water. A tractor stood near a barn. A figure in a bright jacket crossed a lane with a bag in one hand. Laundry stirred behind a house whose garden had been arranged around a rusted swing set. Julian let the details come and go. At Chenonceau station, several people stepped down with him. Some carried guidebooks. One family gathered children and backpacks before leaving the platform. A pair of friends adjusted the straps of their cameras and checked a map together. Julian followed the signs at an unhurried distance. The route toward the chateau led through a village that seemed prepared for visitors without being made entirely of them. There were cafes with outdoor tables still mostly empty, a small grocery with baskets of fruit outside, shutters opening above storefronts, and bicycles leaned against walls in patches of sun. A gardener watered tubs of flowers near a doorway, directing the hose carefully around the base of each plant. The chateau signs pointed him onward. Soon the village thinned behind him. The approach became quieter beneath tall trees. Gravel shifted underfoot. Somewhere beyond the trunks, a bird called once and then again. Visitors' voices floated ahead in fragments, softened by leaves and distance. He heard a child ask a question, heard an adult answer too quietly for the words to carry, and heard the wheels of a maintenance cart moving slowly along another path. Julian had seen images of Chenonceau many times. Most showed it from the water, its pale arches extending across the Cher in near-perfect symmetry. The photographs were often taken under clear skies, the river so still that the chateau seemed to have a second life below itself. He had anticipated this view for days, perhaps longer. He knew it would be beautiful. That knowledge had made him wary. A place could be too prepared in the mind. A person could arrive carrying an image so polished that the real thing had little room left to enter. The path curved between trees. He smelled damp earth and the faint sweetness of leaves warming in the morning. Gravel continued beneath his shoes. A staff member in a practical green jacket passed in the other direction, pushing a cart with a stack of folded barriers. Two visitors moved aside to let her through. She thanked them and continued toward the entrance. Then the trees opened. Chenonceau stood across the river. For a few moments, Julian did not move. It was not the grand front he had expected from the photographs. He saw it from an angle first. The long, pale building, held above the Cher, by its arches. The river passed beneath it, dark in some places and bright in others. Its surface carried the reflection of stone, sky, trees, and moving cloud. But none of those reflections stayed whole for long. The chateau did not seem to float. It seemed to rest on the work of its own structure. Stone joined to stone over water that continued wherever it pleased. Julian walked nearer to the riverbank and found a place where low grass gave way to a clear view. Other people had stopped nearby. A man with a small camera waited with his hands in his pockets. A woman in a sun hat stood beside a teenage girl, both of them quiet now. Farther along, someone spoke softly into a phone, perhaps describing the view to a person elsewhere. The river moved. A breeze travelled across the surface in a broad, almost invisible line. The reflection trembled. The arches bent and broke, reappeared and lengthened again. A drifting leaf turned slowly in the current. The building remained above, precise in its place. Below, its image belonged to water. Julian took out his camera, then lowered it again. He had learned something in Giverny about waiting for a picture to become less like a demand. There had been no correct moment there. The pond had changed with every cloud and footstep. Here, too, the familiar view resisted becoming fixed. The river refused the smooth mirrored surface of the postcards. That was not a flaw. He stood with the camera loose in his hand until the breeze eased. The reflection gathered itself, though not perfectly. One arch remained broken by ripples. A small patch of sunlight lay across the water. The sky had turned a soft, thin blue behind the roofline, and the trees at either side made a dark frame around the pale stone. Julian lifted the camera and took one photograph. The sound of the shutter was brief. He checked the image once. It was not symmetrical. The water had moved as he pressed the button. The chateau's reflection looked like a thought arriving in pieces. He put the camera away. Inside, the building received visitors in a steady flow. An attendant indicated where bags should be carried and where the route began. The instruction was clear, practiced, and kindly given. Julian stepped onto polished floors that held the muted sound of shoes, then followed a sequence of rooms shaped by windows, fireplaces, old wood, flowers arranged in vases, and the low movements of people trying not to crowd one another. He did not attempt to absorb every label. In one room, a guide spoke to a small group in French, pointing toward a carved mantel. Julian caught only parts of the explanation, but he noticed the guide's tone more than the missing words. She spoke with the calm patience of someone helping others find their bearings in a place that could easily become overwhelming. A child stood near a window, looking down at the water instead of toward the furniture. His father waited beside him, not urging him onward. In another room, an older woman rested her hand briefly on the back of a chair that had been placed where visitors could sit. A couple consulted a folded brochure. A man in a blue shirt leaned close to read a small placard, then stepped aside at once when someone else approached. The chateau held all of them without asking them to react in the same way. Julian moved through a gallery that crossed above the river. Its windows opened the view in intervals. From one side, he could see trees and paths. From the other, the Cher flowed beneath the arches, green-brown in shadow and silver where light touched it. He stopped at a window. Below him, the river did not seem impressed by the building over it. It carried small branches, reflected clouds, and received the wake of a duck moving close to the bank. It had passed through this place before Julian arrived, and would pass through after every visitor had followed the path back outside. The thought did not reduce the chateau. If anything, it gave the place a gentler proportion. The building was celebrated because people had looked after it, written about it, photographed it, returned to it, and made it available to others. The river was not outside that story, but it was not contained by it either. It moved beneath the celebrated rooms, beneath the polished floors and waiting windows, holding the entire structure in a relationship older and less possessive than admiration. Julian stayed at the window until someone came near behind him. Then he stepped aside. There were more rooms ahead, more corridors, more arrangements of stone and wood and light. He went on without haste. Sometimes he read the information provided. Sometimes he simply noticed the worn edge of a threshold, the way a curtain moved near an open window, the careful placement of a rope that kept visitors from a delicate surface. By the time he emerged into the open air again, the morning had broadened. More visitors were arriving along the paths. A grounds worker crossed a lawn carrying a coil of hose over one shoulder. Near a garden entrance, another person wept gravel back into a smooth, even line. Julian stood just beyond the doorway and adjusted the strap of his satchel. The photograph was safely stored on his camera. The folded brown paper from the Amboise market waited inside the atlas. He had his meal, his object, and now the image that would hold one small, shifting moment beside the Cher. The entry was still incomplete, as it should be. Ahead, paths opened between clipped hedges and flower beds. He could see gardeners moving at their work among the ordered colour, their tools catching light when they bent or turned. The chateau remained behind him, crossing the river in pale stone. Before him, the gardens carried on with quieter tasks. Julian began walking toward them. Chapter 27. The Gardener's Hours. The paths between the clipped hedges led Julian away from the chateau and into a more deliberate kind of quiet. Behind him, Chenonceau still crossed the Cher in pale stone, its arches carrying rooms and windows over the moving water. Ahead, the gardens opened in long, orderly shapes. Gravel paths divided beds of flowers. Low walls of greenery held the spaces together. Colour appeared in planned bands, then loosened at the edges where stems leaned toward the light or a breeze had disturbed them. At first, Julian walked as he had through the rooms of the chateau, slowly enough to notice where people paused. Visitors gathered near certain beds, lifting phones and cameras. A couple stood close together beside a row of roses, deciding which direction to take next. A family moved along the main path in a loose cluster, the children drawn toward bright flowers and then distracted by the gravel under their shoes. The gardens seemed, from a distance, to possess the finished calm of a painting. Then Julian noticed the watering hose. It lay in a soft curve across the earth at the edge of a bed, dark with use. A gardener in a faded green shirt held the nozzle low, directing water beneath leaves rather than over the flowers. He moved with an unhurried concentration, letting the soil drink before stepping sideways and continuing. Near another path, a woman in a wide-brimmed hat knelt with a small bucket beside her. She removed tired blossoms one by one, dropping them into the bucket with a quiet, practiced motion. Farther on, someone pushed a wheelbarrow filled with cut stems and weeds. The wheel made a muted sound over the gravel. A third gardener swept fallen leaves from the clean line of a path, gathering them into a narrow pile before carrying them away. None of it was concealed. The work went on in clear view, as much a part of the afternoon as the flowers themselves. Julian stood beneath the shade of a small tree and watched for a while. The gardener with the hose finished one bed, adjusted the water, and began another. He did not look up when a group of visitors passed, nor did he appear to perform the work for their benefit. He was simply doing what the garden required that day. A woman near Julian took several photographs of a deep border of red and white flowers. She moved carefully, waiting for other people to clear the frame. When she lowered her phone, she noticed the gardener working beyond the bed and watched him for a moment. Then she walked on. Another visitor hurried past with a folded brochure in hand. He glanced from the garden to the chateau, perhaps measuring how much remained to see before a train or a reservation or the end of the day. Julian understood the impulse. A beautiful place could make time feel strangely short. The more there was to notice, the more one could begin to fear that noticing any one thing meant failing to notice another. He had spent years responding to that feeling by making lists. Even now, with the afternoon warm around him and no urgent obligation waiting, he could feel the old habit trying to arrange itself. There were paths he had not taken, formal beds he had not seen from every angle. A map at the entrance had suggested other routes, other views. He could have moved faster. Instead, he watched the gardener water the soil. The man shifted the hose again, careful around the roots. Water darkened the ground in spreading patches. A few drops caught on leaves and held the light. It was ordinary work, done with ordinary tools. Yet without it, Julian thought, the beds would not keep their clean, generous appearance for long. The realization did not arrive as a grand discovery. It settled in him gradually, like the water sinking beneath the surface of the earth. The gardens were not preserved because they had once been made beautiful. They were preserved because people returned. They returned with hoses and brooms, with pruning shears and wheelbarrows, with gloves damp from soil. They returned after wind, after rain, after hot days and cool nights. They replaced what had faded. They trimmed what had grown too far. They accepted that each season would alter the work left by the one before it. Julian thought of the dark blue atlas in his satchel. The repaired spine had become familiar enough that he no longer examined it each time he opened the book. Still, he knew the faint line of reinforced thread was there. Camille had not hidden it completely. Her repair had not asked the atlas to deny the months it had spent in trains, cafes, guest houses, waiting rooms and quiet corners beside windows. It had not made the book new. It had made it able to continue. He took the atlas from his satchel and held it closed in both hands. The cover was warm from the day. Its edges had softened from use. When he ran a thumb along the spine, he could feel the slight firmness where Camille's careful work held the pages together. For a moment, he considered opening it there. The photograph of Chenonceau was ready inside his camera. The folded brown paper from the market in Amboise rested in the atlas pocket, waiting to become the small object for the Loire Valley entry. He had eaten the picnic by the river. The elements of the page were gathering themselves around him. But the garden did not ask to be gathered so quickly. Julian returned the atlas to his satchel and continued down the path. The farther gardens had a different character. Here the beds were less formal, and the paths curved beneath taller trees. The afternoon light had softened. Leaves moved overhead with a sound like quiet paper being turned. Beyond a low border, he could see another gardener crouched at the base of a climbing plant, tying a loose stem to its support. The stem had grown past the place where it could hold itself neatly. The gardener did not force it back. He guided it gently, looped a length of twine around it, and secured it to the frame. Julian slowed. The gesture was so small that many people would have missed it. A few visitors passed nearby, their attention on the flowers. One child stopped and watched the gardener's hands. After a moment, the child's father called softly, and they moved on together. Julian remained where he was. He had once assumed that preservation meant keeping something untouched. A building, a garden, a book, a tradition. The word had suggested stillness to him. It had suggested a careful refusal of change. But the gardens around him were not still. They were being changed by care. They had been planted, pruned, watered, swept, and guided. Their beauty depended upon choices repeated so often that from a distance, the effort disappeared. The more closely he looked, the more evident the work became. A small service cart came along the path from behind him. A woman in work clothes guided it with both hands, moving at a pace that was neither hurried nor slow. Julian stepped aside at once. "Thank you," she said in English, touched by French rhythm. "You're welcome," Julian replied. She paused beside him and glanced toward the path ahead, where a narrow section had been freshly watered. A simple rope had been placed across part of the gravel, and the earth on either side looked dark and newly turned. "This way, please," she said, pointing to a path that curved beneath the trees. "That section needs a little time." "Of course," Julian said. He followed the direction she had given him. The alternate route was not a disappointment. It brought him through a shaded corner he might otherwise have missed. Ferns gathered near a wall of old stone. A bench stood empty beneath a chestnut tree. From there, he could see only a fragment of the chateau through branches, one pale upper window and part of a roofline. The building seemed less like a fixed emblem from this angle, and more like a place set carefully among water, stone, soil, and work. He sat on the bench. His feet had begun to register the day again, not painfully, but with the gentle fatigue of standing and walking on gravel paths. He stretched one leg a little, then the other. Somewhere beyond the trees, a cart rattled softly. Water continued to run from a hose. Voices rose and faded as groups passed along the larger paths. A pair of older visitors came through the shaded route, walking slowly beside one another. They did not take photographs. A young man with a camera followed them at a respectful distance, pausing whenever the view opened. A woman in a yellow jacket sat alone on a bench farther down the path and wrote something in a small notebook. Julian looked at them without trying to name what each person had come for. The gardens held all of them for a little while. They held the people working too. The gardeners did not stand outside the beauty they maintained. Their labor belonged to it, although not in the same way as the visitors' admiration. The work gave the admiration somewhere to rest. The admiration, perhaps, helped give the work a public purpose. Neither seemed complete without the other. After a while, Julian stood and took the shaded path back toward the main gardens. The light had begun to tilt lower. Sun touched the tops of hedges and the pale edges of flower petals, while the lower parts of the beds gathered into shade. A gardener swept the gravel near an intersection of paths, drawing the broom in slow, broad strokes. The marks left behind were temporary. Soon enough, shoes and wheels would cross them. Still, the gardener made them. Julian thought of the river beneath the chateau. Its reflection had been broken by movement from the beginning. No one could smooth it into a permanent image. The water had carried light away, then carried new light in its place. Perhaps care did not oppose that movement. Perhaps it worked within it. He reached the final broad path near the exit and looked back once more. Visitors continued through the gardens in small, changing groups. A few lingered near the flowers. Others followed signs toward the chateau, beginning the route he had finished earlier. Staff moved between the public spaces and the less visible ones. The afternoon went on, neither preserved nor lost, but tended. At the station, Julian bought his return ticket to Amboise and waited beneath the small shelter with several other people. The platform was quiet after the open gardens. A woman adjusted the straps of a backpack. A man checked the time on his phone, then put it away. Two children shared a packet of biscuits while an adult folded a map into a more manageable shape. Julian sat with his satchel beside him. When the train arrived, he found a window seat. The carriage was not full. It carried the softened tiredness of people returning from a day outside. Some looked through the windows. Some closed their eyes. One person sorted through photographs on a camera screen, pausing now and then to delete an image. The countryside moved past in broad, peaceful intervals. Fields opened and disappeared behind trees. Village roofs showed briefly beyond hedges. Evening light lay across the land without insisting on anything. Julian did not take out his phone to check the arrival time. He knew where he was going. The train would carry him there. Back in Amboise, the air had cooled. He walked from the station toward his guest house, following streets that now felt faintly familiar. Chairs were being drawn closer to cafe tables. A delivery van made its last stop outside a restaurant. Someone watered potted plants in front of a shop, the water shining briefly on the pavement. His room welcomed him with its simple order. He set the satchel on the small table beside the window, washed his hands and drank a full glass of water. Then he changed into a soft shirt and sat down with the atlas. The room had begun to dim. Outside, the town settled by degrees. The Loire was not visible from this window, but he could sense its presence beyond the roofs and streets, moving through the valley in the darkening distance. Julian opened the atlas carefully. Camille's repaired thread showed along the spine, faint but clear when the pages lay flat. The new pocket held the folded brown paper from the market. He drew it out and smoothed it on the table. It was only paper. It had creases from being folded and carried. A trace of flour still clung to one corner. It had wrapped bread that he had eaten beside the Loire, with peaches and cheese and grapes arranged in the grass beside him. He placed it next to the blank Loire Valley page. Then he set his camera beside it and looked at the photograph of Chenonceau reflected in the Cher. The image was not symmetrical. Water had broken the lower half of the chateau into loose, pale fragments. The river had carried branches of shadow across the frame. It looked less like a postcard than the view had looked in his memory. That felt right. Julian picked up his pen. For a while, he did not write. He listened to a door close somewhere in the guest house. Pipes clicked softly in the wall. A car passed below, then another. The ordinary evening sounds gave the room a gentle sense of being held within a larger life. At last, beneath the space reserved for observation, he wrote, "Preserved beauty requires repeated labor." He read the sentence once. It was plain. It did not contain all the gardens had shown him. It did not include the dark soil, the hose, the sweep of the broom, or the gardener tying a loose stem to its frame. It did not need to. The page was a frame, not the whole place. Below the observation waited the final line, the lesson. Julian looked at the empty space. He could have written something immediately. Continuation requires care, rather than perfection. The thought had been near him all afternoon, clear enough to name. But he left the space blank. The day was not unfinished because he had failed to complete it. It was simply still settling. The gardens, the river, the visible thread in the atlas, the folded market paper, and the changing light over the fields had not yet become one clean conclusion inside him. He closed the atlas without force. Outside the window, evening deepened over Amboise. Tomorrow, he would rent a bicycle and follow one of the quieter roads beyond town. There would be villages, shade, and the steady turning rhythm of the pedals. He had already looked at a few possible routes. He might choose one. He might shorten it if the day asked for less. For now, there was nothing left to optimize. Julian rested his hand on the closed atlas, feeling the firm, repaired spine beneath his palm. A book could be worn and still useful. A garden could change and still endure. A beautiful place could remain open because people returned to it, again and again, with patient hands. He sat by the window until the room grew fully quiet, carrying with him a gentler understanding of what it meant for something to continue. Chapter 28. The road between villages. The blank space beneath Julian's Loire Valley observation had remained blank through the night. He had seen it once more before closing the atlas, the words above it steady in Camille's careful, repair-threaded pages. Preserved beauty requires repeated labor. Below that, the line for the lesson waited without impatience. Julian had expected to wake with a sentence ready for it. Instead, he woke with a comfortable heaviness in his legs, the faint memory of yesterday's garden paths and the sound of a delivery van pausing somewhere along the street below his guest house window. That seemed answer enough for the moment. He lay still for a little while, listening to the town begin. A door opened and shut. Crockery touched softly in the breakfast room downstairs. A bicycle wheel made a short ticking sound as someone coasted over uneven paving stones. Through the partly open window came the cool smell of watered plants and old stone. On the chair beside the bed, his khaki satchel waited with the atlas safely inside it. He had packed a water bottle, his camera, a light overshirt, and the folded city map. The market food he had not eaten by the river 2 days earlier had been kept simply and carefully. There was bread wrapped in brown paper, a peach, a handful of grapes, goat cheese in its paper, and a small packet of walnuts. It was not a grand picnic. That was one reason he liked it. After breakfast, Julian walked toward a bicycle rental shop near the edge of town. The air was mild, though the sky promised warmth later. In the streets around the river, shutters were opening above bakeries and small cafes. A woman in a green apron carried a crate of empty bottles from one doorway to another. Near a florist, a man rinsed buckets along the curb, sending a narrow stream of water toward a drain. The bicycle shop occupied a low building beside a lane marked for cyclists. 2 touring bicycles stood outside with panniers attached, and several others waited in a neat row beneath a faded awning. Inside, a young man behind the counter looked up from adjusting a brake cable. "Good morning," Julian said. "I'd like to rent a bicycle for the day." The man nodded and asked where Julian hoped to go. Julian unfolded his map on the counter. He had traced a route the night before, beginning along the river before bending through a few villages and vineyards. There were alternate loops marked in thin, coloured lines. One of them reached farther south than the others, passing an additional church, a hillside viewpoint, and a road that appeared to run beside the water for several kilometres. He had studied that longer route long enough to know its distance. The rental worker leaned over the map without touching it. "This one is pleasant," he said, indicating the nearer loop. "Mostly quiet roads. Some shade after the second village. The longer one is good too, but it gets warm on the open stretch." Julian looked at the 2 routes. "Do you think the shorter one is enough for a day?" he asked. The worker smiled, not unkindly. "It can be." Julian smiled back. "That sounds right," he said. The bicycle was a simple hybrid, dark grey with a small rear rack and a bell that gave a clear, modest ring. The rental worker adjusted the seat, checked that Julian could reach the brakes comfortably, and pointed out the beginning of the marked path. "The river route is easy to follow," he said. "Fill your water bottle in Mont Louis if you need to. There is a fountain near the square." "Thank you," Julian said. He wheeled the bicycle outside and stood beside it for a moment, one hand resting on the handlebar. Then he set off. At first, he was conscious of everything. The slight sway of the bicycle beneath him, the small click of the gears, the way his shoulders wanted to stiffen as he waited to discover whether he had adjusted the seat correctly. He rode slowly along the lane, passing the last cluster of Amboise buildings, where stone walls held gardens behind them and laundry moved faintly between upper windows. Soon the road widened into a route beside fields. The river was not always visible, but Julian sensed its direction through the low sweep of land and the rows of trees that gathered near the water. At intervals he passed old stone walls, their surfaces softened by pale lichen and small green plants growing from the mortar. Beyond them lay vineyards in careful lines, the leaves fresh and full, each row following the slope with a patience that made the ground look gently combed. His body settled into the motion. Pedal, roll, breathe. The rhythm asked for enough attention to keep him steady, but not so much that it crowded out the morning. His thoughts did not disappear. They simply moved more slowly, arriving one at a time. A church bell sounded from a village behind a stand of trees. The notes reached him in a measured sequence, neither urgent nor ceremonial. A tractor moved along the edge of a field, its engine low and constant. Near a small bridge, insects hovered above the grasses in shifting clouds, rising when he approached and gathering again after he passed. Julian stopped once to tighten the strap of his satchel. He stopped again because a row of poppies had appeared beside a grain field. their red heads moving lightly against the green. Neither stop had been planned. Both lasted only a minute or two. He did not take out his camera. The road crossed a narrow bridge over a quiet tributary where water slipped between reeds and reflected the pale underside of the sky. On the other side, a lane turned beneath chestnut trees. Their shade was deep enough to cool the air at once. Julian rode through it with one hand briefly lifted from the handlebar, feeling the difference on his face. By late morning, he reached the village the rental worker had mentioned. It was smaller than he had imagined from the map. A square opened around a modest church, a bakery, a pharmacy, and a cafe, with several empty chairs beneath a striped awning. Two older men stood outside the cafe with cups in their hands, speaking in low voices. A woman pushed a stroller slowly across the square, pausing to look into the bakery window. Near the church wall, Julian found the water fountain. Another cyclist stood there already, filling a metal bottle. She was perhaps in her 50s, wearing a pale blue shirt and a sun hat with a narrow brim. Her bicycle carried two small panniers, dusty from the road. Julian waited while she tightened the cap. "Is the road ahead shaded?" he asked, nodding toward the lane that continued beyond the square. "For a while," she said in English, hearing his accent. "After the next village, less so. But there is a good place to stop near the river if you take the path by the old mill." "The old mill?" She pointed with one gloved hand. "You will see the sign. It is small. The riverbank is quiet there." "Thank you," Julian said. She gave him a friendly nod and rode away with an easy confidence, her panniers making a soft, regular rustle behind her. Julian filled his own bottle. The water was cold enough to make his fingers ache slightly against the metal. He drank, then stood in the shade of the church wall while he considered the map again. The old mill was not marked. For a moment he felt the familiar urge to search for it on his phone, to confirm the route, judge the distance, decide whether the stop would fit neatly inside the day. His thumb had already found the edge of his pocket when he noticed the fountain water running in a bright line over the stone basin. He put the map away. The lane beyond the square was quiet. It passed houses with shutters half closed against the growing sun, then opened between low walls into fields. A cat sat in the middle of a driveway and watched him pass without moving. Somewhere behind a hedge, someone was pruning branches. He could hear the short, crisp cut of shears, followed by the sound of leaves being gathered. A small wooden sign appeared near a fork in the road. Moulin. Julian turned. The path narrowed, first between trees and then along a strip of grass above the river. The old mill was no longer working, if it ever had been recently. Its stone walls stood back from the water behind a gate, its roof dark with age and repair. But the path continued past it to a low patch of bank where the grass had been worn flat by people sitting there before him. The river moved wide and brown-green under the noon light. A few leaves drifted along its surface. Across the water, vines rose in ordered lines toward a ridge, and a white farmhouse stood among them with its shutters open. Julian leaned the bicycle against a tree and spread his overshirt on the grass. He took out the bread first. The brown wrapper had softened from being folded and unfolded, its creases worn pale. He handled it carefully, more from habit than necessity, then smiled at himself and set it down beside the food. The bread was still good. He ate it with goat cheese and walnuts, then rinsed a peach in the river water only enough to cool its skin before biting into it. Juice ran over his thumb. The grapes were sweet and slightly dusty from their stems. He ate until he was no longer hungry. There had been a time, not long ago, when he might have treated this pause as a checkpoint. He would have measured how far he had come, calculated how much route remained, and told himself when to get back on the bicycle. Instead, he lay back on the overshirt and look through the leaves overhead. The branches framed small pieces of sky. Every time the wind moved, the frame changed. A boat passed far downriver, too distant for him to hear more than a suggestion of its engine. A pair of cyclists rode along the path behind him, their voices fading as they continued around the bend. In the grass nearby, an insect made a sound like a tiny mechanism turning patiently over and over. Julian thought of Chenonceau's gardens, of the gardeners carrying hoses and tools between beds of flowers. He thought of the river beneath the chateau, always moving, never holding still long enough to provide the perfect reflection. The Loire Valley had offered him more than preserved walls and formal views. It offered roads that continued past them, fields, village fountains, a quiet place beside the water that he would not have found on his own map. He did not try to turn the thought into the missing lesson. Not yet. When he rose, the warmth had deepened. He folded the overshirt, packed what remained of the picnic, and checked the route again. The longer loop would have taken him farther into open country. He could see its line on the map, curling toward another village beyond the ridge. He imagined the sun on the unshaded road. He imagined arriving back in Amboise with tired legs and the faint dissatisfaction of having pushed simply because the option existed. Then he folded the map. The shorter road returned toward the river through a sequence of small lanes. It would be enough. He rode at an unhurried pace, letting the afternoon arrange itself around that decision. The road rose gently between vineyards, and his legs worked harder for a few minutes, though never beyond comfort. At the crest, he stopped without getting off the bicycle. Behind him lay a patchwork of fields, roofs, and trees. Ahead, the land sloped toward the broad, bright direction of the Loire. The view was not dramatic in the way Chenonceau had been. It did not ask to be photographed. It simply held its place beneath the open sky. Julian breathed, then coasted downhill. Later, he passed a farm vehicle pulling a trailer of cut branches. The driver lifted one hand from the wheel in greeting. Julian returned it. He crossed another small bridge, rode beneath a line of plane trees, and heard bells again from a village he never entered. As the light began to soften, Amboise appeared gradually ahead of him. First there were rooftops, then the pale rise of the chateau above the town, then the familiar streets near the river, where people were beginning to choose tables outside cafes and bicycles leaned against railings after the day's errands. Julian's legs felt warm and pleasantly used. His shoulders were loose. He had not completed the longer route, had not seen every turning on the map, had not gathered anything new for the atlas. Still, the day felt full. He rolled toward town as evening gathered along the river, carrying no more than the comfortable fatigue of the ride. Chapter 29. An inn with open windows. The bicycle wheels made a soft, dry ticking sound as Julian rolled them beneath the awning of the rental shop. It was not much of a sound, but after the steady hush of tires on village roads, the small mechanical clicks seemed to mark the end of something. The day had carried him through fields, beside stone walls and vineyards, past the old mill and the quiet stretch of river where he had stopped without intending to. Now the bicycle stood upright in the narrow space assigned to it, its dark grey frame lightly powdered with dust from the path. The young man behind the counter glanced up from a ledger. "Good ride?" he asked in English. "Yes," Julian said. "A shorter one than I planned." The man nodded as if this were an ordinary and sensible answer. "Those are often good rides." Julian smiled. "I think so." He handed over the key and waited while the man checked the bicycle quickly, pressing the brakes, turning one pedal, running an experienced eye along the tires. Nothing seemed to require discussion. The exchange ended with a receipt laid on the counter, a quiet word of thanks, and the bicycle wheeled farther inside among several others. For a moment, Julian stood beneath the awning with his satchel resting against his hip. His legs felt warm and used, but not strained. The kind of tiredness he had carried after a long walk through a museum or an afternoon train ride was different from this. That tiredness collected behind the eyes. This lived lower in him, in his calves and thighs, in the looseness of his shoulders, in the slow, pleasant awareness of his breathing. The street beyond the awning had begun to change with evening. The light had softened, though it had not yet faded. Shop windows reflected the pale buildings opposite them. A woman in a dark apron carried a stack of folded napkins from one doorway to another. Two children rode scooters in a widening circle near the edge of the square until an adult called to them from a cafe table. A delivery van eased carefully along the narrow street, stopping beside a restaurant where someone came out to receive a crate of bottles. Julian began walking toward the inn. He did not hurry. There was no reason to. His small room waited at the end of a street where old stone walls held the day's warmth longer than the open road had. He had already checked the time of his train to Lyon twice that afternoon, once while resting beside the river, and once again after returning to town. The departure was not until the following morning. His bag was not packed. His ticket was still folded in the front pocket of his satchel. All of that could wait for an hour or two. A breeze moved through the street, carrying the scent of watered plants. Someone had been tending the pots and narrow borders in front of the inn, and the damp soil released a dark, cooling smell into the evening air. A line of geraniums leaned over a low wall. Their red flowers had begun to lose their sharpness in the softer light. Inside, the inn was quieter than the street, though it was not silent. From the dining room came the gentle movement of chairs and the low rise and fall of conversation. Julian paused at the reception desk long enough to collect the key he had left there before cycling. The woman who ran the desk handed it over with a brief greeting and asked whether he had enjoyed the countryside. "I did," he said. "Good," she replied. "It has been warm, but not too warm for a bicycle." "Not too warm," Julian agreed. He climbed the narrow stairs to his room, one hand resting lightly on the banister. The building had its own modest sounds. A floorboard gave a small complaint beneath his foot. Somewhere farther along the hall, a door closed gently. Water passed through pipes behind a wall, then stopped. His room held the remains of the afternoon he had left behind. The curtains were half open. His folded map lay on the small writing table. A glass stood beside the sink, catching the window light. On the chair near the bed, he had placed his clean shirt and the light sweater he expected to need in Lyon. Julian set down his satchel and opened the window. The hinges gave a soft resistance before yielding. Evening air entered at once, carrying the distant sounds of Amboise settling into its later hours. He could hear voices from the street below, clear for a moment, and then softened by distance. A bicycle bell rang once. Somewhere nearby, perhaps in a courtyard behind the inn, metal touched metal as someone secured a bicycle to a railing. The sound was practical and familiar. It made him think of the rental bicycle, returned safely to its row. It made him think of the countless other bicycles he had seen during the day, leaned against walls, balanced outside cafes, resting beside garden gates. They had not been symbols to the people who used them. They had been ways to get somewhere. They had carried groceries, work bags, children, visitors, tired legs. He stood at the window until the air cooled the back of his neck. Then he washed his hands and face, changed into a clean shirt, and went downstairs for dinner. The dining room was modest, with a few tables arranged beneath framed prints of river scenes and old town streets. Several were occupied. An older couple spoke quietly over a shared bottle of wine. At another table, two women who had spent the day touring nearby chateaux compared the names of places on a folded brochure, their voices lowering as they became tired. Near the window, a man traveling alone read a paperback between bites of supper. Julian was shown to a small table against the wall. He did not look at the menu for long. The day's cycling had left him hungry, though not interested in making a project of his meal. He chose a bowl of vegetable soup, a small plate of roast chicken with potatoes, and bread still warm enough to give off a faint smell of yeast when the basket arrived. The soup came first. It was simple, smooth, and gently seasoned, with a little cream stirred through it. Julian ate slowly. Outside the open dining room window, someone laughed in the street, then moved on. Cutlery touched plates. A server crossed the room with a stack of clean glasses balanced against one palm. The food steadied him in the uncomplicated way food sometimes did after a day outdoors. He had already chosen the market picnic as the meal for his Loire Valley entry. Bread, peaches, grapes, goat cheese, walnuts, and the small wooden fork from the cheesemonger. He had eaten it beside the river near the old mill, with no restaurant table beneath his elbows and no need to decide whether the place was important enough to deserve attention. Tonight's dinner did not need to become part of the atlas. It could simply be dinner. That thought brought a quiet relief. When he had finished, he remained at the table with a cup of tea. The dining room gradually thinned. The older couple rose first, leaving their chairs tucked neatly beneath the table. The women with the brochure collected their bags and thanked the server. The man with the paperback turned a page, read another few lines, then closed the book around one finger and looked out the window as though he had forgotten what he had been reading. Staff began clearing the empty tables. Plates disappeared. Crumbs were swept into a small pan. Glasses caught the warm overhead light as they were carried toward the kitchen. No one made the room feel closed. It simply changed from a place of supper into a room being prepared for tomorrow. Julian finished his tea and went upstairs. The air in his room had cooled further. He left the window open and switched on the lamp beside the bed. Its light settled over the writing table, turning the wood a deeper honey color. He placed his satchel on the chair, unfastened the clasp, and took out the dark blue atlas. The repaired spine showed faintly beneath the lamplight. Camille's work had become familiar to his hands over the days since Paris. The strengthened binding opened without resistance. The thread was visible if he looked for it, but it no longer seemed like a sign of fragility. It had become part of the book's shape, as natural as the softened corners of the cover and the uneven thickness of the pages inside. He turned past Portugal and Japan, past Paris and Giverny, past the temporary notes he had made before the atlas returned to him. Each entry held its own small arrangement of things, not a whole place, never that, only a frame around moments that had mattered. The Loire Valley page waited where he had left it. The folded brown paper from the Amboise market rested beside it, carefully flattened but still marked by its creases. He lifted it and held it for a moment. The paper had once enclosed a loaf of bread, nothing more ceremonial than that. Its faint smell had long since faded, yet its folds recalled the market stalls, the peaches in a paper bag, the woman wrapping cheese, the riverbank below the chateau, and the quiet decision to eat what he had chosen, rather than continue looking for something better. He slid the paper into place. Above it, he had written the photograph. Chenonceau reflected in the Cher. He had not printed the photograph, but he had described it in a few measured lines. pale stone arches, moving water, a reflection interrupted by current and wind. The chateau was recognizable, but not perfectly doubled. The river had refused to become a mirror for long. Below the object, he wrote the meal more fully. Market picnic beside the Loire, bread, peaches, grapes, goat cheese, and walnuts. He paused after the final word. The list sounded plain when he read it back. He was glad of that. It was not a menu intended to represent a region. It was what he had eaten, on a day when the river moved beside him and he had allowed himself to sit still. His observation had already been written in the careful hand he used when he wanted words to remain legible, years later. Preserved beauty requires repeated labor. He read the sentence once. In his mind came the gardeners at Chamonix, moving among beds of flowers with hoses, clippers, carts, and patient attention. He remembered the temporarily closed path, the worker who had directed him toward another route, and the way water darkened the soil around newly tended plants. He remembered the chateau itself, its pale stone held in place through years of cleaning, repair, supervision, and work that would be repeated tomorrow. Then there was the atlas beneath his hand. Camille's thread, the marbled paper inside the cover, the small pocket she had added for tickets that might otherwise slip loose among the pages. Julian looked down at the blank space for the lesson. For a while he did not write. He had spent much of his life thinking that care was a way of preventing mistakes. If he checked the schedule, packed the right thing, read enough before arriving, and kept good records afterward, perhaps the journey would not blur at the edges. Perhaps he could protect it from waste. But the gardens had not remained beautiful because no flower ever bent, no path ever collected leaves, no wall ever weathered. They continued because people noticed what needed doing and returned to it. The river did not make Chamonix less beautiful by breaking its reflection. The movement was part of the image. He rested the pen lightly against the page. Then he wrote, "Continuation requires care rather than perfection." The words did not feel grand. They felt useful. He read them once, then again. There were other ways he might have phrased the thought. He could already feel the small familiar urge to improve it, to make it cleaner, more exact, more worthy of the page. Instead, he set down the pen. The sentence could remain as it was. Outside, someone spoke below the window. Julian could not make out the words, only the shape of a conversation moving away along the street. A door opened and shut. Water ran briefly, perhaps over the plants he had smelled earlier, perhaps into a bucket in the courtyard. He closed the atlas gently and sat with both hands resting on its cover. For the first time since arriving in Amboise, the Loire Valley entry felt complete. Not finished in the sense that he had understood the place. He had not. There were roads he had not cycled, rooms he had not entered, villages he had passed without stopping. The river would continue beyond the bend he had watched from the bench. Chamonix would remain open to visitors who came after him, each carrying their own expectation of it, but the entry was complete enough. Julian rose and began packing for Lyon. He folded his clean clothes into the small case he had brought, placing heavier items at the bottom and rolling the lighter ones above them. He checked that his charger was in its pouch, that his water bottle was empty and ready to refill in the morning, that his camera was secure. He placed the folded city map from Amboise beneath the atlas, where it would lie flat. At last he took out the train ticket for Lyon. For a moment he held it over the open atlas, almost automatically preparing to tuck it between two pages. The old habit had been to place such things wherever there was space, and promise himself he would organize them later. Then he opened the front cover. Camille's small pocket waited there, lined with the hand-marbled paper. The colors were muted beneath the lamp, blue and grey and a little brown, like river water disturbed by stone. Julian slipped the ticket inside. It disappeared neatly, not lost but held. He touched the edge of the pocket once before closing the cover. The room was fully quiet now. The dining room voices had faded. Only the softened sounds of the town remained. A distant engine, a footstep on pavement, the faintest scrape of a chair being moved somewhere below. Julian placed the atlas on the table beside the open window. The night air stirred the curtain. Beyond the rooftops, the sky had deepened to a dark blue-grey. One upstairs window across the street glowed warmly. A bicycle stood below it, secured against a railing, its frame nearly invisible, except where a small piece of metal caught the light. He changed into comfortable clothes and turned off the lamp, leaving the window open a little longer. His legs held the gentle weight of the day. His shoulders had settled. Tomorrow, Lyon waited beyond the morning train, with its 2 rivers, its streets, and its unfamiliar scale. He could look at a map when he arrived. He could choose one direction and let the rest remain for later. For now, there was nothing else to arrange. The atlas rested closed beside the open window, its repaired spine turned toward the room. Chapter 30. The City of 2 Rivers. The morning train carried Julian out of Amboise with the steadiness of something already decided. He had risen before the inn's dining room filled, washed in the small, white-tiled bathroom, and dressed in the clothes he had set out the night before. His legs still held a mild, pleasant memory of the bicycle ride, but there was no stiffness in them, only a quiet suggestion that he had slept well. Downstairs, the innkeeper had set out coffee, sliced bread, butter, and a bowl of apricots beneath a window clouded slightly by the cool air outside. Julian ate without opening his atlas. It rested in his satchel, its repaired spine protected between a folded shirt and the soft case of his camera. The Lyon ticket lay in Camille's narrow pocket inside the front cover, where he had placed it with more care than the thin rectangle of paper required. He knew it was there. Still, before leaving the inn, he checked once. Then he closed the atlas again. The station was small and quiet in the early hour. A few passengers stood beneath the platform canopy, with rolling suitcases or canvas bags. A woman in a pale raincoat spoke softly into her phone. An older man held a paper cup with both hands, watching the tracks. Near the far end of the platform, a family arranged backpacks around a sleepy child who had folded herself against one of the bags. When the train arrived, everyone moved with the same modest urgency. No one hurried enough to make the morning feel sharp. Julian found a window seat and set his satchel on the rack above him. The train left Amboise behind in a slow glide past low buildings, trees, and the familiar pale breadth of the Loire. For a little while, the river appeared and disappeared between banks of green. It looked less like a destination now than a companion he had travelled beside for several days. He thought of Chenonceau resting above the Cher, its reflection broken and remade by moving water. He thought of the garden workers carrying hoses and shears through beds of flowers. He thought of the quiet riverside path beyond the village, where he had stopped his bicycle and eaten bread, peaches, cheese, grapes, and walnuts beneath a sky that had asked nothing of him. The Loire Valley entry was finished. Not completely, perhaps. It could not contain every road, every room, every stretch of vineyard and field. But it was complete enough. He had written that continuation required care rather than perfection. Now, as the train carried him southeast, The phrase seemed less like a conclusion than a small, useful thing to carry forward. The country changed gradually. The broad, settled look of the Loire gave way to long fields, then to towns whose edges gathered warehouses, traffic circles, supermarkets, and apartment blocks. At one station, a group of students entered with bright jackets and soft bags, speaking in quick bursts before settling into seats across the aisle. At another, a man in work clothes unfolded a newspaper and held it open with the concentration of someone continuing a daily habit. Julian watched the land pass without trying to identify every village. He had looked at the route the night before, of course. He knew where the train would go. He had checked the arrival time twice and had saved the address of his lodging to his phone. These preparations comforted him. He did not need to pretend otherwise. But he did not make a list of what Lyon ought to give him by the end of the day. That was new enough to feel deliberate. Near midday, he bought a sandwich and a bottle of water from the trolley cart when it passed through the carriage. He ate slowly while the train rolled onward. The sandwich was simple. From its paper wrapper, with soft bread and a filling of roasted vegetables and cheese. Across from him, the family from the platform redistributed their bags as the child woke and asked a question too quietly for Julian to hear. Her father pointed out the window. She looked, briefly interested, then returned to the small book in her lap. Julian smiled to himself. A window was not an obligation to admire every passing view. It could simply be there, offering the world in pieces. Lyon announced itself first through density. The spaces between buildings narrowed. Tracks multiplied. Graffiti appeared along retaining walls and concrete barriers. Freight yards, construction cranes, office blocks, and rows of balconies passed in quick succession. Buses moved on parallel roads. Cyclists waited at intersections, their helmets bright against the grey morning. Beyond the nearer buildings, Julian saw slopes rising in the distance, layered with roofs and trees. The train eased into Part-Dieu station beneath a broad ceiling of steel, glass, signs and moving bodies. For a few minutes, Julian stood with the other passengers in the aisle, waiting for the doors to open. There was a familiar impulse in him to be among the first off the train, to get ahead of the crowd and establish himself quickly in the new city. He noticed it as clearly as he might have noticed a loose thread on a sleeve. Then the doors opened and everyone stepped down in their turn. The station held its own weather of sound. Wheels tapped over tiled floors. Announcements rose and faded overhead. A suitcase rolled unevenly behind a man in a dark suit. People arrived carrying flowers, garment bags, bicycles, takeaway coffee, folded newspapers, small dogs in carriers, and the expressions of people trying to remember where they had parked or whom they were meeting. Julian followed the signs toward the exit without rushing. Outside, Lyon felt larger than Paris had felt to him at first. Paris had gathered itself in streets and courtyards, cafes, museum rooms, and river walls. Lyon opened in longer lines. Broad avenues ran between substantial buildings. Modern glass faces stood near older stone facades. Tram wires crossed the pale sky. Buses sighed at curbs. Bicycles moved through lanes painted along the streets, their riders balancing bags, children, flowers, and the ordinary weight of their errands. He paused near a crossing to orient himself. A map on his phone showed the station, his lodging, the nearby river, and a spread of districts whose names he had read but not yet learned to place in his mind. He could have traced out a route that took in the riverbanks, the old city, the slopes of Croix-Roussay, the museums, the markets, the viewpoints, and the passages he had heard about. Instead, he looked at the screen only long enough to find the street where he needed to go. His lodging was a modest hotel on a side street lined with small businesses. There was a bakery near the corner, its window filled with round loaves and trays of golden pastries. A pharmacy sign glowed green above a doorway. A narrow shop sold phone cases, chargers, and travel adapters. Across the street, 2 workers in reflective jackets unloaded cartons from the back of a delivery van, while a cyclist waited patiently for room to pass. At the hotel desk, a young man checked Julian in with efficient friendliness and pointed out the breakfast room, the elevator, and the route toward the Rhône. "The river is about 10 minutes that way," he said in careful English, gesturing toward the main road. "It is nice this afternoon." Julian thanked him and carried his satchel upstairs. His room was small but comfortable, with a narrow desk, a bed covered in a plain grey quilt, and a tall window facing a courtyard of neighbouring buildings. Laundry hung from one balcony. A row of potted plants sat on another. Somewhere below, dishes clinked as someone cleared a table after lunch. Julian set his satchel on the bed and stood still for a moment. Every arrival began with this pause. The room had no memory of him yet. His jacket was still folded over his arm. His phone lay silent in his hand. The city remained beyond the window, broad and active and unfamiliar. He placed the atlas on the desk, but did not open it. Instead, he filled his water bottle, washed his face, and changed into a lighter shirt. Then he sat by the window with the hotel map spread across the desk. The Rhône ran to the east of him. The Saône curved farther west, passing near the older districts before joining the Rhône south of the centre. Between them lay streets, squares, hills, bourgs, bridges, neighbourhoods, museums, offices, schools, markets, and lives he could not yet imagine. 2 rivers, he thought. He had seen cities shaped by water before. Lisbon had risen above the Tagus in slopes and tiled walls. Paris had seemed to gather itself along the Seine. Amboise had looked out over the Loire, with its old stone above a broad, patient current. But Lyon seemed to hold water differently. The rivers did not merely pass through it. They gave it form. They separated and connected, made edges and crossings, carried the city forward in more than one direction. Julian folded the map along its existing creases. He could understand more tomorrow. The Rhône was the nearer river, and he walked there in the early afternoon. The route took him past apartment buildings with shutters half open against the light, a small grocery where crates of oranges stood outside, and a schoolyard behind a high fence where children's voices rose and fell in the distance. He crossed a busy street with a group of office workers, all of them moving with the practiced confidence of people who knew where the signal would change and which curb cut would be easiest for a bicycle. Then the street opened. The Rhône lay before him in a wide, moving band of blue-grey water. Its surface caught the afternoon sky in long, broken strips. On the opposite bank, buildings stood in rows, some pale and ornamented, others clean-lined and newer, their windows reflecting light. Bridges crossed at intervals, each one giving the river a different frame. Julian walked along the embankment. The river path held many kinds of attention. Runners passed in pairs or alone, their shoes soft against the pavement. A woman in office clothes sat on a bench with her shoes off, rubbing one heel while looking at her phone. 2 students leaned over the railing with cups of coffee, talking too fast for Julian to understand. A father guided a small child on a scooter along the smoother edge of the path. Nearby, an older couple stood side by side without speaking, watching a boat travel beneath a bridge. Visitors moved among them with maps, cameras, and the slightly careful steps of people who had not yet learned the rhythm of the city. Julian did not try to decide who belonged most. The thought came almost automatically. because he had been trying for much of the year to understand how people inhabited places. But it loosened before it could harden into a conclusion. The runner belonged to the riverbank in one way. The child on the scooter belonged in another. The students had claimed a few minutes between obligations. The older couple might have crossed that same bridge for decades, or perhaps it was their first day in Lyon together. Julian did not know. He did not need to know. At a bridge with pale stone supports and a simple iron railing, he stopped. From there, the city arranged itself in layers. The river carried light beneath him. A cyclist crossed the bridge slowly, one hand resting on the handlebar of a cargo bicycle. Beyond her, buses moved along the far bank. Behind them rose blocks of apartments, balconies, office windows, and a hill softened by trees and roofs. The scene was not a landmark exactly. It did not offer itself as something he had seen in photographs before arriving. Still, it held him. He took out his camera. For a moment he adjusted the frame, shifting a step to avoid a street sign at the edge of the view. Then he stopped adjusting. The sign remained where it was. A bus entered the image. A cyclist passed close enough that Julian lowered the camera and waited. When the bridge cleared again, he took one photograph. It showed the river, the opposite bank, a portion of the bridge railing, and the rising city beyond. It was a beginning, not an answer. He looked at the image once on the camera screen, then put the camera away. Later, he crossed westward through streets that changed character, block by block. The wide modern routes narrowed. Buildings became older, their lower floors filled with cafes, bookshops, bakeries, and small clothing stores. He passed a square where tables had been set out beneath plane trees, each one waiting for the first evening customers. A delivery driver wheeled stacked crates toward a restaurant kitchen. A woman stood in the doorway of a flower shop, trimming stems into a bucket. When Julian reached the Saône, the second river felt quieter. It was narrower than the Rhône where he encountered it, held between embankments and buildings that seemed to lean closer to its water. The current moved with a different expression, darker under the lengthening afternoon light. Across it, the older quarters rose in ochre and muted red, their windows catching the sun in uneven squares. Hills climbed behind them, carrying roofs upward toward green. Julian stood at the railing for a long while. He did not decide that the Saône was more beautiful because it seemed older, or that the Rhône mattered more because it was broader and more active. The instinct to rank them appeared, then passed. They were different currents. They made different shapes in the city. Somewhere south of where he stood, they would meet. He found a small cafe near the river and sat outside with a sparkling water and a plate of something simple, warm bread with a spread of herbs and soft cheese. The tables around him filled gradually. Two women in business clothes compared notes from a folder. A man with a stroller drank coffee while the baby slept. A pair of visitors leaned close over a guidebook, tracing a route with one finger. At the next table, a young couple said almost nothing, content to watch the river and the changing light. Julian ate slowly. The meal did not need to become Lyon's Atlas meal. It was too early to decide that. He had learned enough to let a place offer itself in stages. As evening settled, he walked back toward his hotel by a route that crossed neither river directly, but kept both of them in his mind. The city had become less like a set of points on a map and more like a field of connections. Streets threaded between water and hills. Bridges gathered people from one side and released them on the other. Tram lines hummed through intersections. Bicycles leaned against railings. Windows began to light above shops, offices, and apartments. At the hotel, He returned to his room and opened the atlas at last. The repaired spine bent easily beneath his hand. The faint reinforcement thread remained visible in the fold, not hidden, not decorative, simply doing its work. He looked at the completed Loire Valley page, at the folded market paper, and the words he had written the night before. Then he turned to the blank page for Lyon. He did not write anything. Instead, he placed the day's receipt inside the atlas pocket with the train ticket, more for safekeeping than as a decision. He took out the map again and looked at the older part of the city across the Saône. Vieux-Lyon. He had read about its traboules, the covered passageways and courtyards that connected streets through old buildings. The word itself had caught his attention before he arrived. Hidden ways, interior routes, places one could miss without knowing where to look. He felt the familiar pull of discovery. It would be easy, he thought, to treat the passages as if they had been waiting for him alone. To value them because they seemed less obvious than the riverbanks and bridges. To mistake access for ownership. Tomorrow, he would go carefully. He would follow the signs where the passages were open to the public. He would remember that people lived around them, behind doors and windows, carrying groceries, going to work, returning home. He could be curious without making a private claim on what he saw. Outside, the courtyard darkened into blue-grey evening. The sounds below softened. A bicycle bell rang once in the street, followed by the quiet roll of wheels over pavement. Julian closed the atlas and placed it beside the bed. Lyon remained larger than the route he had walked. It held both rivers beyond his window, one broad and bright in his memory, the other close between older walls. It held neighborhoods he had not entered, bridges he had not crossed, rooms where people were beginning dinner, and streets that would continue their evening without him. He found this comforting. There would be time to see more. There would also be things he did not see. For now, Vieux-Lyon waited across the Saône, not as a secret to possess, but as a part of the city he might enter with attention in the morning. Chapter 31. The Hidden Way Through. Vieux-Lyon had waited across the Saône through the night, and Julian found that he had carried the thought of it into sleep more lightly than he expected. He had imagined narrow streets and old passageways, stone underfoot, perhaps a small sense of discovery. The word traboules had stayed with him from the hotel map and from the brief descriptions he had read. It sounded almost secretive. A way through. A route not visible from the wider streets. In the morning, he crossed the river without hurrying. The air held the clean coolness that sometimes followed a clear night in a city. Buses moved along the larger roads. A cyclist waited beside him at a traffic light, one foot resting on the pavement. A canvas bag looped over one shoulder. Across the bridge, Vieux-Lyon rose in layers of pale walls, shuttered windows, tiled roofs, and the green slope beyond. Julian had checked the map at the hotel before leaving. He had marked a few publicly accessible passages in pencil on the folded sheet. Then he had put the map away. The streets on the far side were already busy in several different ways. A small delivery truck stood with its rear doors open beside a bakery. Two workers carried flat crates inside, moving with the practiced coordination of people who had done the same task many mornings. A woman unlocked the door of a shop selling soaps and postcards. A guide gathered a small group beneath an awning and spoke in French, then in English, pointing up toward a line of windows. Visitors walked slowly, their heads tilted toward carved doorways and weathered facades. Residents moved with shopping bags, backpacks, dogs on short leashes, and the purposeful expressions of people crossing a familiar part of town on their way somewhere else. Julian noticed the contrast almost at once. Then he reminded himself not to make too much of it. The delivery workers were not less aware of the street because they were working. The visitors were not less sincere because they had come to look. Each person was using the same narrow stretch of stone for a different portion of the day. He passed a cafe where chairs were being set out beneath the building fronts. The tables stood close together, their metal legs making small bright sounds on the pavement. Inside, someone was polishing glasses. The smell of coffee reached the street, followed by butter warming from the kitchen. A modest sign beside an arched entrance indicated a traboule open to the public during daytime hours. Julian paused long enough to make sure he had read it correctly. The entrance was not dramatic. It was a plain opening set between a shop window and a doorbell panel. Beyond it, the light changed. The bright morning street narrowed into a cool corridor where the air smelled faintly of stone, dust, and yesterday's rain. He stepped inside. His footsteps became softer at once. The passage led beneath a low arch into a small interior court. The walls rose several stories around him. Windows looked down from above, some open a few inches, some closed behind shutters. A bicycle stood near the far wall with a child's helmet hooked over one handlebar. There were mailboxes beside a stairwell door, their labels too small for him to read from where he stood. A potted rosemary plant had been placed on a shallow ledge near the entrance. Its leaves spilled toward the light. Julian stopped near the wall, leaving the center of the courtyard clear. Two women entered behind him. They spoke quietly in English. Though their excitement made their voices carry despite the softness they seemed to be attempting. "It feels like we found it," one of them said. The other nodded. Like no one knows. Julian understood what she meant. The court was enclosed. The street had vanished behind the arch. There was a pleasant sensation of having stepped through a frame into a smaller, quieter world. Yet the bicycle, the mailboxes, the stairwell, the rosemary plant, and the narrow windows gave the space a different truth. It had not been waiting to be found. It had been there all along, carrying ordinary mornings through its stone enclosure. A door opened on the opposite side of the court. A man emerged with a ring of keys in one hand and two cloth grocery bags in the other. He was perhaps in his 60s, wearing a navy jacket over a grey sweater. One bag held the green tops of leeks and the paper-wrapped corner of a loaf of bread. He did not look surprised to see visitors. He simply adjusted his grip on the bags and walked toward another archway at the far end. The women stepped aside. Julian did the same. The man passed with a brief nod that included all of them without singling anyone out. Then he disappeared beneath the arch, his keys making a quick, practical sound against his palm. The courtyard returned to stillness. Julian looked at the camera hanging against his chest. His hand rose halfway toward it, then stopped. There was no rule against taking a photograph in the public passage, but the thought of lifting the camera toward the windows and doorways made him uneasy. The image would not contain anyone's face. Still, it would turn the court into a discovery he could carry away, while the signs of private life around him remained only a texture in the background. He let the camera rest. The choice did not feel like a sacrifice. It felt more like leaving something in its proper place. He continued through the far arch. The next corridor was taller and darker, with a worn staircase spiraling upward behind a metal gate. Water pipes ran along one wall. Their paint had been renewed in places, leaving small changes of shade where old and newer surfaces met. A narrow strip of sky appeared overhead, framed by roofs. At the end of the passage, Julian emerged onto another street. The movement startled him a little. One moment he had been enclosed by stone. The next, he stood in open morning again, with a florist arranging buckets of flowers outside a doorway and a school-aged boy balancing a scooter beside the curb. The city had not become more mysterious because of the passage. It had simply opened in another direction. Julian walked on. He found another marked entrance farther uphill. This one led through a covered hall with an uneven stone floor. The corridor curved gently, then opened onto a courtyard larger than the first. A tree grew from a square of earth near one wall. Its branches reached toward balconies where laundry hung in quiet lines. A blue towel moved a little in the breeze. There were no other visitors at first. Julian stood beneath the arch and listened. From an apartment above came the faint scrape of a chair. Somewhere beyond the courtyard, a radio played softly, too distant for him to make out the music. A pigeon shifted on a roof tile. In the street behind him, a delivery cart rolled over the pavement, its wheels making a brief rattling sound that faded almost at once. He had wanted hidden places because they seemed to promise a more private version of a city. He could see now that the promise had been misleading. Nothing here was private in the sense he had imagined. The passages were open because people had agreed, over time and through ordinary arrangements, that visitors could move through them. But access was not intimacy. He could walk across the stones. He could notice the shape of the arches, the coolness of the air, the small frame piece of sky above. He could not know whose breakfast dishes waited behind the windows, who had watered the plants, who had chosen the blue towel, or who might be late for work on the other side of the courtyard. The limits did not make the place less beautiful. They made his attention more honest. A family entered from the far street, following a guide who spoke gently to them in French. Two children stayed close to their parents, their sneakers whispering against the stone. One of them looked up at the balconies and asked a question. The guide answered in a low voice, then pointed toward the next arch. Julian moved aside to let them pass. The guide thanked him with a nod. The family continued through the courtyard, not loud, not careless, simply interested. The younger child paused to look at the tree before hurrying after the others. Julian watched them go and felt his earlier distinction soften further. There was no single correct way to enter a place like this. The guide's group had come to learn. The women in the first courtyard had been pleased by the feeling of discovery. The man with groceries had used the route as part of his morning. Julian himself had arrived with a map, a camera, and an idea about what hidden beauty ought to mean. All of them were passing through. The question was not whether he had the purest reason for being there. It was whether he could move through without demanding more than the place offered. Near noon, he left the denser lanes for a small square where sunlight reached the pavement between tall buildings. He bought a coffee from a counter near the corner and carried it to an unoccupied table outside. The cup warmed his hand. From there, he could see people entering and leaving one of the passageways he had just used. Some noticed the sign and went in with careful curiosity. Others crossed the square without looking toward it at all. A woman wheeled a shopping cart past the entrance. A young man came through the arch from the other side with headphones around his neck, then checked his phone and headed downhill. Julian unfolded his hotel map beside the coffee. He had covered only a small portion of the old quarter. There were more marked traboules, more lanes, more churches, shops, museums, slopes, and river views than he could see in a morning. For a moment, the familiar pressure stirred. He could make a better route. He could arrange the remaining hours so that none of the worthwhile passages were missed. Then he looked at the map more closely. Its lines were useful, but they did not contain the whole city. They could show entrances, streets, bridges, and names. They could not show the sound of keys in a man's hand, the rosemary on the ledge, the blue towel moving above the courtyard, or the child who had stopped to look at a tree. He folded the map again. After finishing his coffee, he returned to the streets without deciding how many more passages he ought to see. The next one he entered was quieter than the others. It began behind an old wooden door that had been fixed open for the daytime hours. Its corridor sloped gently downward before turning beneath a sequence of pale arches. At the end, the passage opened into a courtyard where sunlight had begun to reach the upper walls. The light was not broad or dramatic. It rested in rectangles along the stone and climbed slowly across a set of balconies. A few plants stood in clay pots near a stairway. A pair of shoes had been left outside a door to dry. Near the wall, a bicycle leaned beneath a rain cover. Its front wheel turned toward the passage. Julian remained near the entrance. He did not take out his camera. Instead, he watched the light settle over the ordinary things that were already there. The stairway showed its worn center where many feet had climbed. A window opened above him. Someone shook out a small cloth, then drew back inside. The sound was brief and domestic, gone before he could attach a story to it. The courtyard held its history in arches and stone. It held the present in mailboxes, plants, keys, bicycles, shoes, and unseen voices. Neither part cancelled the other. Julian stood there until the sun touched the lower wall. Then quietly, he went on. Chapter 32. Courtyards of Ordinary Light. The courtyard he had just left stayed with Julian even after the wooden door had settled behind him. There had been no dramatic view at the far end of the passage, no plaque explaining why he ought to remember it. Only pale stone worn at its centre by years of shoes, a row of mailboxes beside a narrow entrance, a child's red scooter leaning near a bicycle with a basket. 4 floors of windows looked inward over a square of light. Someone had been speaking from an open window. Julian could not make out the words, only the easy rise and fall of conversation. A curtain shifted, then fell still. On a windowsill across the courtyard, 3 small pots held herbs, their leaves reaching unevenly toward the sun. He had not tried to decide who lived there. That seemed enough. The passage was open to him, but the lives arranged around it were not a story he needed to complete. He emerged into another street of Lyon, where the day had gathered itself more fully. Sunlight touched the upper portions of the painted facades, leaving the lower walls in cool shade. Delivery vans stood at the curb with their rear doors open. A man in a dark apron carried stacked crates into a restaurant. 2 women paused outside a bakery, one holding a paper bag close against her coat, while the other checked something on her phone. Julian glanced at his map. He had marked several more traboules before leaving the hotel. The little symbols made a tidy route through the old quarter, each passage connected to the next by streets that curved and narrowed between the buildings. It was a sensible plan. It would have allowed him to see nearly every publicly accessible passage before lunch, perhaps with time afterward to walk along the river again. He folded the map without deciding anything. The next entrance he found was set behind a modest green door. A small sign indicated that the passage was open during certain hours and asked visitors to respect the residents. Julian read it once, then entered. The corridor was cooler than the street. It smelled faintly of damp stone, old plaster, and something clean from a nearby stairwell. His footsteps softened naturally. Ahead, daylight appeared through an arch, and he came into a courtyard narrower than the first. Here the walls rose close together. Balconies crossed part of the open space above, their railings dark against the bright sky. One balcony held a folded drying rack. Another had a single blue chair turned toward the light. A row of bicycles stood beside the wall. their frames overlapping in a practical tangle. Near a drainpipe, someone had arranged several pots of geraniums, rosemary, and a climbing plant that had begun to reach along a wire. Julian stopped near the archway and let his eyes settle. The courtyard held layers without asking to be interpreted. There was old stone, a carved arch, and a worn stair curving upward. There were newer doorbells, a small parcel shelf, a plastic watering can, an electrical cable fixed neatly along one wall. History had not been set apart from the present. It had been given mail, plumbing, bicycles, grocery bags, keys. He took his camera from the satchel. For a few seconds he held it at his side. The instinct to photograph had become gentler over the past months, but it was still there. He wanted a record of the courtyard because its layers had caught his attention so completely. Then a door opened behind him. A woman came through carrying a flat cardboard box against her hip. She wore a navy work jacket and comfortable shoes. Julian stepped aside at once, moving back beneath the arch where he would not block her path. "Thank you," she said in English touched with an accent, though he suspected she had offered the language for his convenience. "Of course," Julian replied. She crossed the courtyard and pressed a buzzer beside another door. Within a moment, someone answered. The woman passed the box inside, exchanged a few quiet words, and returned the way she had come. She nodded once to Julian as she passed. It was only a delivery. It took less than a minute. Still, it changed the shape of the place. The courtyard was not a pause arranged for visitors. It was a route between addresses. It carried parcels, groceries, laundry, errands, people returning home or leaving it. Its arches framed the light, but they also framed work that needed doing. Julian waited until the woman had gone, then raised the camera. He did not photograph the doors or the mailboxes. He angled the lens upward instead, toward the layered geometry above him. The lower arch formed a dark curve in the foreground. Beyond it stood two balconies, one shadowed and one catching sun. Between their railings, a strip of clear blue sky showed itself like a narrow piece of cloth. He took one photograph. The click was quiet in the courtyard. He looked at the image on the screen. It did not claim to reveal anything private. It held only what had been available from where he stood. Stone, iron, pale walls, a little sky, and the ordinary signs of a building still being lived in. His Rhône photograph, taken on his first afternoon in Lyon, would remain on the camera as part of his arrival. But this was the image he wanted for the atlas. One photograph for Lyon. Not because it could stand for the whole city, but because it held the part of the city that had come into focus for him that morning. He put the camera away and continued through the passage without looking back. The next courtyard was broader, with a tree growing from a square bed of soil near the center. Its leaves made a thin, moving pattern on the walls. A child's bicycle lay on its side beneath a stair. Laundry moved on a line above the first-floor windows, white shirts and a faded green towel lifting gently in the breeze. Julian did not take out his camera again. A man came down the stair with a small dog on a lead. The dog sniffed along the edge of the tree bed with solemn interest. The man glanced briefly at Julian, then at the small sign near the entrance. Julian ayed him and the dog room to pass. Outside, the street seemed louder after the hush of the courtyard. Plates touched tables on a nearby terrace. A scooter moved past, its engine echoing between the buildings. Somewhere farther along, a church bell marked the hour in a soft, rounded sequence. He checked the time on his phone. He had spent more of the morning in 2 passages than he would have allowed in the plan he had made over breakfast. His first response was familiar. There were still things to see. Croix-Rousse lay uphill across the river and beyond several streets. He had read about its history as a district shaped by silk workers and steep stairways. He had also noted the address of a textile studio that accepted visitors by appointment, though the available time was not until later in the day. He could make good use of the hours between now and then. He could complete the remaining traboules. Perhaps visit a church. Perhaps find the overlook he had marked on his map. The thought gathered speed as it formed. Julian slowed near the corner and looked across the small square ahead. It was not especially grand. A few plane trees spread shade over benches and cafe tables. The buildings around it were tall and closely set, their lower floors occupied by a pharmacy, a small grocery, and a cafe with a red awning. People crossed the square in different directions, most of them carrying something or heading somewhere. A woman pushed a stroller with one hand while holding a coffee in the other. A young man in cycling clothes leaned his bicycle against a railing and studied a message on his phone. Two older men sat on a bench facing the sun, speaking without much gesture. Julian chose the cafe. Inside, the room was narrow and pleasantly dim after the brightness outside. A counter ran along one wall. Glasses hung above it. The air smelled of coffee, warm milk, and the faint mineral scent of water recently wiped from tabletops. A server with short silver hair nodded toward an empty table near the window. Julian ordered a coffee and a glass of water. He considered adding something to eat, then decided he was not hungry yet. The decision felt ordinary, but he noticed the relief in making it without trying to turn the drink into the correct Lyon meal for the Atlas. The coffee arrived in a small white cup. He sat with it for a while before taking the first sip. From the window, the square appeared in fragments. The awning formed a red border at the top of his view. Beneath it, feet crossed the pavement, shoes, bicycle wheels, stroller wheels, the lower half of a grocery bag. When someone paused near the window, Julian saw a coat sleeve, a hand, the brief tilt of a head. Frames, he thought. They were useful because they gave attention somewhere to rest, but the frame never contained the whole thing. The courtyard photograph would not contain the rooms behind the balconies. The map would not contain the sound of the delivery woman's footsteps or the smell of damp stone. His view through the cafe window did not tell him where anyone was going. It did not need to. A man in a light grey suit emerged from the pharmacy, carrying a small paper bag. He crossed the square briskly, then stopped beside the tree nearest the cafe. For a moment, he looked upward through the leaves. His expression changed only slightly. Perhaps he was checking the weather. Perhaps he had noticed something in the branches. Then he continued on his way. Julian watched until he disappeared around the corner. A person could know a street well and still look up. Someone passing through could be uncertain and still pay attention. The thought was simple, and it loosened something in him. Julian drank the last of his coffee. When the server brought the bill, he asked, "Is there a good way to walk toward Croix-Roussy from here?" She pointed through the window toward a street that rose beyond the square. "You can cross at the bridge," she said, "then follow the hill. It is not the fastest way, but it is pleasant." "That sounds good," Julian said. He paid, thanked her, and stepped back into the afternoon. The air had warmed. Along the river, the water held broken pieces of sky between passing boats and the shadows of bridges. Julian crossed at an easy pace, pausing midway without leaning over the rail. On one side, Lyon rested behind its uneven facades and narrow openings. Ahead of him, the city rose toward Croix-Roussy in slopes of streets, stairs, apartment buildings, trees and balconies. He had not seen every passage on his map. The thought came to him without accusation now. It was simply true. At the far side of the bridge, he adjusted the brown strap of his satchel. The atlas rested safely inside, its repaired spine firm beneath his hand. He imagined the blank Lyon page waiting between the completed entries for earlier places. The chosen photograph was ready. The meal, the offered object, and the words that would gather around them were not. Not yet. For now, he followed the street uphill. The climb was steady rather than difficult. He passed a shop window filled with rolls of coloured fabric, then a bakery where the door stood open to the smell of butter and warm bread. A delivery cyclist coasted carefully around a corner. Above the roofs, the afternoon sky had widened, clear and pale. Somewhere ahead, in a workshop open by appointment, thread would be passing through practiced hands. Julian walked toward it without hurrying, carrying his camera and atlas uphill through the living city. Chapter 33. Silk and Patience. The climb had left a pleasant weight in Julian's calves, and the front of his shirt felt warmer beneath the strap of his satchel. He paused at the corner beside a narrow doorway, where a small brass plate gave the name of the studio in neat, unadorned letters. Above it, the building rose in pale stone and shuttered windows. A delivery van idled farther down the street. From an open bakery door came the softened smell of butter, yeast, and something sweet cooling on a rack. The neighborhood did not seem to arrange itself around the old reputation of silk. It went on with its afternoon. Someone wheeled a stroller over uneven pavement. A man carried a rolled carpet from one shop to another. A scooter moved slowly uphill, its engine briefly louder than the voices from a cafe terrace. Julian checked the time on his phone. He was early by 6 minutes. He had planned to wait outside until the exact minute of the appointment. Then he looked again at the plain brass plate, the button beside it, and the small card in the window that said visitors were welcome by arrangement. 6 minutes was not a great deal of time. It did not need managing. He pressed the bell. A pause followed. Then the lock clicked. Inside, a shallow staircase led him up from the street. The air changed as he climbed. It held the dry, clean scent of paper, cloth, and wood warmed by the day. At the landing, an open door stood beside a tall window. Thread spools filled a long shelf beyond it, arranged neither by strict colour nor by careless accumulation, but according to some working logic Julian could not yet read. A woman looked up from a work table. She was perhaps in her 40s, with dark hair gathered back from her face and a pencil held loosely behind one ear. A pale blue cloth lay across the table before her. Beside it stood a lamp, a box of pins, several small scissors, and a row of bobbins. Her sleeves were rolled to the elbow. "You're Julian," she said. "Yes. Thank you for seeing me." "I'm Lynn. Come in. Mind the edge of the table." Julian stepped around a low basket full of folded fabric. The studio had the compact order of a room used every day. It was not arranged for visitors, though nothing about it felt closed or unfriendly. Along one wall stood an older loom with a dark wooden frame, broad enough to fill the space beneath the window. Its parts had been smoothed by years of handling. Nearby, a newer metal frame held a length of woven material in progress. There were sketches pinned to a board, colour swatches clipped together in small fans, and lengths of thread hanging from pegs in shades that shifted from rust to rose, from deep green to grey-blue. A half-finished panel rested over the back of a chair. It used narrow blocks of colour and fine lines that made Julian think, for a moment, of the river crossings below. Then he saw that the pattern changed when he looked longer. The lines were not all straight. Some widened, broke apart, returned in a different shade. Lynn noticed where his attention had settled. "That one is still deciding what it is," she said. Julian smiled. "Does it often take that long? The cloth is usually patient. The person is not always." Her tone was dry enough that he understood it was not meant as a grand statement. It was simply an observation from a person who had spent a long time working with materials that could not be hurried without consequence. He glanced toward the older loom. "Do you use both?" "I do. Different work asks for different tools." Lynn moved from behind the table and touched the wooden frame with 2 fingers. "This one needs more space and more preparation. The newer one is useful for smaller pieces and for trying things out before I commit to a larger length." Julian nodded. He had expected a studio devoted to old equipment, perhaps preserved in a kind of respectful stillness. Instead, the room was full of things in use. The old loom bore a strip of fresh thread near one edge. The newer frame had a wooden shuttle resting on it. A tablet sat face down beside a stack of penciled sketches. Nothing had been placed there to stand for an entire tradition. Everything appeared to have a work waiting for it. "Do you design all of these yourself?" he asked. "Most of them. Some begin with old structures. Some begin with a color I see outside. Some begin because a client asks for something difficult." Lynn looked toward the window, where the glass held a narrow view of the opposite roofs. "And sometimes a mistake is more interesting than the first plan." Julian's hand moved instinctively toward his satchel, though he did not open it. He knew the repaired atlas was inside, held upright between his camera and the folder where he kept a few loose papers. The faint line of Camille's repair thread ran along its spine. It had become familiar to him over the past weeks, not invisible, but no longer alarming. Lynn returned to the blue cloth on her work table. "This is what I was doing when you came in." Julian came closer, stopping where the edge of the table left enough room for her to work. The cloth had a soft matte surface. A narrow section near the middle was marked with pins. At first, he thought the marks indicated a new pattern. Then he saw a small break in the weave, a place where several threads had pulled loose. "Was it damaged?" he asked. "A thread caught during finishing." Lynn lifted the cloth slightly, letting the light show the uneven place. "Not enough to discard it. Enough that I need to decide how it should be supported." She chose a spool from the row beside her. The thread on it was not exactly the same blue as the cloth. It was quieter, with a little more grey in it. Julian noticed the difference. "Will that show?" "Yes." He waited, thinking she might explain further. She did not seem inclined to fill silence simply because it was there. Instead, she threaded a needle with a practiced movement and turned the cloth so the loosened area lay close to her hand. "The closest match would disappear for a while," Lynn said at last. "But it would be weaker. The old thread has faded. It has stretched differently from the new one." She made one small stitch, then another. Her fingers were steady. The needle entered and emerged with such light pressure that Julian could barely hear it touch the table beneath the cloth. "If I force it to look untouched," she continued, "I pull the fabric too hard. Then the repair becomes its own problem." The words settled in him quietly. Camille had said something related in Paris, though with a bookbinder's practical certainty. Invisible repair was not always the strongest repair. A book should open without force and close without being trapped. Here, in the bright room above the Croix-Rousse street, the principle appeared again without needing to be repeated as a lesson. It belonged to Lynn's work, to the particular tension of this cloth, and the decision resting under her hands. Julian could recognize the resemblance without claiming it, as if it had been made for him. He watched her add several stitches. The grey-blue thread became visible against the paler fabric, not sharply enough to interrupt the whole piece, but plainly enough that it could not pretend not to be there. Does that happen often? He asked. Breaks? Lynn said. Yes. Or repairs. Both. She set the needle down for a moment. Things are used. They travel. They catch on a corner. Someone washes them too warmly. A thread was weak before anyone noticed it. She shrugged lightly. Cloth does not take it personally. Julian laughed quietly. Lynn gave him a brief smile before looking back to the work. On the far wall, he noticed a series of smaller pieces pinned in a vertical row. Some were woven in dense, almost architectural patterns. Others were open and light, with spaces where the wall showed through. One included a narrow strip of bright yellow, startling but balanced by softer colors around it. Are those samples? Julian asked. Some are. Some are studies. Some are things I made to understand a technique before I used it elsewhere. He looked at them more closely. They don't all seem to belong to the same style. They don't have to. It was a simple answer, but it opened the room a little farther. Julian had been thinking of Lyon as layers of stone, passageways, riverbanks, slopes, and bridges. He had been trying, without quite admitting it, to find the clean line that joined them. The studio did not offer a clean line. It offered overlap, revision, tools inherited and tools chosen, methods kept alive because someone found a present use for them. He remembered the courtyards of Lyon, where old arches held mailboxes, bicycles, small plants, and the soft evidence of people returning home. The past had not remained pure there either. It had continued by making room for ordinary life. Lynn moved to a shelf and took down a shallow tray. Inside lay several small textile pieces, each no larger than a postcard. Some had unfinished edges. Others were carefully hemmed. Their textures differed from one another. One was rough and nubby, one smooth as paper, one striped with narrow bands of muted color. I keep these for people who come through, she said. They are off-cuts, mostly. Useful ones. Julian looked at the tray but did not reach for it. You mean to buy? No, Lynn said. To take, if you would like one. He felt the old impulse to choose correctly. The pieces seemed modest, but that did not make the decision smaller. He imagined the blank Lyon page in his atlas. The courtyard photograph was already waiting in his camera. The meal had not yet come. The observation and lesson would take their own time. But the small object was here, offered without ceremony, connected not only to a shop counter or a transaction, but to a working afternoon he had been allowed to witness. He looked again. A narrow rectangle of woven cloth caught his attention. It was mostly a soft grey blue, close to the thread Lynn had used for the repair, but warmer in places where fine strands of ochre crossed through it. The colours did not announce themselves. They held together. That one? He asked. Lynn lifted it from the tray. Good choice. It was from a longer piece that did not go anywhere. Julian accepted it carefully. The cloth was lighter than he expected, but firm. Its cut edge had been finished by hand, not hidden, just kept from fraying. It's beautiful, he said. Thank you. He did not add that it would mean something in the atlas. It already did. But he did not want to make the small sample carry more than it had offered. It was a piece of cloth from Lynn's studio. It belonged first to the work and materials around him. Its place in his notebook could come later. He opened his satchel. The dark blue atlas rested inside, its corners softened by travel. When he took it out, the studio window reflected faintly in the cover. He opened to the pocket Camille had made inside the front cover. The marbled paper there showed pale greens and cloudy gold. a quiet surprise each time he saw it. The visible repair thread along the spine held firm. Julian slid the textile sample into the pocket. It fit without bending. The grey, blue and ochre remained visible above the edge, as if the book had kept a small piece of the afternoon in reserve. Lynn had returned to the blue cloth. She was working again, not dismissing him, but allowing the visit to reach its natural end. He closed the atlas gently. "Thank you for your time," he said. "And for this." "You're welcome," Lynn replied. "Enjoy the rest of Lyon." "I will." Outside, the stairwell was cooler than the studio. Julian descended slowly, aware of the cloth tucked safely inside the atlas, but not tempted to take it out again. The street had changed while he was upstairs. The afternoon light had softened across the pavement. A window farther down stood open, and someone was watering plants from a small balcony. The water darkened the stone below in brief, irregular shapes. He began walking downhill through Croix-Roussy. The city did not reveal itself all at once. It continued in thresholds and crossings, in old workshops and new signs, in buses climbing streets that had once known different kinds of traffic. Julian could not gather all of it into one view, and for once he did not feel that this was a failure of attention. His legs were tired from the ascent, but the downhill pace was easy. In the satchel at his side, the repaired atlas rested with its new thread, its old pages, and the small woven sample in its pocket. Ahead, the neighborhood was beginning to move toward evening. Chairs appeared outside cafes. A shopkeeper pulled a display closer to the doorway. Somewhere nearby, dishes touched softly behind an open window. Julian did not decide immediately where he would eat. He let the street carry him a little farther, ready to find a table without hurrying toward it. Chapter 34. A table without hurry. The small woven sample rested inside the atlas pocket as Julian walked downhill through Croix-Roussy, protected by the dark blue cover and the firm, repaired spine. He could feel the quiet weight of the satchel against his hip with each step. It was not much weight at all. But after the steep streets and the warm closeness of Lynn's studio, it gave him a pleasant sense of having carried something carefully from one part of the day into another. The neighborhood had changed while he was inside. The light had softened from afternoon brightness to the gentler color that came before evening. Shop windows held their own small pools of illumination. A florist was bringing buckets of unsold stems indoors. Across the street, a woman in a green apron wiped a cafe table, then set two chairs closer together beneath an awning. The smell of warm bread drifted from a bakery where the shelves were no longer full, but still generous enough to make passers-by slow down. Julian passed the bakery without stopping. He had eaten enough sweet bread during his travels to know that he could always make a meal from it if he wished. But he did not want to take dinner back to the hotel or eat it standing at a counter while studying his phone. The day had already contained its appointments and its measured observations. He wanted now to sit somewhere without needing to make the sitting useful. At the next corner, he paused beneath a street lamp that had not yet come fully on. He took out his phone, not to search for the highest-rated restaurant nearby, but to look at the map in a simpler way. There were several dining rooms within an easy walk. A few had names he recognized from guidebooks. One was farther downhill, near a busy square. Another was near the hotel, where he could return without much thought afterward. He studied the little clusters of marks on the screen longer than necessary. The old instinct moved through him with familiar quietness. There might be a better meal farther away. There might be a more typical meal, a more beautiful room. A choice he would later regret not making. Lyon had a reputation for food. Surely that meant he ought to choose carefully. Then a door opened behind him. Warm air reached the pavement, carrying the scent of onions, butter, and something savory beneath it. Julian turned. The restaurant was small, with a painted sign over the door and a menu written in chalk beside a narrow front window. Inside, tables were covered in pale paper, not linen. A server was setting water glasses in a neat row along a sideboard. Near the back of the room, a man in a dark sweater sat alone with a newspaper folded beside his plate. Two women at another table were still wearing office lanyards, though they had loosened their coats and seemed in no hurry to leave. The place was neither empty nor crowded. It seemed to have begun its evening before Julian arrived. He put his phone away. A woman near the entrance looked up from a reservation book. She had silver at her temples and a blue apron tied over black trousers. Her expression was attentive rather than expectant. "Table for one?" she asked in English after hearing his hesitant greeting. "Yes, please," Julian said. She glanced toward the room, then led him to a small table near the wall. It was not the best seat in the restaurant, if best meant a view of the street. But from where he sat, he could see most of the room without feeling that he was watching it too closely. A mirror above a low wooden shelf reflected the light from the front windows and doubled the movement of people passing between tables. The woman placed a menu before him. "There is no hurry," she said. Julian thanked her. "That sounds good." He set his satchel on the chair beside him, looped one strap around his ankle without thinking, then smiled faintly at the old travel habit. The Atlas was safe. The restaurant was calm. Nothing required guarding. He loosened the strap and let the satchel rest against the chair leg. A basket of bread arrived with a small dish of butter. The server who brought it was younger than the woman at the door, perhaps a student, or simply someone beginning an evening shift. He moved carefully among the tables, filling glasses before they were empty, collecting plates without making the room feel hurried. Julian opened the menu. He read it through once, then again. There were dishes he recognized and others he did not. He could have searched them all, compared descriptions, tried to decide which one would represent Lyon most accurately in the Atlas. The thought was so predictable that it almost made him laugh. Instead, he looked up when the server returned. "What would you recommend for something simple?" Julian asked. The young man considered. "The roast chicken is good tonight, with potatoes and greens, or the fish if you prefer." "The chicken, please," Julian said. "And a glass of water." The server nodded. "Of course." That was all. Julian folded the menu and placed it at the edge of the table. For a moment his hands rested on either side of his water glass. He could hear the kitchen more clearly now. A pan set down. A cupboard opening. A brief call between two people working just beyond the swinging door. The sounds were not loud. They came and went beneath the conversation of the room, as steady as a smaller current beneath a river's surface. At the table nearest the window, the two women with office lanyards had been joined by a third. She arrived with apologies, kissed each of them on the cheek, and sat down with a tiredness that seemed to dissolve as soon as she had a chair beneath her. They began talking about a project or a meeting, although Julian could not follow more than scattered words. One of them held her hands flat around a water glass while she listened. Another tore bread into small pieces and ate it slowly. At a larger table near the middle of the room, a family was settling in. An older man lowered himself carefully into his chair. A little girl with dark braids was given a folded napkin, which she immediately opened and spread across the table as if preparing a stage. Her parents spoke to her in patient, low voices. The older man watched her with an expression that was not quite amusement and not quite concentration. The man alone with the newspaper had put the paper aside. He was eating a bowl of soup. No phone lay beside his plate. No book. He did not appear lonely. though Julian knew that was not something he could truly determine from a few minutes of looking. The man simply seemed accustomed to this hour, this table, this particular bowl set down before him. A pair of visitors came in next, carrying a folded city map between them. They spoke softly in a language Julian did not recognize. The woman at the entrance welcomed them, checked the book, and guided them to a table near the back. They looked pleased to have arrived somewhere warm. Julian watched the room make space for them. For much of the day, he had been thinking about threads, Lynn's loom, the visible mend in the cloth, Camille's reinforcement along the spine of the atlas. He had considered routes through the city too, although he had tried not to turn every street into a lesson. Here, the connections were simpler. People entered carrying different kinds of days. Work days, family days, travel days, ordinary days that required no special name. They sat down. Someone brought water. Someone brought bread. For an hour, perhaps less, the same room held them all. The thought did not need to become larger than that. His chicken arrived on a warm plate with potatoes browned at their edges and a portion of greens cooked until tender, but still bright. The server placed it before him with a quiet wish that he enjoy it. Julian did. The first bite was hot enough that he waited a moment before taking another. The chicken had a crisp skin. The potatoes were soft beneath their browned surfaces, and the sauce at the bottom of the plate had a deep, clean flavor that made the bread useful. He ate slowly, not because he was trying to practice slowness, but because the meal invited it. Outside, the street darkened by degrees. The front window became more reflective. People passed in shadowed coats, briefly visible between the restaurant lights and the evening beyond them. A bicycle bell rang once. Farther down the slope, a bus sighed to a stop. Julian drank water and looked around again. The family had begun sharing a dessert. The little girl had lost interest in the folded napkin and was leaning against her mother's arm. At the neighboring table, the three women had stopped speaking about work. One was telling a story that made the others laugh softly, their heads bending toward one another over the candle on the table. The solo diner finished his soup, paid at the counter, and left with a small nod to the woman in the blue apron. She called after him in French, perhaps wishing him a good night. He lifted one hand without turning around. It occurred to Julian that he had been seeking an evening meal as though it were an item to be found. A necessary part of the Lyon entry, yes, but also a choice that might prove he had understood something about the city. The room asked nothing of that. It offered food, warmth, and a chair. It allowed people to arrive as they were. The couple with the map did not need to become regulars for their dinner to be real. The man with the newspaper did not need to explain his routine for it to matter. The family, the workers, the staff moving between them all, each belonged to the evening in a different way. Julian did not feel like he belonged to Lyon in the manner of the people who lived and worked here. He did not want to borrow that claim. But for a little while, he was included in its rhythm. That seemed enough. When he had finished, he remained at the table with the last of his water. No one pressed him to leave. The server passed once, saw that he was not ready for the bill, and continued toward another table. Julian reached into his satchel and took out the atlas. The repaired binding gave a small, reassuring resistance as he opened it. Camille's thread showed faintly along the spine, neither hidden nor prominent. In the pocket near the cover, the grey, blue and ochre textile sample lay flat beneath its protecting paper. He turned to Lyon's page. The courtyard photograph he had chosen earlier waited in the camera, not yet printed, but he had described it in a few penciled words. Arches, balconies, pale walls, ironwork, a narrow piece of sky. Beneath that, he wrote a brief line for the object, a woven sample from Lynn's studio. Grey, blue, and ochre, offered after watching her repair a pulled thread. Then he paused. The meal section had seemed easy while he was walking downhill. Now the blank space made him want to account for everything. The chicken, the potatoes, the sauce, the warm bread, the glass of water, the window darkening, the child's napkin, the office workers, the quiet man with his soup. He could write all of it, and still it would not be the meal. Julian rested his fingertips on the edge of the page. Then he wrote, "An unhurried dinner in a neighborhood dining room. Warm food, bread, water, and the calm work of a room, making space for many kinds of evening." He read it once. It was not complete, but it was true. For the observation and lesson, he left the spaces open. Not because he had failed to find them, but because they had not yet settled into words he trusted. Lynn's thread, the courtyards, the riverbanks, the dinner room. They were still moving together somewhere in him. He did not need to force them into place before they were ready. He closed the atlas and returned it to the satchel. At the counter, the woman in the blue apron gave him his bill. Julian paid, thanked her, and told her the meal had been very good. "I'm glad," she said. "Have a good evening." Outside, the air had cooled. The street had taken on the blue color of the hour between day and night. Shop fronts glowed behind glass. A man pulled down a metal shutter over a small convenience store while speaking into his phone. Two teenagers sat on the low wall near a stairway, their voices easy and unhurried. Somewhere below, beyond the descending streets and roofs, Julian could sense the rivers without seeing them. He stood for a moment with his satchel at his side. His hotel was in one direction. A hill overlook lay in another. He checked the map only long enough to confirm the route, then put it away before the screen could turn the walk into an assignment. The climb would not be difficult if he took it steadily. He had eaten well. His legs carried the comfortable fatigue of the day, not the sharpness of strain. So he turned uphill. As he walked, the city opened and closed around him in fragments. A lit kitchen window, a tram moving along a distant street, stone steps rising between buildings, the square shape of a doorway, framing a slice of darkening sky. Higher up, more windows began to shine. Julian continued toward the overlook without hurrying, while Lyon gathered its separate routes, rooms, and evening tables beneath the deepening blue. Chapter 35. The hill at blue hour. The climb had not made the city simpler. From the higher streets of Croix-Roussy, Julian could see farther, but each new opening between the buildings revealed more roofs, more alleys, more chimneys and windows, more streets turning out of sight. The comfort of dinner still rested warmly in him. His legs carried the mild, agreeable fatigue of a day spent walking, climbing, standing, and sitting when it seemed right to sit. He followed a line of stone steps beside a wall the color of pale ash. A few plants spilled from balconies above him. Somewhere behind the wall, a television murmured softly through an open window. A dog gave one brief bark, then seemed to decide there was nothing more to say. The blue hour had gathered fully now. It lay over Lyon without making the city dark. The sky still held a deep, clear color above the hills, while the lower streets had begun to fill with lamps, shop lights, and the square shapes of windows brightening one by one. The light gave the stone buildings a softer edge. It made the slate roofs look almost violet. It settled in the shallow folds of the distant hills. Julian paused near a railing to catch his breath, though he was not winded. His brown satchel rested against his hip. Inside it, the atlas lay flat and protected. He could feel its familiar weight even through the canvas. Ahead, the street widened around a small open space. There were no grand signs announcing the view. A few people stood near the edge, separated from one another by the natural distance of strangers who had come to look out over the same city. A woman in a dark coat leaned on the rail with both hands around a paper cup. Two young men stood a little apart, talking quietly. An older couple had settled on a bench, their shoulders close together beneath one shared scarf. Julian approached without hurry. Beyond the railing, Lyon opened below him. The city did not arrange itself into a lesson. It simply continued. Rooftops spread outward in uneven plains. Church towers, apartment blocks, office buildings, and old walls stood among newer structures. Streets appeared and vanished between buildings. The river corridors marked themselves more clearly from above, each reflecting what remained of the sky. Bridges crossed them at intervals, their lights beginning to shine in lines that seemed delicate from this distance. He could not see every place he had walked. That was the first thing he understood. He could point out, more or less, the bend of the Saône near Vieux-Lyon. He could find the older quarter by its dense roofs and narrow patterns. Somewhere below, beyond what his eyes could separate now, lay the courtyards where he had moved through public passages with careful steps. There were the old walls, the stairwells, the bicycles left near doorways, the mailboxes and flower pots, and small signs of lives continuing behind doors he had not tried to open. Across the city, the Rhône carried a darker stretch of blue. Traffic moved along the roads beside it, each vehicle reduced to a gliding point of light. A tram crossed a distant section of the city with a quiet, steady brightness. Trains would be arriving at stations he could not see. People would be getting off late shifts, folding receipts into pockets, setting tables, washing dishes, locking shop doors, climbing apartment stairs. The thought did not make him feel excluded. It gave him relief. For much of his life, Julian had mistaken a full experience for a complete one. If he had not seen every important room, eaten the most recommended meal, taken the best route, or understood the story behind every building, part of him had felt that he had somehow failed the place. Travel had loosened that habit, but not removed it. The habit had merely learned quieter language. In Lyon, he had tried to be respectful. He had tried to slow down. Yet even that had sometimes become a task he could evaluate. Had he noticed enough? Had he avoided the wrong kind of attention? Had he found the true Lyon, whatever that might mean? From the hill, the questions seemed smaller. The city below did not need him to settle its meaning. It was larger than the paths he had followed, larger than the pieces he had been offered, larger than the image held in his camera. It had room for the morning delivery driver who had interrupted a quiet passageway, for people who knew the streets by habit, for visitors who searched maps beneath shop awnings, for weavers working with old and new equipment, for diners lingering over an evening meal, and for a man from Texas standing at a railing in the blue light. None of those relationships cancelled the others. Julian rested both hands on the cool metal rail. A faint breeze moved uphill from the rivers. It carried the softened city smells of stone, leaves, distant cooking, and the warm metallic trace of rails. He thought of the loom in Lynn's studio. The older wooden frame had held its own steady presence beside the newer metal one. Neither had made the other false. The work changed according to the material, the purpose, the desired strength, the hands using it. He thought of Lynn drawing the contrasting thread, through the damaged cloth. She had not treated the repair as an apology. She had made it firm enough to be useful. Then he thought of Camille's careful stitches along the spine of the atlas. The pale thread remained visible when he opened the book. It did not hide what the atlas had carried. It held those pages together so they could continue carrying more. Below him, the rivers moved through the city on their separate courses. He could not follow them with his eyes to their meeting point, but he knew they joined south of the center. Two bodies of water, each with its own color and current, becoming part of the same wider movement. A small group arrived at the overlook. Their conversation rose for a moment, then lowered naturally when they reached the rail. One of them lifted a phone, took a photograph, and showed it to the others. They leaned together, looking at the screen and then at the city itself. Julian watched without judgment. The photograph would not contain Lyon. Neither would his own. But it might help someone remember this particular blue evening, these lights beginning across the roofs, the sound of familiar voices beside them. A frame did not need to hold everything. It only needed to give attention somewhere to rest. He took his camera from the satchel. For a little while, he did not lift it. He looked over the rooftops, following the bright threads of roads and bridges. The view was broad enough that it made his eyes relax. He could feel the whole day behind him without needing to pull it into a perfect line. The courtyard photograph in his camera was the right one for Lyon. It held arches, balconies, ironwork, pale stone, and a portion of open sky. It held layers without pretending to explain what lived beyond them. Still, he took one more photograph from the hill. Not for the atlas entry. Not because it completed anything. He simply wanted the evening light, the two rivers, and the beginning of the city's night to remain available to him later. The shutter clicked softly. He lowered the camera and stayed where he was until the blue deepened toward indigo. Eventually, the woman with the paper cup left the railing and walked back toward the street. The older couple rose from the bench. The young men moved on, their voices fading down the slope. Julian remained a few minutes more, watching windows appear in buildings that had been dark when he arrived. Then he turned downhill. The route back to his hotel felt easier than the climb had. He passed a small grocery where someone was stacking crates inside for the night. A bakery window glowed over the last few loaves on its shelves. At a corner, a man adjusted the handlebars of a bicycle while a child waited nearby, swinging one foot above the pavement. Julian did not try to guess where they were going. At a tram stop, he checked his phone for the route back toward the side street where his hotel stood. The screen told him what he needed to know. He would take the tram for several stops, then walk the final block. He looked at the departure time once, put the phone away, and waited beneath the shelter. The tram arrived with a clean hum and a wash of interior light. Julian found a seat by the window. As it moved downhill, the city slid past in sections. A lit cafe, a pharmacy sign, a row of balconies. A woman walking quickly with a bag of groceries against her side. A man standing beneath an awning, looking at his own phone. A narrow street opening briefly toward the river. Each view appeared, then gave way to the next. Julian understood that the city was not becoming less real because he could not hold it all in mind. In fact, its refusal to fit neatly inside one day, one photograph, or one entry in an atlas, felt like part of its honesty. At the hotel, the lobby was quiet. A lamp shone behind the reception desk. Someone had placed a small bowl of wrapped candies beside a stack of local brochures. Julian nodded to the night clerk, who returned the gesture and climbed the stairs to his room. The room was modest and warm. Its window faced the opposite side of the street, where the building across from it offered balconies, shutters, and a few lit rooms. He set his satchel on the small desk, filled the electric kettle, and opened the window a narrow distance. Cool air entered at once. The sounds of the street reached him in softened pieces. Footsteps. A car passing slowly. A faint murmur from a nearby restaurant. A door closing somewhere below. While the kettle heated, Julian took the atlas from his satchel. The dark blue cover had grown more familiar with every destination. It showed no damage beyond the ordinary signs of use, though its corners had softened. Camille's repair thread held firm along the spine. Inside the front cover, the marbled paper caught the lamplight in muted swirls of blue, grey, and rust. The pocket beneath it held several papers without strain. He opened to Lyon. The page already contained the pieces he had chosen. For the photograph, he wrote, "Layered courtyard with arches, balconies, ironwork, pale walls, and a small opening of sky." For the object, he wrote, "A woven textile sample in grey-blue and ochre, offered by Lynn in her Croix-Rousse studio." For the meal, he read what he had written after dinner: roast chicken, potatoes, greens, bread, and water, in a neighborhood dining room, where the evening made room for many kinds of company. He smiled slightly at the plainness of it. It was enough. Below the meal, 2 spaces remained. Observation. Lesson. Julian rested his pen against the edge of the page. He had left these blank because he had not wanted to turn the day into a conclusion before it had become one. He had been wary of producing a polished sentence just to satisfy the atlas's structure. Yet now, in the quiet room, the words did not feel forced. He wrote slowly. Traditions remain alive when they are used, adapted, repaired, and passed onward. He paused after the final word. The sentence did not claim that he understood all of Lyon. It did not need to. It held only what he had been shown. Passages still used by people going about their days. Neighborhoods shaped by old industries and present work. A loom that had changed alongside the world around it. A dining room that gathered different lives for a single evening. Then he wrote the lesson. A thread can continue without remaining unchanged. He set the pen down. For a moment, he simply looked at the completed entry. It was not perfect. His handwriting slanted slightly after the long day. The description of the meal was more practical than lyrical. The photograph was still in his camera, not printed and attached. There would be time for that later, as there always was. The entry did not preserve the smell of Lynn's studio, the sound of the tram, or the depth of blue over the city, but it did not have to. It had given the day a resting place without closing the day inside it. The kettle clicked off. Julian made tea and carried the warm cup back to the desk. Then he opened the pocket Camille had made inside the atlas cover. Among the Lyon train receipt and a folded hotel note, he found the ticket for Annecy. He had purchased it earlier, before leaving for his day in Vieux-Lyon. At the time, he had checked the departure details twice, then once more after dinner. He knew which platform information would appear in the morning. He knew the route would carry him east, toward clearer water and the first fuller shapes of mountains. The old instincts stirred gently. He could look up cafes near the station. He could decide which canal to see first. He could make a list of viewpoints, bicycle routes, market hours, likely weather, opening times, and streets that should not be missed. He could make the next place feel ready before he arrived. Instead, he slipped the Annecy ticket into Camille's pocket. The paper settled beside the other small records of the journey. It did not need to become an itinerary tonight. Julian took out his phone only long enough to confirm the morning alarm. He set it for a reasonable time, not the earliest possible one. He would pack before bed, but there was little to do. The train ticket was safe. His water bottle stood ready. His charger lay coiled beside the wall. His clothes for the next day could wait on the chair. He closed the atlas. The cover met the pages without resistance. The repaired spine allowed it to close easily, neither too tight nor too loose. Outside the window, the street had grown quieter. Across the way, one balcony light went out. Another remained on, shining through thin curtains. The city did not sleep all at once. It settled in separate rooms, along separate routes, with trains still moving somewhere beyond the buildings and the rivers, continuing below the darkened bridges. Julian placed the atlas on the desk beside his tea. Lyon was complete, not because he had solved it, but because he had allowed the entry to be truthful. He changed into comfortable clothes and folded the day's shirt over the chair. When he lay down, the pleasant weight in his legs and shoulders reminded him of the hill, the tram ride, the long walk through the city's layered streets. He listened to the quiet workings of the hotel around him, a distant pipe, a muted step in the hallway, the low and steady sound of night beyond the slightly open window. The atlas was closed. The train ticket rested in its small pocket. Nothing else needed to be arranged tonight. In the morning, the rail would lead east, and the mountains would begin to appear. Chapter 36. Toward the clear lake. The alarm sounded softly from Julian's phone, and for a few seconds, he did not move. The hotel room was still dim, though a pale light had begun to gather at the edges of the curtains. His satchel stood upright beside the chair where he had left it. On the desk, the dark blue atlas rested closed, its repaired spine facing upward. The faint thread Camille had sewn into it caught what little light there was. Nothing had changed overnight. That was a comfort. Julian lay beneath the light blanket and listened to the ordinary sounds of the building beginning again. A door opened somewhere down the hall. Water moved briefly through pipes. Far below, a vehicle passed along the street with the steady, unhurried sound of tires over pavement. His legs retained the pleasant heaviness of yesterday's walking. He could still picture Lyon from the overlook, the rivers turning through the city, the roofs gathering evening light, the separate rooms and streets joined by distance into one quiet pattern. He had written what he needed to write. The Lyon entry was complete. A thread could continue without remaining unchanged. The words had seemed simple on the page. They still did. That was part of their usefulness. Julian reached for his phone and checked the time, then checked it again after sitting up. His train left with enough room for breakfast, the walk to the station, and the small uncertainties that came with any departure. He had looked at the route the night before. He knew where to go. Still, he opened the rail confirmation once more. Lyon to Annecy. The destination sat plainly beneath the date and departure time. He did not search for a more detailed map of Annecy. He did not look up a list of views, recommended cafes, canal routes, or the precise order in which he ought to see the old town, the lake, and the mountains beyond it. Instead, he set the phone down. The omission created a small empty space in him, the kind that his old habits would have hurried to fill. But it was not an unpleasant emptiness. It felt more like the clear portion of a page before the first line had been written. He dressed, washed, and packed without rushing. The atlas went into the inner section of his brown satchel, along with his phone, camera, water bottle, charger, and the ticket already secured in the pocket Camille had added inside the atlas cover. The small grey-blue and ochre textile sample from Lynn remained tucked safely there as well. He ran a hand once over the satchel flap, more from familiarity than concern. Then he left the room. The hotel breakfast room was quiet when he arrived. A few tables had already been set with cups, small plates, and folded napkins. Through the tall front windows, the street was beginning to take shape in a soft grey-blue light. A cyclist passed with a bag balanced over one shoulder. A delivery van paused near the corner. Across the street, a bakery's windows glowed warmly before the surrounding buildings had fully brightened. Julian chose a table near the window and ate simply. Coffee, bread, butter, yogurt, fruit. The meal was not part of an Atlas entry, and he was glad of that. It could remain only breakfast, warm and useful, before a train. At another table, a woman in a dark coat read messages on her phone while she drank coffee. A man with a small suitcase stood near the buffet for a moment, considering the available fruit with the gravity of someone whose day had begun before dawn. The hotel employee moved quietly between tables, clearing a cup here, setting down fresh bread there, making the room ready for people who would pass through it and leave. Julian had spent several days thinking about the ways places continued through care. He saw it now, in the simple rhythm of the breakfast room. Nothing about it was remarkable. That did not make it without value. When he finished, he carried his cup back to the service counter and thanked the employee. Then he stepped outside with his satchel over one shoulder. Lyon was cooler than it had been the evening before. The air held the clean freshness that sometimes followed a night of open windows and settling heat. He walked toward the station through streets that were only beginning to fill. Shutters lifted. Buses moved steadily through intersections. A woman in work clothes unlocked a narrow shop and brought a chalkboard sign out onto the sidewalk. On a corner, two men in reflective jackets arranged barriers around a patch of pavement where work had begun. The city did not pause because he was leaving it. That, too, was a comfort. At the station, he followed the signs toward his platform. The larger room held the familiar order of departures, rolling suitcases, coats folded over arms, people standing under the electronic board with coffee cups in hand. A family gathered beside a bench, while one parent redistributed snacks and jackets among the children. A young man in a business shirt spoke into his phone in a low voice. An older couple consulted a printed itinerary together, their heads bent over the page. Julian checked the board once, then looked at his ticket. His train was listed. The platform number was clear. He felt the old impulse to remain close to the display until boarding began, as if careful watching could make the departure more secure. But there was no need. The platform was open. He had time. He walked down the long corridor toward the train. The carriage smelled faintly of warmed fabric, coffee, and the cool outside air carried in by passengers. Julian found his window seat, stored his satchel beneath the seat in front of him, and settled with the atlas on his lap for a moment before placing it safely away. He did not open it. Outside, the platform continued its small movements. Doors closed along the train. A conductor walked past, visible briefly through the window, then gone. A woman near the end of the carriage lifted a sleeping child more comfortably against her shoulder. A man across the aisle opened a newspaper and folded it into a neat rectangle. The train began to move so gently that Julian noticed it first in the slow, backward glide of the platform. Lyon's station walls slipped away. Tracks divided and rejoined. Warehouses, parking lots, apartment buildings, and lines of trees appeared in quick succession. The city held on for a while through its edges. Balconies, construction cranes, road bridges, rows of windows, the backs of supermarkets, graffiti along retaining walls, laundry moving lightly on a high balcony. Then the buildings began to stand farther apart. The sky widened. Julian watched without reaching for his camera. Fields appeared between clusters of houses. Low hills rose in the distance, not yet dramatic, only darker shapes beneath the morning cloud. Farm buildings passed. A narrow road followed the rail line for a while, then turned away. Here and there, a small church tower lifted above tiled roofs. The train crossed a river, and the water flashed silver through the trees before vanishing behind them. He could have opened the route map on his phone. He knew that the line bent east and south through a changing part of the country. He knew Annecy lay near the lake, with mountains beyond it, but the names of each passing town would not improve the view. For several minutes he kept his phone in his pocket. A child behind him made a small sound of surprise. Julian turned slightly. The boy was perhaps 7 or 8 years old. He had been sitting beside the window on the other side of the aisle, though now he had risen to his knees on the seat. One hand rested against the glass. His mother sat beside him with a book open in her lap, but she had stopped reading. "Look," the boy said. His voice was not loud. It held the hushed urgency of someone who feared the important thing might disappear before another person saw it. Beyond the train, through a break in the nearer hills, Julian saw the first pale shape of a mountain. It was there only briefly. A long slope rose behind dark trees and low clouds, its upper portion touched by a brighter strip of morning. Then a closer embankment slid between the train and the distance. The mountain vanished behind concrete, bushes, and the angled roof of a storage building. The boy stayed at the glass. Another shape appeared farther along, blue-grey and softened by air. It did not look like a single mountain exactly. It looked like the beginning of a larger country lifting behind the one Julian had already crossed. The boy's mother smiled at him. "We'll see more," she said. Julian turned back toward his own window. The words stayed with him. He remembered a car from his childhood, though not one particular day in full detail. There had been long roads stretching east from Texas toward South Carolina, his parents in the front seats, the steady hum of tires, the cooler air when they stopped somewhere new. He remembered pressing close to the back seat window as the land changed beyond it. At that age, he had not known the names of rivers or towns. He had not needed to. A distant ridge, a strange tree, a line of mist rising from fields in the early morning. All of it had been enough. The world had seemed full of things that did not require an immediate explanation. He had often thought of that boy as innocent in the way adults sometimes meant it, as if wonder had come easily only because it had not yet been tested by responsibility, schedules, money, work, or the ordinary need to make sensible plans. But as the train moved east, Julian saw that he had been unfair to his younger self. The boy in the back seat had not been incomplete. He had been open. He had looked out because looking out was worthwhile. He had not needed the landscape to prove anything about him. He had not needed to carry away a perfect account of what he had seen. Julian watched another mountain appear between a row of poplars and the roofs of a village. Its shape was clearer now, a broad ridge fading into white cloud. Then it was interrupted by a road bridge, a line of utility poles, and a passing wall of trees. The interruptions did not lessen it. If anything, they made each glimpse feel more particular. The mountain was not a permanent image printed across the sky. It appeared through the moving frame of the train window, altered by distance and speed, half hidden by everything near at hand. He thought of the atlas in his satchel. Its pages had taught him to pause, to choose, to remember. Yet the book was not meant to make every moment complete. It could not hold a journey still any more than the train window could hold a mountain in place. A frame was only a place for attention to rest. Across the aisle, the child had returned to his seat but remained turned toward the glass. Every so often he leaned forward again when the land opened. His mother had resumed reading, though she looked up whenever he did. The carriage settled into the quiet companionship of travel. Someone opened a container of pastries. The newspaper across the aisle turned pages with a dry whisper. A woman near the door fell asleep with her head against the window, her coat folded beneath her cheek. The train passed through a brief tunnel, and for a few seconds the glass reflected Julian back at himself. His calm face, his greying hair at the temples, the soft outline of passengers behind him. Then daylight returned. The hills grew closer. The train followed a valley for a time, with fields spreading beside a narrow road and small groups of houses gathered near trees. Mountains appeared more often now, though never all at once. One rose behind a church tower. Another showed itself above a warehouse roof. A pale slope hovered beyond the dark line of a forest, then disappeared in cloud. Julian took out his phone. For a moment his thumb rested near the map application. He imagined the familiar sequence. He would enlarge the route, identify the peaks, compare the rail line with the road, search for the lake. Perhaps read a few notes about which side of the train offered the best views. The information would be interesting. It might even be useful later. But he did not need it now. He turned the screen off and put the phone away. Outside, the train crossed another stretch of open ground. The mountains stood beyond it, no longer tentative shapes, but firm presences at the edge of the day. They were not close enough to feel imposing. They did not ask anything of him. They simply remained where they were, larger than the fields, the villages, the roads, and the train carrying him toward the lake. Annecy announced itself gradually. First came more water, glimpsed in channels and low-lying reflective fields. Then the roofs became closer together again, warm-toned beneath the changing light. Streets threaded between buildings. Trees gathered along the edges of a canal. In the distance, beyond the town, the mountains held their blue-grey places under a clearing sky. Julian felt the train begin to slow. The child behind him pressed close to the glass one more time. "There," the boy said, though Julian was not sure whether he meant the water, the mountains, or the town itself. Perhaps he meant all of it. Julian smiled without turning around. When the train came to a stop, passengers rose in the calm, practiced sequence of arrival. Bags came down from racks. Coats were put on. The sleeping woman woke and looked briefly confused, then smiled at the sight beyond the window. Julian lifted his satchel, checked that the atlas was secure, and joined the slow movement toward the door. The platform air was clear and cooler than Lyon's. It carried the faint mineral freshness of water and distance. He stood for a moment after stepping down, letting the station arrange itself around him. People moved toward taxis, buses, hotel streets, family members waiting near the exit. A pair of cyclists rolled their bicycles carefully along the platform. Above the roofs beyond the station, mountains rose in quiet layers. The afternoon was still open. Julian could have consulted the list he had not made. He could have chosen the most efficient route to a hotel, the best first view, the proper beginning to a place known for its lake and old town. Instead, he adjusted the satchel on his shoulder and followed the signs toward the center. Somewhere ahead, water ran through the town between old stone buildings. There would be canals, bridges, shutters, cafes preparing for later hours, and streets that did not yet require him to know them. He would begin there. Chapter 37. Canals before breakfast. The decision Julian had made the afternoon before remained pleasantly unfinished when he woke in Annecy. He had arrived by train, walked from the station with his satchel on one shoulder, and followed the signs toward the center without consulting a list of proper beginnings. He had found a modest room with pale curtains, a narrow desk, and a window looking across rooftops toward a faint line of mountains. He had eaten simply, showered away the softness of rail travel, and gone to sleep before he could turn the next day into a project. Now the room held the quiet blue-grey light that came before the town had fully begun. Julian lay still for a few moments, listening. A pipe shifted somewhere inside the building. A door closed below, not loudly. From the street came the quick roll of a cart over paving stones, followed by the hum of a small delivery van continuing around a corner. The sounds were ordinary, but they carried a sense of preparation. Other people had already begun their work. Shops would be opening. Bread would be arriving. Tables would be carried out into the cool air. He sat up and looked toward the window. The mountains were there, though not yet distinct. Their upper slopes had the color of paper left near a window, pale and almost featureless behind the nearer roofs. Between chimneys and tiled gables, a portion of sky was beginning to clear. His dark blue atlas rested on the desk beside his phone and camera. The visible repair threads along its spine caught the early light. He touched the cover once, more from habit than need, then left it closed. Annecy did not yet have to become an entry. He dressed in a light shirt, folded his sweater into the brown satchel, and checked that he had his water bottle, camera, phone, and the small city map he had collected at the hotel desk. The map showed the old town, the lakefront, the bicycle rental shop, and a web of paths along the water. A small part of him wanted to study every line before he left. He could have selected a route, estimated distances, and decided where breakfast would best fit before the morning became busy. Instead, he put the map into the outer pocket of the satchel. Outside, the air was cool enough to wake him fully. The street near the hotel sloped gently toward the old center. A baker's van stood half on the curb, its rear doors open. Crates of bread waited on a wheeled trolley beneath a striped awning. A man in a dark apron lifted baskets inside with an efficient, steady rhythm, neither hurried nor slow. The fragrance of warm flour and butter moved through the street, meeting the cleaner scent of morning stone. Julian walked on. Annecy's older streets gathered around him gradually. The buildings became closer together, their shutters painted in soft greens, faded blues, and deep red-brown. Some shutters were still closed. Others had been pushed open just far enough for a hand to appear and fasten them against the wall. A woman leaned from an upper window to shake a small rug over the sill. She paused when someone called up from below, listened for a moment, then disappeared back into her apartment. At the next corner, Julian heard water. It ran quietly at first, beneath the softer sounds of shoes and wheels. Then the street opened between buildings, and he saw one of the canals moving under a low stone bridge. The water was clear enough that the darker shapes near the bottom showed through, though its surface carried a wavering reflection of shutters, roof lines, and sky. A pair of ducks drifted beneath the bridge, as if they had been placed there for the benefit of early visitors, though they appeared entirely unconcerned with being seen. Julian stopped at the railing. The canal drew the town into smaller pieces. A wall became a trembling strip of gold-grey stone. A window became a vertical touch of blue. The sky, still lightening, moved in long, pale ribbons between them. He raised his camera, then lowered it again. There would be time for photographs. Across the bridge, two women walked side by side with shopping bags folded over their arms. One carried a ring of keys that made a small metallic sound as she moved. They were speaking quietly, their heads inclined toward each other, and they crossed the bridge without looking down at the water. Julian watched them pass, not because their conversation concerned him, but because their ease gave the bridge another purpose. It was not only a place to stand and admire the canal. It was part of a familiar route between home, shops, work, and whatever else the day required. A young man with a camera came around the corner behind Julian. He looked toward the bridge, adjusted the strap around his neck, and took several photographs in quick succession. Then he moved closer to the rail, waited, and took another. Julian recognized the impulse. Empty streets and early light could feel like a rare permission. Yet the street was not empty. It had simply not filled in every available space yet. He continued beside the canal. The arcades began a little farther on, their stone arches making a sheltered passage along one side of the street. Beneath them, cafe workers carried chairs from stacked rows and set them around small tables. The legs made soft clicking sounds against the pavement. A woman with silver hair wiped tabletops with a cloth, then stood back to inspect the alignment before moving one chair a few inches closer to the wall. At another cafe, a man in a dark sweater pulled up an awning. Its fabric opened with a slow, practiced motion. He looked toward the sky, considered it, and left the awning halfway extended. Julian passed under the arches. The air was cooler there. Water glimmered beyond the open side of the arcade, and the footsteps of people approaching from behind briefly echoed before separating again. Ahead, the Palais de Lille stood in the canal, its old stone shape narrowing toward the water like the front of a grounded vessel. Julian had seen photographs of it before coming to Annecy. In those photographs, it had often appeared alone, framed by still water and carefully chosen light. In the morning itself, it was not alone. A worker in a bright jacket pushed a bin along the nearby street. A delivery bicycle passed behind the building. A woman paused on the bridge to answer a message on her phone, then tucked the phone into her coat pocket and crossed out of sight. Two visitors stood at a distance, speaking softly while they studied their own camera screen. Somewhere close by, a metal shutter rattled upward. The building's stones held the marks of age, but the canal ran beside them with no special reverence. Water slid around the narrow point of the structure, lifting and breaking its reflection. It seemed less like a picture than a meeting place between many ordinary movements. Julian stood on the bridge for a while, resting both hands on the cool rail. A memory came to him of Lyon's courtyards, where public passages had led toward private doors. In Annecy, the water created another kind of boundary. It offered an open view, yet it also kept every building on its own side. A person could look across the canal without entering the rooms beyond it. He liked that distinction. It asked nothing from him but attention. The old town grew busier as he wandered. Market vans appeared at the edge of a square, their doors opening to reveal wooden crates, bundled flowers, and folded canvas. A woman in a green jacket arranged pale radishes in shallow baskets. A man set out jars and paper bags beneath a canopy. Another seller lifted boxes of apples from the back of a van, stopping once to rub his hands together against the morning chill before continuing. Julian watched from the edge of the square. He did not need to inspect every stall before it opened. The preparation itself was enough. A boy in a school jacket passed with an adult who might have been his father. The boy looked briefly toward the baskets of flowers and then toward the canal, but his attention was already on the day ahead. His backpack bumped lightly against his coat as they crossed the square. Behind them came a woman walking a small dog. The dog paused with deep interest near the base of a market table, then was gently encouraged onward. The town did not become less lovely because it was becoming useful. That thought arrived without the polished certainty Julian sometimes tried to force into place. He let it remain simple. Beauty did not have to disappear when deliveries came, when stools were carried out, when people checked locks, counted change, or hurried towards school. It might even be more complete for containing those things. By the time he felt hunger, the first cafe terraces had begun receiving customers. He chose a small place beside a canal, partly because there was an open table beneath the awning, and partly because he liked the view through the low stone rail. He sat facing the water. The chair was cool through his shirt. A server brought him coffee and a small basket with a warm croissant, a slice of bread, butter, and apricot jam. Julian thanked her. He did not ask whether this was the place known for breakfast, or whether there was somewhere more local, more hidden, more correct. He ate slowly. The coffee was dark and warming. The croissant left a scatter of flakes on the plate. A breeze moved along the water, carrying the faint scent of damp stone and bread from the bakery down the street. Across the canal, a man unlocked a shop and began placing a display of postcards in a wooden stand outside. He straightened the rows, stepped back, and then rearranged 2 cards that had tilted toward each other. At a nearby table, a couple unfolded a map between their cups. They spoke in a language Julian did not recognize, then laughed gently when the paper snapped in the breeze and had to be held down with a sugar bowl. At another table, a woman in running clothes drank a coffee standing up, checked the time, and left with a quick wave toward the server. The canal reflected all of them in fragments. Julian took out his own map after he had finished eating. It opened in several creases across the table. The bicycle rental shop was marked near the water, beyond the tight streets of the old town. The route looked simple enough. He could walk there in less than half an hour, perhaps sooner if he chose the direct streets. His attention wrought on the blue line of the lakefront path. It extended out from town and curved around the water, marked with small symbols for parks, public beaches, viewpoints, and villages. There were other lines too. Roads, bus stops, suggested turns. A small printed note about distances. For a few moments, Julian felt the familiar pull of it. He could decide how far to ride. He could calculate where to stop for lunch. He could select a return time that allowed for the market later. He could make the day satisfyingly complete before he had even stood beside the bicycle. The thought was not unpleasant. Planning had often been a form of care. It had brought him across oceans and onto trains in unfamiliar cities. It had kept tickets safe and mornings calm. He did not need to punish himself for liking a clear route. But the lake was beyond the buildings, brightening by the minute. He could see a portion of it at the far end of the street, a pale open gleam where the town seemed to loosen its hold. Julian folded the map. He returned it to his satchel and paid for breakfast. When he stood, the street had changed again. More tables were occupied. The market square behind him had become brighter, with flowers and striped canopies. A line had formed outside the bakery. Visitors with cameras moved along the canal, while people carrying groceries passed them on familiar errands. Nobody seemed to belong to the morning in exactly the same way. Julian adjusted the satchel on his shoulder and followed the widening water. The old buildings remained behind him in layers of stone, shutters, bridges, and archways. Ahead, the canal opened toward the lake, where the light spread wider and the mountains appeared more clearly beyond it. He did not know how far he would ride. For once, that felt less like a missing answer than part of the day's welcome. Chapter 38. The Bicycle and the Lake. The welcome of not knowing how far he would ride stayed with Julian as the canal gave itself over to the lake. The last close-set buildings of the old town loosened behind him. Stone walls gave way to a broader promenade, then to open grass and rows of trees whose leaves moved softly in the late morning air. Ahead, the water held a pale blue-green light. It was so clear near the shore that he could see stones beneath the surface, rounded and still, before the lake deepened into reflected sky. The mountains stood beyond it in long, uneven layers. They did not seem to surround Annecy so much as accompany it. Their slopes were softened by distance and haze, their higher edges cut cleanly against the sky. Julian paused beside the railing, not because he had reached any particular viewpoint, but because the view had widened before he was ready to decide what to do with it. People moved around him with the confidence of those who had already chosen their directions. A woman in a navy coat hurried past with a small dog keeping pace beside her. Two young men wheeled bicycles toward the path. A family stood near a map board, the parents studying it with the concentrated patience of people trying to make a day easy for their children. Farther along, someone was lifting the shutter of a kiosk that sold cold drinks, sandwiches, and bags of crisps. Julian looked down at his folded map in his hand. The bicycle rental shop was marked only a short walk away. He had found it earlier, then put the map away, then taken it out again as he approached the lake. He smiled a little at the habit. Planning, he had learned, was not the enemy. It was simply not required to become the whole experience. He folded the map once more and continued along the water. The shop occupied the ground floor of a narrow building just back from the promenade. Several bicycles stood outside in an orderly row, their frames shining in the growing light. There were practical city bicycles with baskets, sturdier electric models, small children's bicycles, and a few sleek road bikes with narrow tires that seemed built for people with very particular ideas about distance. A bell sounded from somewhere inside. Julian stepped through the open door. The room smelled faintly of rubber, chain oil, and warm wood. Helmets lined one wall. A rack of rain jackets stood near the entrance, though the sky outside was mostly clear. Behind a counter, a woman with short dark hair was fastening a tag to a set of keys. She looked up. "Bonjour," she said, then noticed the hesitation in Julian's expression and continued in English. "Hello. Do you need a bicycle?" "I do," Julian said. "Just for today." "For the lake path?" "Yes." She nodded as if that answered most of what she needed to know. "A comfortable bicycle, then. Not a racing bicycle." "That sounds right. My name is Elise," she said. "I'll get you one that fits." She moved efficiently among the bicycles, pulling one free from the row and rolling it into a patch of sunlight near the door. It was dark green, with a wide seat, upright handlebars, and a small rear rack. Nothing about it invited speed. Julian felt relieved by that at once. Elise adjusted the seat while he stood beside her. "Have you ridden here before?" she asked. "Not here. I rented a bicycle on Naoshima in Japan." "Ah." She glanced up briefly. "Then you know the first rule, which is? Do not try to see everything in one day." Julian laughed quietly. "That was probably my first mistake there." "It is everyone's first mistake," Elise said, "and often their second." She tightened the seat clamp, then held the bicycle steady while he mounted it and placed both feet on the ground. "Too high?" she asked. "No. This feels good." "Good. The path follows the lake. It is easy to find." "In town, go slowly. There are walkers, children, dogs, people looking at the mountains instead of where they are going." "Reasonable distraction," Julian said. "Very reasonable," she replied, though her expression remained practical. "But still, ring the bell before you pass. Give people time. On the narrow parts, do not stop in the middle. If you want to look, move to the side first. He nodded. There are water fountains along the route, she continued. Fill your bottle when you see one. The weather may change after midday. It will not be dramatic, but clouds can come from the mountains. If you feel tired, turn back. The lake will remain here. The sentence was simple, offered in the same tone as her directions about brakes and gears. Yet Julian felt it settle in him. The lake will remain here. Elise pointed to the handlebars. This is the bell. These are the gears. Use the lower ones if the wind comes up. And when you park, use the marked racks or the resting areas. Do not leave the bicycle across a path. I won't, Julian said. She handed him a helmet. He adjusted the strap beneath his chin, then reached into his satchel for his wallet. The rental arrangement took only a few minutes. Elise clipped a small paper receipt to a board behind the counter and gave him another copy. Keep this somewhere dry, she said. Julian slid it carefully into the pocket inside the front cover of his atlas. The repair thread along the atlas spine showed faintly when he opened it. Camille's work remained visible, neat and firm. For a moment, Julian thought of the old bicycle ticket from Naoshima, already stored among his earlier pages. 2 rented bicycles, 2 islands of time in a year that was slowly becoming more various than he had known how to imagine. He closed the atlas without taking out a pen. Elise rolled the bicycle toward the door. The path begins just beyond the park. Thank you, Julian said. Enjoy the lake, she replied. And drink water before you are thirsty. Outside, Julian stood for a moment with one hand on the handlebars. The bicycle bell caught a small piece of sunlight. The path ahead curved beside the grass and disappeared behind a line of trees. He pushed off gently. At first, he rode slowly along the town edge, keeping his attention on the movement around him. The route was smooth and broad, though it narrowed at crossings and near benches where people stepped onto the path without much warning. He passed a man in office clothes riding one-handed, his other hand holding a phone to his ear. A woman with a child seat mounted behind her rode steadily ahead, the child's bright yellow helmet bobbing in time with the bicycle's motion. A pair of serious cyclists came up behind Julian, their tires whispering over the pavement. On your left, one called in French. Julian moved a little closer to the edge, leaving space. They passed with a brief nod, their bodies bent low over their handlebars, their pace smooth and purposeful. For a few seconds, Julian felt the old urge to compare himself to them. Their bicycles were lighter. Their legs moved with practiced certainty. They seemed to know the route and the wind and the shape of the day. Then he remembered why he had come out. He did not need to ride like them. He did not need to turn the lake into a measure of what his body could accomplish. The green bicycle beneath him was not an apology for being slower. It was simply the bicycle he had rented for the kind of day he intended to have. He let his shoulders relax. The path moved away from the denser part of town. Parks opened on one side, the lake on the other. Children ran across lawns toward climbing frames and swings. A small group of older men sat beneath a tree, talking around a folded newspaper and a paper bag of pastries. Near the water, a woman in a long coat stood with a sketchbook balanced against one knee. Her pencil moved steadily while she looked out at the mountains. Julian passed her without trying to see what she was drawing. That too felt like a form of courtesy. Beyond the park, the lake became more open. The shore bent away, revealing longer stretches of water and the shapes of boats farther out. Some were bright white, moving with a deliberate steadiness. Others seemed nearly motionless until he noticed their slow drift across the reflected mountains. The air changed as he rode. In the town, it had carried coffee, bread, damp stone, and traffic. Here, it smelled cleaner, touched by grass and lake water and the faint mineral scent of warming pavement. He stopped at the first water fountain he saw. It stood beside a small paved area with benches and a public map. Julian wheeled the bicycle to the side, remembering Elise's instructions, and filled his bottle. A father was helping a little girl rinse sticky hands under the stream. Nearby, a couple in walking shoes studied the same map Julian had earlier folded away. The man pointed toward a village farther along the shore. "We could go that way," he said. "We could," the woman answered. "Or we could have coffee first." Julian did not hear the rest, but he liked the calmness of their disagreement. It did not sound like a contest between the better and worse version of the day. It sounded like two people deciding what they had room for. He took a drink, capped his bottle, and rode on. Naoshima came back to him in a brief, sunlit memory. There, the roads had often been quiet enough that he could hear insects in the grass and the small mechanical sound of his own bicycle chain. The sea had appeared between houses and low walls, blue and silver beneath a larger sky. He had ridden with the feeling that the island was offering him pockets of stillness. Annecy held a different rhythm. Here, the path belonged visibly to many people at once. There were residents making ordinary journeys, visitors carrying backpacks and cameras, athletes measuring out miles, parents negotiating snacks and jackets, teenagers riding in loose clusters, and walkers moving side by side as if the lake were a familiar room in their home. The shared use of the path did not thin the beauty. It gave the day a gentle pulse. Julian slowed near a narrow section where trees leaned closer to the water. A group of schoolchildren approached from the opposite direction, each wearing a small backpack. Their teacher guided them along in pairs, occasionally raising a hand to keep the line together. The children's voices rose and fell in a bright, contained wave. Julian pulled over and let them pass. One child rang a bicycle bell without any bicycle in sight, perhaps only because the sound pleased him. Another looked out at the lake with an expression of complete seriousness, as if trying to understand where the far shore ended. When they were gone, the path became quiet again. Julian rode beneath the trees. Light passed across him in strips, warm and cool, warm and cool. Leaves flickered above. Through gaps in the branches, the lake appeared in separate bright panels, each one framed for a moment by trunks and low branches before the path carried him on. He stopped again, this time at a low wall near a patch of reeds. A bench stood a few yards away, already occupied by a woman reading. Julian did not need the bench. He rested one hand on the handlebars and looked out from where he stood. The mountains had changed color. Clouds were gathering lightly around their upper slopes, not covering them but softening their outlines. The water below them darkened in places where shadows moved across it. He took out his camera. For several seconds he held it without lifting it. The scene was broad enough to resist being gathered into one image. The path behind him, the trees at his side, a boat moving quietly over the water, the mountains beyond, and the distant murmur of other people all belonged to it. He took one photograph anyway. Not for the atlas, not yet. The camera shutter made a modest click. He lowered it and watched the actual water continue moving. A village appeared gradually ahead, announced first by masts near a small harbour, then by roofs and pale buildings tucked among trees. The path passed cafes with outdoor tables and a little shop where bicycles were parked in a loose, friendly disorder. Julian was not hungry yet, but he stopped outside the shop and looked through the window. There were sandwiches wrapped in paper, fruit, bottles of water, small containers of salad, and several kinds of bread. A handwritten board listed soup, though the day had grown warm enough that he doubted many people wanted it. He considered buying lunch immediately. Then he looked at the time on his phone and felt the familiar calculation begin. If he bought something now, where should he eat it? How much farther should he ride before turning back? Would there be a quieter place ahead? Had he already used too much of the morning stopping? The questions arrived quickly, dressed in the reasonable language of efficiency. Julian stood with the bicycle beside him and listened to them. Then he put his phone back in his pocket. He was not hungry yet. He did not need to solve lunch before hunger arrived. He could ride until a place invited him to stop. That was enough. He continued beyond the village. The route widened again, following the curve of the shore. On one side, private gardens lay behind low hedges, their roses and lavender spilling gently toward the path. On the other, the lake opened in a long, shining reach. A small beach appeared ahead, marked by changing cabins, a lifeguard chair, and people spreading towels across the grass. Julian rode past at an easy pace. A family was unpacking a day's worth of belongings from a wagon. A boy dragged an inflatable ring that was nearly as tall as he was. Two women sat at the water's edge with their shoes off, their feet in the shallows. Farther out, a paddle boarder moved slowly across a patch of darker water, standing very still, except for the steady dip of the paddle. Julian felt a pleasant warmth in his legs. It was not exhaustion. It was the simple proof that he had been moving through the morning under his own effort, with wind against his face, and the unhurried rotation of the pedals beneath his feet. He slowed near another marked resting area. A wooden sign stood beside a rack for bicycles. Beyond it, a small grocery counter had been set up in the shade of a cafe awning, offering sandwiches, fruit, and cold drinks to people on the path. The bench area lay farther down, partly sheltered by trees and facing a stretch of open water. Julian stopped. This time, he did not consult his map or his phone. He did not ask whether the benches farther ahead were better, or whether the village behind him had offered a more suitable lunch. He leaned the bicycle into an empty space in the rack and secured it carefully. The green frame stood among other bicycles of different shapes and purposes. Some carried panniers. One had a child seat. Another was covered in road dust. His rented bicycle looked perfectly ordinary there, neither more nor less important than the rest. He removed his helmet and hung it from the handlebars. At the small counter, he chose a sandwich on crusty bread, an apple, and a bottle of sparkling water. The woman serving him wrapped the sandwich in paper and handed it over with a quick, friendly nod. Julian thanked her, then carried his lunch toward the benches. The water waited beyond the trees, wide and bright beneath the softened mountains. Chapter 39. A bench facing water. The sandwich was still wrapped in its crisp white paper when Julian sat down, and that small fact seemed to matter. He had chosen the bench because it was available, not because it offered the best possible angle on the lake. It stood beneath a young plane tree whose leaves moved softly overhead. A paved strip of the bicycle path passed behind it, and beyond a low verge of grass, the water opened wide and pale beneath the mountains. The lake had looked almost silver when he first arrived at the resting area. Now, a shallow bank of cloud moved across the sun, and the color deepened toward blue-green near the shore. Farther out, where the water lay under a brighter break in the sky, it turned light again. The change was gradual enough that he could not have said when one color became another. Julian placed his helmet on the bench beside him and leaned the dark green bicycle against the nearby rack. Its metal frame clicked once as it settled. He checked that it was secure, more from habit than concern, then returned to his seat. His legs carried the pleasant, steady warmth of the ride. He had not gone far enough to be tired in any serious sense, but he could feel the work of cycling in his calves and along the backs of his thighs. The feeling made the pause welcome. He opened the sparkling water, heard the soft release of the cap, and took a long drink. A narrow boat crossed the open water at a distance, leaving a pale wake that widened and weakened behind it. Another boat moved closer to the far shore, so small beneath the mountain slopes that it seemed less like an object on the lake than a bright mark passing through a painted landscape. Julian unwrapped the sandwich. It was simple, as he had hoped it would be. Crusty bread gave way beneath his fingers. Inside were slices of ham, mild cheese, a little butter, and leaves of lettuce that had begun to soften in the warmth of the day. He ate without opening his phone or taking the atlas from his satchel. The atlas rested against his side, safe in its repaired binding. For a moment he felt the familiar nudge of an unfinished task. The Annecy entry still waited. He had a bicycle receipt inside the front cover, a meal now becoming clear, and a photograph in his camera from earlier in the ride. There would be an observation to find too, and eventually a lesson. It would have been easy to take the notebook out now, to start arranging the day while it was still happening. Instead, he folded the sandwich paper beneath his hand and watched the water. A man arrived from the direction of the village path. He was older, perhaps in his 70s, wearing a faded navy cap and a light jacket despite the mild weather. He carried no bag. His steps were unhurried but familiar, as if he had walked this stretch often enough that the ground required no particular attention from him. The man paused at the far end of the resting area and looked out across the lake. Julian expected him to continue, but he did not. He stood with both hands resting lightly on the top rail of a low wooden barrier. His posture was relaxed. There was nothing ceremonial in it. He might have been taking a break between errands. He might have come specifically for the water. Julian had no way to know. The man watched a sailboat tilt gently in the wind. After a while, he took a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his forehead, and folded it away again. Julian had once been quick to give such a person a role in the scenery. A local, he might have thought. Someone who belonged here in a deeper way. Someone whose familiarity made the lake more real than it could be for a visitor with a rented bicycle and an afternoon to spare. The thought rose now only long enough for him to recognize it. The older man might have lived beside this lake all his life. Or he might have moved here recently. He might have been on his way to meet someone. He might have been recovering from an appointment, stretching his legs after lunch, or simply pausing because the water was there. Familiarity was not a story Julian could read from a cap, a jacket, or the ease with which someone stood at a railing. And even if the man had known this view for decades, that did not make Julian's own brief attention false. The man moved on after a few minutes, following the path in the direction from which he had come. He did not look back. A family arrived soon afterward. They came in a loose, shifting group of 4, 2 adults, a boy of perhaps 8, and a younger girl, who held a bright yellow jacket bundled in both arms. Their bicycles were parked near the rack in an uneven row. The adults spoke in low, practical voices, not arguing, only sorting through the small complications of an outing. One of them searched in a backpack for sunscreen. The other found a water bottle beneath a folded towel. The boy announced that he was hungry, though Julian suspected he had been hungry for some time. The girl set her yellow jacket on the grass and then changed her mind, picking it up again. They spread a light blanket near the shore. The boy ran ahead until one of the adults called him back, not sharply, but with the practiced tone of someone who had said the same thing many times. He returned without complaint. Soon the family had settled into the untidy order of lunch. Plastic containers appeared. Apples were divided. A packet of crackers was opened. The girl leaned against one of the adults while she ate. They might have been residents of the village. They might have driven from another town for the day. They might have planned the outing weeks earlier or chosen the lake that morning because the weather was clear enough. Julian did not need to decide. The lake made room for them without asking for an explanation. He finished the last of his sandwich and wiped a crumb from his knee. A breeze moved across the water, carrying a clean, mineral scent. The surface darkened in long, rippling bands. Near the shore, small waves touched the stones with a sound too soft to be called breaking. Two cyclists stopped beside the drinking fountain a short distance away. They wore fitted jerseys and had the compact, capable look of people accustomed to riding farther than Julian intended to go. One leaned a bicycle against the rail, while the other filled a bottle. Their movements were efficient but not hurried. They spoke to each other in French, their words passing too quietly for Julian to distinguish. One cyclist laughed at something the other said. Then they exchanged places at the fountain. Julian remembered the mild embarrassment he had once felt around people who seemed more practiced than he was. There had been a time when another traveller's confidence could make him question his own way of moving through the world. If someone hiked farther, knew the train system better, chose restaurants without looking at maps, or spoke with the ease of long familiarity, he had quietly measured himself against them. But he had not come to the lake to match anyone's distance. He had come by bicycle because the path had invited him onward. He had stopped because he wanted lunch. The dark green bicycle waited nearby, plain and useful, its wide seat catching a little sun between drifting shadows. The cyclists tightened their bottle caps, checked something on a handlebar-mounted phone, and rode away together. Their tires made a brief, smooth sound along the path before blending into the wider noise of the afternoon. A visitor stood near the water with a camera. Julian noticed her because she had been there for some time, shifting patiently from one foot to the other while she framed the mountains. She wore a pale linen shirt and a small backpack. At first, she held the camera at eye level for several photographs in quick succession. Then she waited. A cloud moved. The light changed. She took more pictures. Julian understood the impulse. The lake seemed to offer one perfect image after another, each one altered slightly by wind or passing shade. It was easy to believe that if one waited another minute, or moved 3 steps to the left, or adjusted the lens once more, the view might finally become complete. The woman lowered her camera. For a while, she did nothing else. She sat on a low stone near the shore, set the camera beside her, and rested her hands in her lap. The family continued their lunch behind her. A pair of walkers passed on the path. The older man had disappeared around the bend. Somewhere out on the lake, a boat engine murmured and softened with distance. Julian watched the woman looking out at the water. He did not know what she had hoped to find in the photographs, or whether she had found it, but he recognized the easing in her shoulders when she stopped trying to hold the lake inside a frame. He reached for his own camera. The earlier photograph was still there, the one he had taken during the ride. Lake, mountains, a clean sweep of water, a bright strip of sky. It was a good image, he thought. It held the shape of the day as he had first encountered it. But it did not hold this. This was not an empty view. It was not a mountain postcard waiting to be made more impressive by careful cropping. The family on the blanket, the woman sitting quietly near the shore, a few people resting beneath trees farther down the bank, and the occasional cyclist moving behind them, all belonged to the moment. None of them shared the same reason for being there. Some might return tomorrow. Some might remember this afternoon years from now. Some might barely think about it again. Still, for a short while, They had all stopped before the same water. Julian stood and walked a few paces toward the grass, taking care not to step into the family's space. He held the camera at chest height and waited. The wind shifted. The mountains across the lake emerged more clearly as sunlight moved through a gap in the clouds. The woman by the shore remained still. The boy on the blanket leaned back on both hands. One of the adults bent over the open backpack. Farther along the path, an elderly couple sat on another bench, their shoulders angled toward the water. Julian took one photograph. He looked at the screen. It was not dramatic. The people in it were small. The water occupied most of the frame. The mountains stood beyond everything, larger than the lives gathered briefly along the shore. He took no second photograph. When he sat down again, he felt the small certainty that this was the image for Annecy. Not because it captured the place completely. It could not. But because it preserved the particular truth of his pause there. The woman eventually picked up her camera, slipped it into her backpack, and walked away along the lakeside path. The family folded their blanket with the efficient confusion of people accustomed to packing around children. The boy found a smooth stone and wanted to carry it. One of the adults inspected it, then nodded. The girl put on the yellow jacket even though she did not seem cold. Their bicycles departed in a wavering line. The resting area grew quieter again, though not empty. It did not need to be empty to feel peaceful. The water continued to change. The mountains held their long, patient shape beyond the lake. The bicycle path carried people onward in both directions. Julian drank the last of the sparkling water. He put the bottle and sandwich paper into the small rubbish bin near the rack, then took his helmet from the bench. Before fastening it, he opened the atlas. The repaired threads along its spine showed faintly where Camille's work had strengthened the book. The pages opened easily. He found the blank Annecy section and looked at the spaces waiting beneath the familiar headings. Photograph, object, meal, observation, lesson. He wrote only under meal. Lakeside sandwich, apple and sparkling water after an unhurried ride. The line was plain, but it was enough. He did not write more. The bicycle receipt remained inside the front cover, ready to become the day's small object if it still felt right later. The photograph was chosen, though he did not yet make a note beside it. For observation and lesson, he left the spaces open. He closed the atlas gently and returned it to the satchel. The ride back toward Annecy began without ceremony. Julian pushed the bicycle away from the rack, checked the path in both directions, and set off at a comfortable pace. The lake remained on his left for much of the return. He passed stretches of trees where the water appeared only in fragments, then open places where it returned all at once, bright between grass and sky. The same route seemed altered by the afternoon light. A bench that had been in shade on his way out now stood in sun. A small beach held more people than before. The village roofs looked warmer, their pale walls clearer against the green slopes. Julian did not try to decide whether he had seen enough. His legs were warm. His hands rested lightly on the handlebars. Ahead, the path curved toward town, carrying walkers, cyclists, families, and solitary riders through the same generous landscape. He belonged to none of it by ownership, but he could be there carefully for an afternoon, and let that be real. By the time the bicycle route joined the busier lakefront near Annecy, the light had softened toward the late afternoon. The promenade was fuller now. Children called to one another near the grass, and groups of walkers drifted past the water with the easy, unhurried pace of people who had nowhere immediate to be. Julian slowed as the path narrowed near the rental shop. He signaled before turning, then rolled the dark green bicycle into the row of others standing beneath the shop's small awning. Elise was at the counter, helping another customer adjust a helmet strap. When she saw Julian wheeling the bicycle in, she gave him a quick nod. "Good ride?" she asked when she had finished. "It was," Julian said. "I turned back before I had any reason not to. That is usually the right time." He smiled at that. She checked the bicycle with the practical efficiency of someone who had done the same work many times. Tires, brakes, frame, rack. Nothing required comment. Julian handed over the helmet, and she glanced at the number on the rental receipt before marking the return complete on her screen. "All set," she said. "Returned." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Enjoy the rest of Annecy." Julian slipped the receipt back into the front cover of the atlas. It was still a small, ordinary piece of paper, but now it carried the quiet fact of the day's movement. Rented in the morning, returned in the afternoon, with a stretch of lake between. Outside, without the bicycle beside him, he felt his pace change. His legs still remembered the gentle turning of the pedals, but he was on foot again. One person among many, following the paths toward town. He adjusted the brown satchel on his shoulder and walked toward the old streets beyond the trees. The lake remained behind him, bright through the leaves, while ahead the town waited with its canals, evening windows, and the possibility of a meal not yet chosen. Chapter 40. The market under the arcades. The lake remained visible behind Julian for several turns of the path, a pale width of water between trunks and roofs, before the old streets gathered around him again. He had known the town in the morning as a place of lifted shutters, bread crates, and canal water moving quietly beneath the bridges. It had seemed almost careful then, as though Annecy had not yet decided how much of itself to offer the day. Now it offered noise, colour, and purpose. The market had spread beneath the arcades and into the narrower streets beyond them. Canvas awnings made soft roofs of red, cream, and green. Beneath them stood baskets of cherries, apricots, beans, and lettuces with their roots still damp. Round cheeses rested on straw-coloured boards. Jars caught the light in rows. A fish seller arranged crushed ice with the flat of a scoop, while a woman at the next stall wrote prices on small signs with a black marker. The air carried several kinds of warmth at once. There was the mineral coolness of the canals, the faint sweetness of fruit, the sharper scent of cheese, coffee drifting from the cafes, and the warm stone smell of the arcades themselves. Julian slowed at the edge of the market. For a moment, he considered taking out his small city map. The streets ahead had narrowed into a moving arrangement of shoulders, shopping bags, strollers, bicycles being walked by hand, and people pausing where they should perhaps have continued. He could have found a quieter route around the market. The map might have shown him one. Instead, he left it in his satchel. The crowd was not an obstacle to the town. It was one of the ways the town was being used. He joined the slow flow beneath the first arcade. People made room for one another with practiced gestures. A woman carrying a bouquet shifted it against her shoulder so a man with a wheeled shopping bag could pass. Two visitors stopped abruptly to study a display of honey, then noticed the line behind them and moved to the side with apologetic smiles. A father held the hand of a little girl in a yellow raincoat while she examined a basket of strawberries with grave concentration. No one appeared to move in quite the same way. Some people were accomplishing errands with a clear destination in mind. Others drifted from stall to stall, discussing peaches or bread, or the proper size of a melon. A pair of cyclists in fitted jerseys stood beside their bicycles, drinking coffee from paper cups before continuing around the lake. An older man chose tomatoes one by one, lifting each gently and returning several to the pile before deciding. Julian watched without trying to assign any of them a role. He could not know who came every week, who had arrived that morning by train, who was shopping for a family supper, or who would remember this market years from now as a bright afternoon in a foreign town. The distinctions might have mattered in practical ways to the people themselves, but from where he stood, beneath the shade of the arcade, everyone was simply making a place in the shared space. A stallholder offered slices of ripe peach from a small plate. Julian accepted one when the woman held the plate toward him. The peach was cool and fragrant. Juice touched his thumb. "Good?" the woman asked in English, with a smile that suggested she had asked the question many times that day. "Very good," Julian said. She nodded, satisfied, and turned to weigh a paper bag of cherries for the next customer. Julian continued on. He passed a stall selling linen towels and dishcloths in calm, practical colors. Beside it, a man in a blue apron arranged loaves of bread that had already begun to lose their morning shine. A bookseller had set out a small table of used paperbacks under an archway, the pages of some books lifting gently in the breeze from the canal. The town he had walked through before breakfast was still here. The stone bridges were still curved over the water. The Palais de Lille still stood in its narrow channel, its old walls reflected in broken pieces below. But the market changed the scale of everything. The bridges became crossings. The arcades became shelter. The canals became something people glanced at while deciding where to eat lunch or whether to buy flowers. Julian found this reassuring. Beauty did not have to be protected from ordinary use in order to remain beautiful. It could hold voices, transactions, waiting, and small inconveniences. It could hold a person's need for onions, a child's impatience, a visitor's photograph, a shopkeeper's long afternoon. At a cheese stall, he paused before a display of local cheeses wrapped in pale paper. The seller, a broad-shouldered man with silver hair and a clean white apron, was serving 3 customers at once with the untroubled efficiency of someone who had repeated the motions for years. Julian did not need cheese for a meal. He had eaten well beside the lake, and the remains of his day did not require another purchase. Still, he watched the seller measure a wedge, fold the paper around it, and secure the parcel with a small rectangular label. The labels were plain cream paper. Each carried the name of the stall in dark green print with a handwritten date and weight below it. When the small line reached him, Julian asked for a modest piece of cheese that would travel well. The seller suggested one with a firm rind and a mild, nutty scent. Julian agreed. The man cut a piece, wrapped it with 2 neat folds, and pressed a label across the seam. "There," he said, handing it over. "For later." "For later," Julian repeated. He placed the parcel carefully in his satchel, where it would be safe until the evening. The paper label did not seem important at first. It was simply there to keep a folded package closed and to tell a customer what he had bought. Yet as Julian moved away from the stall, he thought of the atlas. He had spent enough time looking for objects that would carry the appearance of a place. A blue and white tile, a small wooden box, a piece of woven cloth offered by a person who understood what it meant to give it. Those things had found their places honestly. This small label was different. It was not beautiful on its own. It did not need to be. It belonged to a parcel of food, to an ordinary market purchase, to a hand reaching across a counter. It had done its work without asking to become a souvenir. That was enough. He walked farther through the market, feeling the soft press of the crowd around him without needing to escape it. At another stall, he bought 2 small pear for the following day's train. The woman who served him placed them in a paper bag and asked if he needed anything else. "No, thank you," Julian said. This is plenty. The words settled in him after he had spoken them. This is plenty. He carried the pears through the last row of stalls and emerged near the canal, where the air seemed cooler after the market's close warmth. A few people sat at cafe tables along the water. Others leaned over the railings on the bridges, looking down at ducks moving through the shadows below. Julian paused there, beneath an archway, and watched the afternoon gather itself toward evening. The light had become more golden, though it still lay softly on the buildings. Windows caught it in narrow rectangles. The water held the colors of the facades without keeping them still. A delivery van eased carefully through a side street. Somewhere behind him, a vendor laughed. A chair scraped across stone. He could have continued walking until the streets emptied. He could have looked for another canal, another bridge, another view from which the town would seem newly arranged. The thought came with familiar energy. There was always one more turn to take, one more possible thing to see before leaving. Julian recognized the impulse and did not scold himself for it. Then he let it pass. He had seen the quiet town waking. He had followed the widening water to the lake. He had ridden beside its clear edge, rested among strangers, eaten lunch under the mountains, and returned to find the old streets full of market life. The day did not need another achievement to be complete. As evening approached, he walked back toward the lake. The promenade was busier than it had been in the morning, but the movement had softened. People strolled with jackets over their arms. Couples sat on benches with their shoulders angled toward the water. Children leaned over low wall while adults called them back gently. A small white boat crossed the lake at a distance, leaving a faint line behind it. Julian found an empty bench beneath a tree and sat with the brown satchel at his feet. The mountains had changed color. Their slopes were no longer sharp with daylight. Blue-gray shadow gathered in their folds, while the highest ridges held a final, quiet brightness. The lake reflected neither the sky nor the mountains exactly. It carried both of them in fragments, altered by wind and the wake of passing boats. He opened the dark blue atlas. Camille's repair thread showed faintly at the spine when the book lay open. It no longer startled him. The thin line of careful work had become part of how the atlas looked when it welcomed a new page. Julian turned to Annecy's entry. He placed the selected photograph on the left-hand page. It showed the lake beneath the mountains, but the open water was not empty. Along the shore were small figures in different arrangements. The older man who had rested nearby was only a dark shape on a bench. The family appeared as a cluster of color near their bags. Two cyclists stood beside their bicycles. A visitor sat with a camera lowered in their lap. The photograph did not explain anyone. It did not need to. On the facing page, the meal heading was already filled in from the lakeside bench. Lakeside lunch. Sandwich on crusty bread, apple, sparkling water. He read the line once, then left it as it was. The low murmur of people on the promenade moved around him. He opened the satchel and took out the cheese parcel. The paper had softened slightly at the folds, but the label remained clear. The stall name, the date, the handwritten weight. He carefully loosened the label from the seam and placed it in the small pocket Camille had added inside the atlas cover. It fit there easily, practical and modest among the other tickets and papers. Later, he would eat the cheese with bread or fruit. The label would remain. Under object, he wrote, cream paper market label from a cheese parcel, folded and carried from the arcade market. For the observation, he took longer. He watched a woman jog slowly along the path, then stopped to stretch beside the railing. Two teenagers shared a bag of something fried from a paper cone. An older couple walked past without looking directly at the lake, though their pace eased as they crossed the open stretch of promenade. Julian had once thought that attention had to be visibly performed to be real. A person taking photographs, sitting quietly, gazing outward, writing in a notebook. But people belong to a place in other ways too. Through errands, through habit, through memories he could not see, through the simple fact of passing through it at the end of a workday. He lowered his pen to the page. People can share a place without needing the same relationship to it. He read the sentence once. It seemed true without trying too hard to be complete. Below it, he wrote the lesson. Temporary belonging can be sincere. For a while, he left the atlas open on his lap. The sentence did not make him a part of Annecy in the way that its residents, workers, and returning visitors were part of it. It did not give him any claim over the canals or the market or the lake, but it allowed him to name something he had felt beside the water earlier that day. He had been there. He had made room. Others had made room for him. That had been real. The first lamps began to glow along the promenade. Their reflections trembled in the water near the shore. Julian closed the atlas gently and returned it to the satchel. At his hotel, the lobby was quiet, except for the small sounds of someone arranging glasses behind a counter. He greeted the clerk, climbed the stairs, and entered his room with the pleasant heaviness of a day spent walking and cycling without hurry. He set the pears on the small table beside the window. The cheese went into the room's compact refrigerator. Then he took out his phone and looked up the morning connection to Chamonix. The route appeared in a simple sequence of times and stations. Annecy to the mountain valley, with a change along the way. He checked it once. Then, because he knew himself, he checked it a second time. After that, he stopped. He bought the ticket, saved the confirmation, and placed the printed copy inside the atlas pocket beside the cream paper label. The pocket held both without strain. For a brief moment he felt the old desire to continue. He could have searched the valley map. He could have compared viewpoints, cafes, rail schedules, weather forecasts, and walking routes. He could have made a careful list for the mountains before he had even seen them. Instead, he closed the atlas. Beyond the window, Annecy's lake had darkened into a broad, quiet shape. The mountains were nearly gone now, though he could still sense their presence beyond the town lights. Along the street below, people continued toward dinners, homes, trains, and rooms of their own. Julian packed the few things he would need in the morning: water bottle, camera, phone charger, jacket. The atlas went last into the brown satchel, secure against his side. Then he turned off the brighter lamp and left only the small light near the bed. The valley train would come in the morning. For tonight, the market's voices had faded, the lake had settled beyond the roofs, and Annecy was complete enough to carry with him. Chapter 41. The train into the valley. The printed confirmation rested in the atlas pocket where Julian had placed it the night before, beside the cream paper label from the cheese stall. He checked it once before leaving the hotel room, then folded it along its existing crease and put it back. The room had already begun to lose its temporary shape around him. The water bottle was empty, the bed smoothed, the window latched against the cool air. Beyond the roofs, Annecy was still quiet in the lower streets, though the lake had begun to gather a pale, silvery light. He stood for a moment with one hand on the brown satchel, listening to a delivery van move somewhere beyond the square. He had liked Annecy more than he had expected to, which was not quite the right way to say it. He had not expected anything in particular. That had been the point. He had arrived without a list and left with a day that seemed complete because he had allowed it to be made of small things. Canal water, bicycle wheels, the market under the arcades, a sandwich eaten by the lake. He had written the final lines of the Annecy entry without trying to preserve every detail. Temporary belonging can be sincere. The words had seemed plain on the page. This morning, they still did. At the station, Julian found his platform with time to spare. He watched other passengers arrange themselves beneath the departure board. A woman in a long grey coat stood beside a small wheeled suitcase, speaking softly into her phone. 2 school-age boys shared a packet of biscuits while their father looked for something in a backpack. An older man in a cycling jacket rested both hands on the handlebar of a folded bicycle and looked toward the tracks with practiced patience. Julian took a seat near the window when the train arrived. The first stretch of the journey carried him away from the lake through familiar edges of town. Apartment buildings passed close to the tracks, their balconies holding chairs, drying towels, flower boxes, and bicycles leaned against walls. Roads crossed beneath the railway. A garage door stood open at a small workshop where a mechanic bent over the raised hood of a car. Then the buildings thinned. Fields appeared between clusters of houses. A narrow stream ran beside a road for a while, catching the light in brief pieces. He had seen mountains from Annecy. They had stood beyond the lake with the softened certainty of a painted backdrop, beautiful but distant. As the train continued, they began to change their relation to everything else. The slopes grew nearer. Their lower reaches were dark with trees, their upper edges hidden behind clouds that seemed to have settled into the folds of the land. A pale peak appeared between 2 ridges, then vanished as the train curved behind a line of houses. Julian leaned slightly toward the glass, not because he thought the view might be lost forever, but because he wanted to receive it while it was there. A road kept pace with the railway for several minutes. Cars moved steadily along it. Beyond the road, a long, low building with a corrugated roof stood beside stacked timber. There were farm sheds, modest homes, a fenced playground, and a service station with bright red signs. The mountains rose behind them all. He had expected the valley to feel like an entrance into scenery. Instead, it felt inhabited from the beginning. At a small station, several people boarded with hiking poles secured to their packs. Their jackets were clean and bright, their boots heavier than anything Julian had brought with him. A young woman in a blue cap helped an elderly couple lift a bag into the luggage rack. 2 men in work trousers climbed in at the last moment, carrying thermos cups and speaking in low voices that disappeared beneath the sound of the doors closing. Julian did not understand all the words around him, but some were clear enough. Route, weather, snow. A summit attempted the previous week. A train connection, a child's school schedule, the cost of replacing a broken part on a van. The mountains were not separate from ordinary concerns. They stood above grocery runs, repair shops, work shifts, late trains, family plans, and the long, quiet routines of people who lived beneath them. The line changed at a larger station, where Julian followed signs toward the regional train for the valley. He had checked the connection carefully the night before, then checked it again before leaving his hotel. Still, when he saw the platform number displayed above the waiting area, he felt a small release in his chest. He smiled at himself a little. Planning could be useful. He knew that. The trouble began only when he asked it to guarantee the meaning of a day. The second train was smaller, with windows that seemed larger because the mountains had drawn closer. Julian settled near the middle of the carriage. Across the aisle, a family spoke English with accents he could not place. The parents passed a paper cup of hot chocolate between two children, who took careful turns. Near the door, a man with a climbing rope attached neatly to his pack read something on his phone, and then looked out for a long time without moving. The train entered the valley gradually. The land tightened around the tracks. Water ran beside the line in bright, quick stretches, sometimes hidden by trees and then seen again between warehouses, parking areas, and houses. The slopes rose more sharply now. A church spire appeared in a town below, followed by a supermarket, a row of shutters, a schoolyard, and a small railway maintenance building. Then, through an opening in the trees, Julian saw a high white shape beyond the nearer dark slopes. It did not resemble the mountains he had known from Texas, nor the distant ranges glimpsed from a road or plane window. This was not a single peak presented alone against the sky. It was part of a greater wall of stone and snow, too large for the window to contain. The train rounded a bend, and it was gone. Julian sat back. The disappearance was almost a relief. It gave him room to breathe. A few minutes later, the mountains returned through another frame of glass, altered by the angle of the valley and the nearer roofs. They were not waiting to be revealed in one perfect view. They appeared in pieces, beyond chimneys and tree branches, behind the ordinary work of the towns below. By the time the train reached Chamonix, afternoon had begun to lean toward evening. The platform was active but not hurried. People stepped down with skis, day packs, small suitcases, and grocery bags. A railway worker in a dark uniform checked something beside the far carriage. A young child in a yellow jacket tugged at an adult's hand and pointed upward before being guided toward the station exit. Near the entrance, a group of hikers stood in a loose circle around a phone, discussing a route with the absorbed seriousness of people deciding where to walk the following day. Julian adjusted his satchel and followed the flow into town. Chamonix had the clear, busy feeling of a place built around several kinds of arrival. There were outdoor shops with boots and maps in their windows, bakeries, pharmacies, cafes, small groceries, equipment rental counters, and buildings where shutters stood open above balconies. He passed a delivery truck unloading crates at a restaurant. A woman in an apron carried folded linens through a side door. A man in a fluorescent work jacket swept grit from the edge of a pavement while a pair of visitors stopped nearby to study a map. Everyone seemed to have a direction, though not everyone seemed to be chasing the same thing. The guest house stood on a quieter street, a short walk from the center. Its entrance was simple, with a wooden bench beneath the window and 2 pots of late-season flowers set beside the door. Inside, the air smelled faintly of polished wood, coffee, and the warm mineral scent of radiators beginning their evening work. The woman at the desk welcomed him, checked his name, and gave him a key with a small wooden tag. "Your room is upstairs," she said in careful English. "The mountains are on the other side." Julian thanked her and carried his bag up 1 flight of stairs. His room was modest and comfortable. A quilted bed stood beneath a framed print of an old railway poster. There was a narrow desk, a chair, a lamp with a honey-coloured shade, and a window facing the broadening valley. He placed his satchel on the bed but did not unpack immediately. Instead, he crossed to the window. At first, all he could see was the nearer line of rooftops, their chimneys and antennas cutting into the sky. Then his eyes adjusted to the scale beyond them. The mountains filled the end of the valley. Their lower slopes were dark with forest. Higher up, long grey faces of stone caught the fading light. Far above, snow lay in bright, distant seams. Julian had to tilt his head back slightly, though he was indoors and standing still. He felt the old habits stir almost at once. What was the best way to see them? Which viewpoint should he choose? How early should he leave? Would the railway be crowded? Should he walk farther after arriving? Was there a more complete day available if he woke before everyone else? The questions came quickly, dressed in the language of preparation. Yet beneath them he recognized the older anxiety. He did not merely want to see the mountains. He wanted to be certain he had met them properly. From the street below came the low roll of suitcase wheels and a burst of laughter. A door closed. Somewhere, dishes touched together in a kitchen. Julian stepped away from the window. He washed his hands and face, changed into a clean shirt, then went back downstairs with his phone and wallet. The woman at the desk had marked the station for the Montanvert Railway on a small-town map. It was close enough to reach on foot. The station building was busy in the gentle, contained way of a public place near closing. People stood at the ticket windows. A family in matching rain jackets studied a display of departure times. A man with a weathered backpack leaned against the wall, speaking to someone in French about a route he had completed years earlier. Julian caught only fragments. The ridge was harder then, not the fastest way. Enough for today. At a nearby bench, two younger climbers compared times on a phone. One of them shook his head with admiration at some number Julian could not see. Their voices carried no arrogance. They sounded tired, pleased, and absorbed in the measurements that mattered to them. For a moment, Julian felt outside the conversation. He had no summit to describe, no route traced by his own feet, no record, no endurance story, no hard-won account of weather or rock. He had come to Chamonix with a camera, a repaired atlas, and a ticket confirmation for a mountain railway. The thought could have made him feel lesser. Instead, after a moment, it became simpler than that. He was not required to borrow someone else's measure of a day. At the ticket window, he asked for a ticket on the Montanvert Railway for the following morning. The clerk printed it, slid it beneath the glass, and indicated the departure time with one finger. Julian thanked him. The ticket was small and ordinary in his hand. He studied it only long enough to confirm the date and time, then opened the atlas. The repaired pocket Camille had made inside its cover waited there, its marbled paper visible beneath the flap. He placed the Montanvert ticket there with care. It would become the object for Chamonix, not because it proved he had reached a mountain, but because it represented the choice he had made. A public train, a designated path, a day shaped by looking rather than overcoming. Outside, evening had deepened. The town lights came on in windows, shop signs, and doorways. Julian bought a small paper bag of bread and a separate portion of cheese from a grocery near the guest house, along with a bottle of water for the morning. The modest cheese parcel from Annecy remained wrapped in his satchel, saved from the market and its cream paper label. He did not search for a restaurant with a view or consult reviews until he found the highest-rated meal in town. His appetite was modest. The day had been full enough. Back in his room, he ate at the small desk beneath the warm lamp. The bread was fresh, the cheese mild and nutty, and the water cold from the bottle. Beyond the window, the first evening shadow moved slowly across the mountainside. It began at the base of the forested slope and climbed upward, not quickly, but with the calm certainty of changing light. The high snow held brightness a little longer. Julian set the remaining bread aside for later and opened the atlas only long enough to make sure the Montanvert's ticket rested securely in its repaired pocket. Tomorrow did not need a longer plan than that. The railway would carry him into the mountain. He would stay where the paths and terraces were meant to hold visitors. He would look. He would wait when waiting seemed right. He would take a photograph if one honestly belonged to the day. Then he closed the atlas and placed it beside the bed. Outside, the shadow continued its quiet ascent. Chapter 42. The Mountain Without an Answer. The Montanvers ticket waited in the atlas pocket beside the bed, and Julian's first thought on seeing it was not that he ought to hurry. It was simply that the day had arrived. The guest house room held the cool, pale light that came before the valley had fully brightened. Beyond the window, the mountains were present in layers of grey-blue shape, their upper slopes still difficult to separate from the cloud. He stood for a moment with one hand on the curtain, looking at the dark roofs below and the quiet line of trees beyond them. Then he dressed in the clothes he had set out the evening before, filled his water bottle, and put the camera in the brown satchel with the atlas. He checked that the ticket was still in its pocket, though he had checked it before sleeping. The habit was not gone. He could feel it gently asking to be satisfied. Once was enough. Downstairs, breakfast unfolded with the soft sounds of an ordinary morning. Cups touched saucers. A chair moved over the floorboards. Someone at a nearby table spoke in a low voice about the weather, and another guest unfolded a map with the careful concentration Julian knew well. He ate bread with butter and a small bowl of warm coffee, watching the window brighten by degrees. The mountain above the town did not announce itself all at once. Its ridges emerged slowly from the thinning cloud, then disappeared again where the higher air remained white. A little later, he walked through the waking streets toward the railway station. Chamonix had a morning rhythm that did not belong only to visitors. A delivery van stood beside a bakery. A person in a dark work jacket crossed the street carrying a paper cup. Shopkeepers lifted shutters. A woman walked a dog that paused with great seriousness beside a low stone wall. Near the station, people gathered in small groups with daypacks, cameras, walking poles, children's coats, and folded brochures. Julian joined the line for the Montanvers railway. The train itself was waiting with its dark carriages and sturdy practical windows. It did not look grand. That seemed right to him. The railway was not pretending to be the mountain. It was simply one of the ways people reached a place that would otherwise remain distant to most of them. He found a seat by the window. Across the aisle, a family settled 2 children between them, passing a packet of biscuits back and forth. An older couple sat together with their hands folded over the top of a single walking stick. Near the front of the carriage, 2 young men spoke quietly about routes and weather, their voices carrying the familiar language of elevation, conditions, and distance. Julian listened without needing to measure himself against any of it. The train began with a small forward pull, then a steady climbing motion. Houses and gardens passed below. The valley opened behind them in glimpses between trees. Soon the railway entered forest, and the windows became frames for trunks, rock, and slanting bands of light. The rhythm of the wheels was even and reassuring. At first, Julian tried to follow the line of the valley as it fell away. Then the trees gathered closer, and there was nothing to do but watch what appeared. A narrow stream flashed pale between stones. Ferns crowded the ground beneath the pines. The carriage rounded a bend, and the view widened so suddenly that several people shifted in their seats at once. The mountains stood across the valley, higher and farther than they had seemed from the town. Their surfaces were not smooth. Julian could see broken grey rock, slopes of dark forest, pale scars where water ran or snow had lingered, and long areas of shadow that seemed to move only because the light around them changed. The train window reflected a faint version of the passengers over the view. A child's face hovered briefly in the glass beside a distant ridge. The family's biscuit packet rustled. Someone raised a camera, then lowered it again. Julian took his own camera from the satchel but did not turn it on immediately. He had spent enough of the journey learning that a frame was useful only when it helped attention rest. It could not contain the whole place. Nothing could. The railway climbed through another curve. Ahead, stone structures appeared among the trees, followed by the station buildings at Montanvert. The train slowed. Doors opened. People rose, gathered their things, and stepped down into the mountain air. Outside, the cold was sharper than it had been in Chamonix. Julian put on his jacket and followed the marked path toward the public terraces. Signs directed visitors toward viewing areas, restrooms, cafes, and the routes that were open that day. Staff members answered questions with the calm repetition of people accustomed to helping many kinds of travelers find their way. One attendant spoke to a family about keeping close together on the paths. Another pointed out a sheltered platform for anyone who wanted a clearer view. A maintenance worker swept wet leaves from the edge of a walkway. The ordinary labor of the place steadied Julian. Even here, with the mountains rising around the station and the glacier lying beyond the trees and rock, someone had to maintain handrails, clear paths, check signs, prepare warm drinks, empty bins, and answer the same questions in several languages. Accessibility did not make the landscape smaller. It made a careful meeting with it possible. He walked slowly toward the overlook. Then the mer de glace appeared. At first, Julian did not understand what he was seeing. The glacier did not resemble the smooth white shape he had expected from photographs. It lay deep in the valley, a broad, uneven body of ice and stone, pale in some places, and darker in others where rock and sediment marked its surface. Beyond it, mountains rose in broken walls. Clouds moved through the higher spaces, opening and closing portions of the view. The scale made his thoughts quiet. He stood at the railing with other people, none of them speaking much. A woman beside him rested both hands on the wooden rail. A man in a red jacket pointed something out to his companion, then let his arm fall. Far below, the ice held its place in the valley with a stillness that was not truly still. Its surfaces had been shaped by weather, seasons, pressure, meltwater, falling stone, and years Julian could not imagine in any useful way. He thought of Camille's hands lifting the loosened spine of the atlas. He remembered the faint thread she had left visible when she returned it to him. Repair does not mean pretending something was never worn. He thought of the gardeners at Chenonceau, cutting back what had grown wild, sweeping paths, replacing plants, returning day after day to a beauty that could not maintain itself. He thought of Lynn's loom in Lyon, of thread being joined and carried onward, not unchanged but still connected. The glacier did not fit neatly into those thoughts. It was too large, too old, too altered by forces beyond a bookbinder's thread or a gardener's careful hands. But the thoughts did not need to solve it. They reminded him that care was not control. Care was looking honestly at what time had done. Care was accepting limits. Care was not turning away simply because a place could not be kept exactly as one wished it to be. He moved along the terrace until he found a quieter corner beneath the edge of a sheltered structure. The roof gave him a frame of dark wood above and to one side. Beyond it, the glacier drew the eye into the valley, where ice, rock, cloud, and distant snow disappeared into weather. This was the photograph. Julian took the camera out, waited until the view settled into something that felt true, and made one image. The railway window had framed the journey upward. The shelter framed the view outward. In the photograph, the mountain would remain larger than the picture, but the picture would remember where he had stood. He put the camera away. For a while, he did nothing else. The air smelled faintly of wet stone and cold timber. The wind came and went without force. Footsteps moved over the terrace behind him. Somewhere nearby, cups were being stacked in a cafe. The glacier remained below, neither offering an answer nor requiring one from him. Julian had expected that the Alps might ask him to prove something. He had heard enough talk in Chamonix to understand why people came seeking summits, records, difficult routes, and the satisfaction of going farther than before. There was nothing wrong with that. The mountains could meet people in many ways, but he did not need to borrow another person's measure. He had come by railway. He had stayed on the paths meant to hold him safely. He had looked without trying to make the view belong to him. The day did not become lesser because he had not conquered a height. It became his because he had received it. At a bench facing the valley, he drank water and let the cold settle pleasantly into his hands. Grandeur did not require conquest. The words came simply. He did not write them down yet. He let them remain in the space between thought and feeling, where they seemed more useful. Later, he returned to the station with the others. The train carried them down through the forest in its steady, unhurried rhythm. The valley reappeared a little at a time. Roofs, roads, and rivers returned to the window. Chamonix looked smaller from above, but not diminished. Smoke rose from one chimney. Cars moved through the streets. People crossed open spaces with bags in their hands, going toward errands, work, meals, and rooms of their own. Back at the guest house, Julian climbed the stairs with the comfortable heaviness of a day spent outdoors. His legs were tired, but not strained. His shoulders held the mild ache of carrying the satchel and standing in cold air. He changed into soft clothes and washed his hands in warm water. Before going into the dining room, he paused at the small desk near the entrance. A printed sheet of regional train connections lay beside a holder of local maps. The route toward Geneva was listed among the morning departures. He took one copy, folded it neatly, and slipped it into the atlas pocket with the other travel papers. In the dining room, he ordered a bowl of vegetable soup and bread. The meal was simple and hot. Steam rose from the bowl. The bread had a crisp crust and a warm center. He ate slowly, no longer trying to decide whether it was memorable enough to deserve a place in the atlas. It was the meal of this evening. That was enough. Upstairs, he made tea and carried the cup to the small table by the window. The mountains had darkened. Only their lower forms remained visible now, broad and quiet beyond the glass. A few lights shone in the town below. The room's lamp cast a warm circle across the tabletop, where Julian placed the atlas beside the tea. When he opened it, the repaired spine moved easily beneath his hand. He turned through France. Paris came first. The old postcard rested near the photograph of strangers sitting beneath museum light. He reread the observation he had written there. A public place can hold thousands of private experiences. Beneath it was the lesson. Shared beauty can still be personally received. At Giverny, the water garden reflected a sky already changed by wind. The small receipt from the postcard he had sent his parents lay tucked beside the page. The village cafe meal was written in his careful hand. Familiar images changed when weather, movement, and time entered them. Seeing was not the same as reproducing. The Loire Valley held Chenonceau in the moving share. A folded piece of market paper lay flat against the page. His picnic was noted there. Bread, cheese, fruit, and the pause beside a quiet road. Preserved beauty depended upon ordinary repeated labor. Continuation required care, rather than perfection. Lyon followed, with the layered city view and the modest textile sample Lynn had offered him. He remembered the unhurried meal, the sound of plates, the slow work of a dining room. Traditions remained alive when they were used, adapted, and passed onward. A thread could continue without remaining unchanged. Annecy held its lake, mountains, and the small figures gathered near the water. The cream paper label from the cheese parcel rested in place. He saw again the family rearranging bags, the older man on the bench, the cyclist filling their bottles, the visitor who had lowered a camera and sat quietly. People could share a place without needing the same relationship to it. Temporary belonging could be sincere. Then there was Chamonix. Julian slid the Montanvert ticket into the open space beneath the photograph. The sheltered edge of the viewing structure framed the glacier and the high, clouded mountains beyond. It was not a photograph that tried to make the scene dramatic. It was simply honest about the distance. Under meal, he wrote, hot vegetable soup, bread, and tea after the railway. Under observation, he wrote, grandeur does not require conquest. He paused before the final line. Outside, the mountains were nearly gone into night. They had become a darker weight behind the window, present without asking to be seen clearly. Julian looked at them for a long moment, then returned to the atlas. Some beauty becomes meaningful when it is allowed to remain larger than explanation. He set the pen down. The 6 French entries lay behind him now, complete not because he had recorded every important thing, but because he had stopped asking the pages to carry more than they could. Paris had not been less personal, because others had loved it. Giverny had not been less real, because it had been painted and photographed before him. The Loire, Lyon, Annecy, and Chamonix had each offered their own forms of shared life, work, weather, repetition, repair, and welcome. France had mattered because he had allowed famous and ordinary places to stand beside one another. Beauty did not become less personal because others had loved it first. Attention was what allowed a shared place to become honestly experienced. Julian closed the completed section and opened the atlas to the next blank page. Inside the small pocket Camille had made, behind a folded receipt, he found the train information he had picked up downstairs. Chamonix toward Geneva. The words were plain. They did not ask for a route through all the places that might follow. They did not demand a list, a reservation, or an answer before sleep. He rested the paper on the blank page. For a little while, he looked from it to the window. Beyond the mountains lay Switzerland. Beyond Switzerland there would be more tracks, more rooms, more meals, more windows, more places he had not yet learned how to receive. But none of that needed arranging tonight. He closed the atlas gently and carried it to the bedside table. Then he turned off the lamp, leaving only the softened darkness of the room and the faint town lights beyond the curtains. He lay down beneath the covers and felt the day's pleasant weight settle through his legs and shoulders. The atlas was safe nearby. The mountain night continued beyond the window, and the road beyond the mountains would still be there in the morning.